my dog is like leaning in my arms. So I'm really excited to talk about politics and.
Do you think prefacing your arguments here with the fact that you're sitting in a Sixth Avenue penthouse is maybe the proper way to, make your arguments about we need more or less police and less crime control? Is that you think that's a good way to start, Fidgy?
Your PFP literally has you lighting a cheap ass cigar. So yes.
Correct, it does, because I'm a man of the people, Digital.
All right, cool guys. I think we're ready to go. Let me just check everything's set. I like how we started the space with like, hey, we don't have any liberals on stage, and then now the space started, and like the space is like almost 50% liberals. What it just happens sometimes where the plan goes very different. Like we literally had one liberal, and that was, who was it? We only had one. Oh, Fidji was confirmed, and we had one other. I can't remember who it was. And then suddenly, Danish, I think Danish like, I'm up for it. And even though Danish won't even be liberal on this topic, we'll see. And then suddenly everyone comes to the rescue. Tammy accepts the invite. Andrew accepts the invite. Liza accepts the invite. And Brian accepts it.
Whoa. Don't call me a liberal. I don't even vote. I don't even vote. All right. Don't call me a fucking liberal. All right.
I thought you're extreme liberal, Andrew. I thought you're like far left. That's what I understood.
No,
I'm just joking.
I'm just a reporter who doesn't like stupid.
If you're screaming and crying, you're probably liberal.
I like every. So what'd you say that? What'd you say, Slayman?
I said if you're screaming, you're most likely a liberal.
Okay, the jab decided.
I'm just loud.
All right. Well, anyway, I really appreciate the invites. Tammy, it's been a while. We haven't had you on stage, so good to have you back. So Nick, you've been covering this topic very closely, and it's a topic that I just wasn't paying attention to. I kind of see stories pop up here and there, and I just always see those stories. I thought it was just part of the media doing their thing. And I'm genuinely curious. I haven't looked at the numbers. I haven't researched it. So it's kind of one of the ones I learn a lot in. How serious is it? How does it? You and Danish have covered it heavily or know a lot about it. How serious is it? What are we seeing?
Assuming you're talking about the crime rate in the United States, it's been steadily increasing since 2010 in particular. Chicago and San Francisco are some of the best examples that I can give of out of control crime rates in this country. You've seen even people that have been born and raised in San Francisco and would traditionally be seen as left wing, maybe even some that were saying that we needed to defund the police back in 2020 after the riots, have actually totally flipped. They pulled that 180. They've come back to reality and decided that maybe that defunding police is maybe not the way to best combat crime. And so there doesn't really seem to be like two sides of this issue anymore. That seems to be the vast majority of people at this point, both on the right and left. Brian, maybe, I think it'd be interesting to get his opinion on it at some point. But what we're seeing in Chicago right now is we just had I say we, I'm not from Chicago and I don't want to associate with it. There was just a mayoral election there where you had Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who had been advocating and promising that she was going to drop $80 million from the budget for the Chicago Police Department. And, it ended up not being quite that much because she realized that wasn't actually going to be a good idea. Now, unfortunately, it does seem that maybe the next mayor is not going to be tough on crime. I know there was the closest opponent to the mayor elect. That was his entire platform, was being tough on crime. But Tammy, you are currently running for Congress. You want to be a policymaker, and so basically, I want to ask you, how do we handle this? Why is there such a massive increase in crime? And what are your plans as you get to Congress and oust Jim Jordan?
Woohoo! Yes, I can't wait to beat Jim Jordan. I actually care about people want to change things and make things better. It isn't just one thing. We have to really, this issue, crime and violence, these are comprehensive. We have to take a comprehensive, holistic approach. There's not just one thing that is going to just solve the problem. I mean, you have to, there's so much going on in our country. There's so much hate and anger. People are struggling. I think our country is in a mental health crisis from, people are still recovering from the Trump presidency, from COVID. You look at it from a holistic standpoint, meaning, the economic challenges people are facing, just life stress in general, and then health on top of that. We really need to, I feel, take a step back and, really look at the root of the problems rather than address surface things, because that never actually does anything.
But Taylor,
And
can
then
you
people
differentiate
end
a
up
little bit? Can you
being,
give me 2 examples here? Because you're saying that you want to get to the root of a problem and not focus on the surface things. What are you referring to? These are the 2 very general topics here.
sorry, I had to plug in my phone. So what I'm talking about is, if we look at the economy and if we look at employment, that would be something that we need to address in the country. Jim Jordan, for example, I mean, he was against supporting Ukraine and, funding the tanks going over to Ukraine. Well, those tanks are made in our district, in my district. So he is essentially, not supporting more work and more jobs for his own district. So I mean, there's
Tammy,
so
unemployment
many-
is at all-time lows. I'm sorry.
What?
to cut you off. Unemployment
Yeah.
is at all-time lows.
That doesn't mean that people are not still struggling. And I mean, people in my district, we have food deserts here. I mean, people are struggling financially. I mean, not everyone has recovered from job loss and economic loss from COVID and everything. So I mean, that is still a real issue. I
Why
don't
would
care
that
what the
affect-
numbers
Are
say.
they-
I mean, I
are they
can talk
murdering
about
people?
my district.
Are they murdering people?
What?
Are they robbing from people as a result of their struggles? Is that the claim?
I mean, we have seen a rise in crime and in gun violence in this country. I mean, what do you guys think the issue is? I mean, racism has a lot to do with it. It has a lot to do with the mental health crisis. in
Tammy,
our
no,
may
it
I,
really doesn't.
Tammy, may I ask you something? You're running against Jim Jordan.
Yeah.
The last election in the Ohio 4th District, the Democrat running against Mr. Jordan got 89,383 votes to his 200,773 votes.
And we just got a new district drawn. So if that's what you're referring to, that was a whole different
it's
district
still
when
the
other
new
race
district
was
is still
even
the new
performed.
district is
The
still
district, the way that
pretty-
it's drawn now, it is 76% Republican and like 26%
right.
Democrat.
That's
So I did very well in my
that's
race.
still a significant
Yeah, it is.
gerrymander. And I'm just
Yeah.
wondering, in an election that will be fought on the issue of crime,
Yeah.
how does you're talking about the holistic, the root causes, basically the sort of problem that Democrats get hammered on in close races, and is a reason that a lot of Democrats lost close races for the House in 2022. How does that get you closer to 50% in that heavily Republican district? And how does that sort of generic feel-good rhetoric not get turned onto other candidates in your state and maybe in other states that are running in closer districts?
Okay, I don't know who did.
Yeah, I think it was a glitch. It was a glitch. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Andrew. It just glitched out. Andrew, you're muted. For some reason, it muted everyone. So
Well,
you
I'm
gotta
back. Okay,
Yeah, all good.
where did I stop?
Now you just stopped literally 2 seconds ago, so it's all good.
Okay, yeah. How does that get you closer to 50%? And I think more important question is when everyone is talking about crime, when it's an issue that's going to be a major factor in this upcoming election, how does that kind of talk not get turned around and used against other Democrats who might be running in competitive districts? I mean, I've been covering politics for many years. I grew up in Washington in the Clinton era when Democrats adopted a tough on crime posture that has partially but not completely been repudiated in recent years. And I just don't see how what you're saying helps anyone win an election if you're a Democrat. So I'd just like to ask you, what are you thinking, and where are you getting this from? How does it tell the person who's scared?
I'm getting this from my district. So I know that in my district, in Ohio even, and across our country, opioid crisis is a big deal. We have in our district, we have food deserts. We have people that are struggling financially. All of those things increase crime. I mean, I don't know what world you're living in, but if someone is broke, they go to extremes.
So you're saying that the crime is driven by the Willie Sutton theory. They're robbing banks because that's where the money is. I mean,
excuse
you're
me?
saying that
What?
it's like
Andrew, literally, what are you saying?
Are you just trying to beat me up here, or do you really want to have
no,
like
ma'am.
a common sense conversation?
I'm
Because it really just sounds like you want to be an asshole, quite frankly.
Okay.
I mean, if we want to talk about crime, if
here,
you want
Sam.
my opinion about crime, then let's talk about crime.
Well, there
But
haven't
you
been
don't
any
need
ad
to.
hominem attacks at all. I think he's just trying to say that the Democrats in general, and by the way, as a Democrat, which I think it's pretty
Your mic
obvious,
is bad, by the way,
you know,
Danish. Your mic is really bad. Just for
again,
yeah, man. We can hear you. We can understand what you're saying, but it's just really muffled. So I don't know if the headset is actually connected or not.
Can we restart, maybe? Like, actually have a conversation?
Well,
Yeah, that'd be great.
the point that I was trying to make, can you guys hear me better now?
Not really, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Hardly.
Hope.
What we do wait on that? I do want to go to Jamal, because Jamal, you ran for Congress in Chicago, right? Or I'm sorry, not Congress. So you ran for mayor in Chicago. Obviously, it was a pretty heated election. You guys had a very polarizing mayor, outgoing Lori Lightfoot, who has honestly, she's gotten a lot of blame for a lot of the crime that's happened here or there due to the anti-police rhetoric. And so I kind of want your feedback on everything that you're seeing now. Do you think it's going to get any better? Where are the problems? Why are we seeing hundreds and hundreds of kids rioting in the streets, breaking into buildings, assaulting people, et cetera?
That's a good question. So, let me say this is a very, this is a lot. I did run for mayor. And I heard from both of the people who were just talking. We have to, what needs to happen is we got to understand both sides. And we have a lot of divisiveness around the country over defund the police or refund the police or it's all of these like attacks on whose side is better, when really we need to understand that there is there's reality on both, and we got to figure out how to get to that common ground. Now, I endorsed the more tough on crime guy for after I got out of the race, and there was two, which he didn't win. But the reality of the situation is, when you talk about the problem of why it's the crime is happening, you must go back into history to start understanding how we've gotten here in the first place. And how we gotten here, especially in regards to Black youth, is a breakdown in culture, right? So you have a cultural foundation piece that is missing in these neighborhoods, has been missing since, for years and hundreds of years, from which they don't even know who they are, where they come from, right? And then you have all these disastrous policies that have happened all throughout these years.
Jamal, what do you mean by they don't know where they come from?
For example, when black people did not get to America because they wanted to come to America, right? They were dropped off here, and basically their culture was stripped from them, right? So they don't know, they can't trace their culture. If you ask a black person, are you Nigerian or where are your roots from? They wouldn't know. Not 99.9% of them, because their culture was stripped from them when they got to America. So what happens is that there's not a lot that brings people together in these communities, because they don't even know who they are or where they come from. So that's number one. No cultural foundation is in these neighborhoods. So there's not a foundation of this is how we raise our family, or this is the tradition, or this is the music, or this is there's none of that at all. So you have all of these families basically raising their children how they feel they raise their children. So now you have younger parents of this generation having kids younger, right? And so it's a different breakdown of how they raise their children from the last few generations. And so now these kids now have younger parents, and these kids, don't have the structure or the investment that other generations have gotten. So now they're raising themselves. And so now when they come out of these broken households, or whether they have a single mother because the family has been stripped from all of these policies of the past that have helped to enable those policies, those that break down. What happens is now, we can go all the way throughout the line. I mean, if we talk about policies of when they were giving public housing vouchers, they said that a man cannot be in the house, right? And so now a lot of the families were picking and choosing. All right, am I going to tell this person that's coming in and inspecting that there's a man here and lose my house, or lose my housing assistance or apartment, my voucher, or am I going to put this man out, right? So there are different policies throughout time. Mass incarceration, the war on drugs. There are a lot of different things that America intentionally did, because after slavery, they still had to make sure that Black people were economically oppressed, because that's always been the design. Let's just be honest. And so when you talk about the problem, it's rooted in economics, because if Black communities or Black people were able to have the same opportunities to achieve wealth, look at these neighborhoods who have wealth. When I look at Lincoln Park in Chicago, they have 70% of homeowners. No vacancies on the business district. Their schools are very quality. People are jogging. The dogs are nicer in Lincoln Park. All right, ain't a lot of trauma in Lincoln Park. But when you go into these other neighborhoods, the median income is $17,000, $20,000, and there's a shortage of middle class jobs. There's a lack of home ownership. There's a vast majority. There's a lot of redlining going on. So there's a lot of missed opportunity. So it's rooted in economics, and that is something that we don't talk about. Is that American capitalism is white capitalism, and they don't allow for Blacks to be able to get a piece of the pie.
But you're saying they don't allow for Blacks to have any part of it and get a piece of it or whatever. I need you to explain that a little bit more, because we keep hearing this argument, and there are a lot of people that would argue that this is just an excuse, that this is something that's just being used.
It's not. It's the truth.
Continue a victimization.
But I'm not. So, listen, here's what I'm saying. As somebody who is a millionaire, who was able to take it from poverty and to be able to achieve what I've achieved, I'm telling you, I'm not pushing a victim mindset. What I'm telling you is there's a reality of what's going on. Me as a person who is able to, I've been redlined. I've had to make my own opportunities. I've had to kick open doors that many people can't kick down. I luckily had white or more privileged friends, right, to be able to lean on or to utilize so that I can come through doors that everybody doesn't have. So what I'm telling you is that there is a reality, that there is a disconnect from the Black community and the economic system in America. And if that does not change, you'll constantly be seeing levels of crime like this for many years to come. It is rooted in economics. And that's why I help people become homeowners. That's why I help people become business owners. That's why I invest in people and that don't have the capital, that can't get it from a bank. I invest in them. This is what I do to try to give people opportunity, because I know if I give them an opportunity, they're going to give some of these young people or some of these people in these communities opportunities to get off of the street and stop doing what they're doing.
Jamal, I wanted to speak from a Democrat perspective, and I'm more of a moderate. So, just wanted to bring this up. The immigrant moderates
find these talking points a little bit difficult to swallow. First generation immigrant moderate, and we know that there has been a flight of the immigrant moderates away from the Democratic Party because of this commentary around, well, it's hard for certain cultures and not others. It has been no doubt about
Black
that.
people
I
are not
completely
immigrants.
agree.
I want to make
I'm
that
sorry?
black people are not immigrants, so they cannot compare.
That's not what
their
I
struggle.
said.
No, I know what you
I'm
said,
talking
but I
about
want to
from my
make
own
sure
lived
that you know that
experience.
you cannot compare the immigrant struggle to black struggle. From
That is not what
slavery
I'm
and all the
saying.
policies.
That there is no struggle Olympics. None of that stuff. What I'm
I'm not
trying
saying
to say.
that. I'm just saying. I just want to make that
Jamal,
clear.
let me just finish my point
Go ahead.
real quick. Again, the goal here, again, from another perspective, it's sort of what Andrew was saying as well, which is people need to feel safe in their communities.
100%.
And I think that ultimately, this type of these types of excuses around not being tough on crime. Democrats actually were tough on crime for a very long time, not in a good way, but they were, and they had immigrant support. If there is any future for the Democrat Party within the immigrant class, I believe the first, second, third generation immigrants will need to see that we can at least call a spade a spade. It's getting unreal at this point.
What is tough
look
on
at Chicago.
crime? Here's what I'm saying. People have to define this shit. If we're
Yeah,
talking about defund CPD, let's define it. We're talking about tough on crime, let's define it. There's no such thing as tough on crime. If we want to talk about tough on crime, what they have used, the Democrats, was the 3 strikes law, was all of the different policies, the war on drugs. Let's go through all of the different things that they've done. Was it successful? No.
Wasn't that a Republican?
Yeah, let's be clear.
wasn't
The
that
war
Reagan?
on
I was like,
drugs
that was
was
not a
started
Democrat
under
point.
Nixon, who was a Republican.
No, what I'm
Exactly.
talking about is when I'm talking about the definition of tough on crime. I'm saying that when people are using tough on crime, they're talking about policies like those. What I'm telling you is none of those policies ever worked. All they did was continue breaking down communities. It did not make, more police does not solve that does not make the community safer. If it did, Chicago would be the safest city in America because we got more police per capita than anybody in the country. We got more police than LA, and LA is bigger than us. So what I'm saying is that does not. I don't care how much police you throw at it. I don't care how many mandatory sentences you throw at it. I don't care how much rhetoric you get out there and say tough on crime. That is not going to get to the problems of these communities, and we got to recognize.
I think you're making 2 separate arguments. I think there's certainly validity to a point of when you don't have opportunity, you create vulnerabilities within communities or individuals who might be taken advantage of and pushed down this road of committing crime. But let's be clear, since we have undone a lot of the criminal justice work that has been put in place as we've defunded police, as we've leaned into restorative
Nobody has
justice
ever
program.
defunded police.
I know.
Nobody
that's
has ever.
I
I want to be.
obviously a lie, and
Yeah,
everyone knows
they have it,
exactly
though.
what you're talking about.
I heard you say something about Chicago. Chicago has never defunded police. We have
Chicago
went up over $1 billion
is great.
in the
Chicago
last
has no
year.
problems whatsoever, of course. What I'm arguing is that
I
when
never
you
said
keep
that.
people-
That's not
when
what
you
he
keep
said.
people out of
I ran
jail,
for mayor.
Jamal, when you
He
keep
didn't say that,
people,
Jason,
when
did
you
he?
keep people out of jail, when you tell people that we're going to give them endless chances, when we push people into restorative justice programs, regardless of how many times they've gone through them and have failed, you are going to continue to create this doom loop of more and more crime being committed. At the end of the day, to your point of the economic argument, when you've got a whole bunch of crime happening in a community, guess what people don't want to do? They don't want to open businesses there. And then you've just taken away another opportunity for a job for someone to take to keep them on the right path. We have rejected all of what has in fact worked simply because you're now telling us it didn't work. But let's just be clear,
Well, can you
your criminal
give us
justice
some of your
reforms,
solutions?
your criminal justice reforms that have been implemented across the country over the course of the last 3 years have led to a surge, historic in some places, rise of crime. So it is.
So give us some of your solutions because you're criticizing all of that. I just want to hear,
Simple.
what are some of your solutions?
Number one,
let's hear.
Stop shitting on police 24/7 on the left. What you need to have happen is proactive policing, police officers who are part of a community, who actually have the trust of folks rather than people who are trying to break them apart. Number two, when you are breaking the law, you actually serve some sort of punishment. I'm fine with restorative justice. Sometimes that has to be behind bars. Bail reform. When we go to zero cash bail, no, that does not work. When you actually have bail, you put some consequences on the behavior, and in part, you bring the family, who oftentimes have to put up money to afford the bail, to remove them. You make them a bigger part of the issue, and you keep that bad guy or that temporary bad guy on the right path. We have undone a lot of what actually has worked.
I was gonna say, when do you think that has worked? Please tell me a
Well,
year.
when we didn't have a
years when you
historic
think that
rising,
is actually-
when we didn't have a,
because none of those, everything you told me are things that they've done already, and it's never worked.
Has it
So I'm
gotten,
trying to see when
I'm
did it
sorry,
work.
but Jamal, has the
Jamal,
stats
hold on,
gotten
hold on.
worse or better
Listen.
since you got rid of bail? Worse or better?
Has it? Wait, has
Have
it?
the
What's the
crime
question?
rates gone up or down since you've implemented these reforms?
What do you mean? These
It's a
reforms,
very
a lot of
simple
these
question.
reforms are brand new.
Yes,
A lot of
okay.
these reforms are brand
And
new, so you
where
can't
have
even
the-
measure them.
Yes.
Where have the stats gone?
Yes,
Up
they
or
are
down?
brand new.
Up or down?
There is no such thing as up or
No, of
down
course
when they
not.
just was implemented not even 2 months ago.
Oh, 2
No,
months
but
ago, they're
isn't-
gonna
The cash bail reform went
What-
in place in January, so
I'm
there's
talking
no
nationwide.
measurable.
There's clearly.
I'm not looking at. I'm. If you want to go to nationwide, let's be serious about the policies that you're talking about.
Okay.
All of those policies have been tried. There have been many times where they were tough on crime, mandatory sentences. All of those different things have happened, and it still did not decrease crime to levels that we were not going to see crime at some. We want to get to a point where crime gets so low that we look in our future that it can stay at this rate for long periods of time. That is not going to happen with the policies that you're talking about.
Hey, okay, so that's your mark. That's your marker is a zero crime game. Do I hear you correctly?
That is not my marker. So I know you probably.
Nah, I'm saying
Not my
though,
marker.
you're saying so low to the point where we don't see crime in our future. So
I'm saying at numbers that, like right now, Chicago is at 700. I think we had 700 murders for the last 3 years. So what I'm saying is, if we got to numbers at 200, at 100, you know what I'm saying, low enough to where we are not seeing a dramatic increase like we are right now, then what we're doing is working. But none of those policies that have been implemented has ever gotten us to those.
So, okay, so if the policy is implemented and you see an appreciable decrease, not necessarily a delta change that's, over 10%, but at least an appreciable decrease, you would be in favor of repealing that policy because it does not get you to your marker fast enough. And also, what's the time point for this movement? That's the question that we have to ask because, it sounds like you're poo-pooing a lot of policies and a lot of things that don't have an immediate effect because there needs to be a generational internalization of the mores that those policies or the mores or the social mores or the ideas that those policies basically inflict on a generation, basically. That has to sink in. So what time frame are you giving these policies to work?
So I appreciate what you're saying, but at the same time, like he said, many of these policies just went into effect within the last 6 to 8 months. Also, there's other variables at play. So it's not easy to pinpoint like what is actually affecting crime rates. So is bail reform in play? Possibly, but is it also that in 2020 and 2021, COVID brought a lot of people home, bored people, not making money, usually commit more crimes. So like I get it. Like I think that the argument that
there are those aspects, yes, but at the same time, Brian, and this is my thing, you're saying necessarily that, oh, these are new policies in Chicago, but these are not necessarily new policies nationwide. And we have the foresight and the ability to see that if we do what other countries that have demonstrably high levels of crime, poverty, and homelessness are implementing in Chicago, what's the effect typically going to be? Are you dealing with a different breed of people?
The United States violent crime rate is down 60% in the last 20 years. So I get it that we have an uptick and we have had one since 2020. But just because we have 2.5 years of crime on the rise, and these weren't normal times, doesn't mean that the trajectory of violent crime isn't still heading lower. So like I get it. I think that people are concerned, rightfully so. You see murder rates going up in Chicago. I think Chicago's a mess. I think that there's many issues going on in Chicago. You can blame it on all sorts of things. You can maybe blame it on bail reform, but that we don't have enough data to blame it on.
I like what you said, Brian. So we're trending downward. So I want to ask you, what is the norm, I guess you would say, per state, per city, per province, per county of policies? Like, is the norm cashless bail and, you know, defunding the police, or is this only in a few high crime areas like San Francisco, Chicago, areas of New York and whatnot? Because if you're saying that crime is trending down,
like we haven't, like bail reform isn't the norm, I don't think. Although New Jersey has had bail reform for, I think, close to a decade now.
Several we all know their reputation. We all know their reputation.
Actually, crime in New Jersey, for the most part in New Jersey has been down, except for the last 2 years. So,
and the last 2 years,
I don't think you can take one.
Right. I mean, if you're looking for a reason, you can point to COVID, right? I've heard that. But you can also point to the fact that we have created these new reforms. And since we've done that, we've seen the rise in crime. We've been seeing a nice trend in the downward direction. Chicago had a downward direction of crime starting in, I want to say 2004 or so. And then all of a sudden it started to pop back up. Now, I guess, yeah, sure, you can blame COVID. I don't know how many people who were bored during COVID, maybe in this room, decided to go ahead and commit a whole bunch of crimes. But we also know that we have a high recidivism rate. We have an incredibly high recidivism rate because we're not putting the people who continue to break the law in jail. We've had a case here in Seattle in which a guy had 75 felonies and he spent virtually no time in jail. 75. Now, I think we could all acknowledge that is a problem,
in St. Louis, our prosecutor is 4,000 cases behind. 4,000 cases behind. We've just had a huge incident in St. Louis where a young girl was run over and lost both of her legs by a kid who was supposed to be in jail, and he wasn't. And this is a huge problem for. This is not only a problem for people who are wanting to prosecute crimes. It's also defendants. There are no prosecutors or lawyers who are able to bring cases to court in St. Louis. St. Louis is, and Dr. Danish can probably corroborate this. The crime in St. Louis is out of hand.
There was a hit and run earlier last year,
This year.
It was this year, sorry. Well, this one that you're talking about, but there was another one earlier last year, right across the street from Ted Drew's, Liza, and it was actually a friend of mine's son. And I've got to tell you, the fact that they let that guy out of jail, and he was able to run free. And by the way, he was a flight risk. It was a hit and run. It's another clear example of how it's okay to say that that tough on crime doesn't work, but the opposite also does not work. And honestly, the data speaks completely to the opposite of that point. And I think that when it comes to those individual families that don't feel safe in their communities, and when it comes to people that are moving out of those communities, it becomes a spiral. No one wants to live in an unsafe community. This is not about
it's absolutely affecting neighborhoods that are at the most vulnerable. It's not affecting suburban St. Louis. It's affecting people who are the most vulnerable, who don't get a police response, who are told that they shouldn't be able to carry guns, who are at the most vulnerable, are not only not getting protection on the front end, but they don't have any defense on the back end. It is out of control in the city.
So that's another thing that I would like to segue into. And, Jamal, he's right insofar as, again, economic opportunity is not readily available. Now, where we differ is that I don't believe that's white capitalism necessarily, but I think that that's just a symptom of the fact that, again, we have been hit with the welfare state, which basically incentivizes recidivism into substandard conditions. And one, the lack of male figures in households. That kind of coincides with the fact that, again, you have females that don't have the need to even, in the Black community, that's our big thing.
Trouble hearing?
Yeah, your mic's not very good, Malcolm.
Oh, God. Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's liquid.
Okay, yeah, sorry. It's probably just where I'm sitting. I'm sitting somewhere outside. But, but no. Okay, it's just... in our community, the common theme, and one thing, if you visit a Black space, Black Twitter, anything, one thing you'll hear constantly is the fact that we talk about the father is not in the home. We have these whole gender war-esque topics, and a large incentive of that was a policy by Lyndon Baines Johnson and his Great Society plan, which basically incentivized the receiving welfare for females if they did not have males in the house. And the problem is that creates a situation where the necessity to have stable nuclear families, which, again, cut it however you like, statistically produce better outcomes for children, that was basically taken off the table. And you had a situation where our culture, pop culture in general, became targeted towards this lifestyle of just, degeneracy, slovenliness, going out, sowing your oats, doing whatever you wanted without any sort of responsibility. And this created a perfect storm in which you had kids who were raised without fathers, you had kids who were raised without stabilizing elements by moms who now, thanks to feminism, had to work nonstop because they didn't have a male in the house.
Malcolm, Jamal made the exact same point. So where do you specifically? You made the exact same point. So where do you specifically differ with him?
I differ insofar as, again, it's not that capitalism walls people off from having the opportunity. It's that we have not had people to come into the community necessarily.
So Malcolm, let me just get specific. So one of the arguments Jamal made was, he said, let's just take an example. You've got a working class black boy and you've got a working class white boy. Have they both got the same opportunity?
It depends. I don't know where they're at. Again, if the working class black boy is living in a neighborhood that has a higher crime rate, then chances are he doesn't have as many businesses that are available to him. Chances are he might not have that one shop, that one mechanic shop where somebody comes in every time and takes him under his wing and says, hey, you want to learn to fix cars, or I need somebody to help me with this. Again, it's a situation where in our communities that are afflicted by high crime, because of the fact that, again, our culture differs from other cultures because of, again, the individual elements, the pop culture influences and whatnot, we sometimes make our situations worse. Okay. That's individual.
So two questions on that. Let's take two hypotheticals. You've got a black boy and a white boy, and they're both from the exact same area.
Okay.
Would they both get the same opportunity?
9 times out of 10, yes. Now, if you're hold on. They'll have the same opportunity. Now, how they react to the opportunity and how they seize upon that opportunity and how they present themselves to wherever that opportunity comes from may differ. That's a cultural aspect. You can't legislate that change. That's not going to be something that's going to necessarily have a law that says, oh, you can't discriminate against this black boy when this black boy is not trusting or is not receptive of it because he's been raised a certain kind of a way thanks to generations of cultural decline.
So your argument is that basically when you've got a working class black boy and you've got a working class white boy, the reason why the black boy won't get opportunity is because culturally he's not being basically conditioned to act in the manner that is appropriate.
He's not saying
it's the Bill Cosby argument.
Your question is whether or not they will get the job, because it sounds like you're arguing towards some sort of systemic bias, right? Or the argument that's usually brought up in that case is of systemic bias, because everyone has opportunity. The question is, do they actually get the job or the promotion or the whatever after that opportunity presents itself? And so what I think Malcolm is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Malcolm, but you're arguing you have the access, but how people respond to the access is going to be different.
Exactly. You have it's like everybody has a deck of cards. There's 50 cards. And it's like if you're playing spades, any hand in spades could be a good hand if you know what to do with the cards that you're dealt. And not everybody is dealt the same exact cards, but you still get the same number of cards. So the opportunity to make the same amount is there.
But Malcolm, listen, let me say this. That's just not correct. We would never in America right now, and I prefaced this earlier with saying you're talking to somebody who is able to achieve success coming from nothing, right? Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is that we will never get anywhere in America unless we really recognize that there is systemic bias. And if we talk about a working class white man or working class black man or wanted to go in and get $1 million loan to start a business or wanting to get this corporate job, whatever the case is, you know there's not equal opportunity there. So the reality of the situation is it is harder for those and I'm telling you, somebody who knows it's harder because I was denied and said no to many fronts. And I had to go around and use loopholes, or you got to use your white friend. You get what I'm saying? You got to, we know this.
I see what you're saying, but it's not. Again, we don't have the evidence to prove anything systemic because again, not everybody's applying for the same loans at the same banks in the same conditions in the same situations, and not every. I mean, that's the thing.
Malcolm,
that's not true. I bought Chase Bank in 2020. This is go Google it. And Chase Bank was only lending to the South and West Sides 1.9% of the time. I fought them and got them to give back $1 billion to the South and West Side of Chicago. So what I'm telling you is, it's just simply not true. And one of the biggest pieces of generational wealth is home ownership.
Jamal, just before you finish your point, and please continue about home ownership, but when you mentioned that area, what was the area? And I'm assuming, obviously, people are listening, so they're not from Chicago. That's predominantly a black area, is that what you're saying?
Predominantly black or brown. Yeah. There's black, brown, and other ethnic groups, right? South and West Side, right? Whereas if you go to the North Side, majority may be white on the North Side.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that redlining is still true to this day. And one of the biggest ways that they redline us is not is in home ownership. A lot of these bigger banks, who a lot of black people put their money in, will not even give them a mortgage or a home loan, right? And so when we talk about what's really going on, if folks can't own a home, that means that think about the renters market. Think how many times people move every year, every 2 years. So you got transient people who, you know what I'm saying, you got to look at their job and their wages. But there's a lot that goes into the family.
Just let Malcolm come back on you on that, and then we'll go straight back to you again.
Yeah, I was about to say, look, I'm gonna let you cook, but I don't want you to add too many ingredients to this dish yet. So what I want to say is, look, I get you. South and West Side Chicago's, again, notorious for, levels of poverty, criminality, and whatnot. Now, when we talk about loaning, and when we talk about sort of the financial aspects of risk management, were these people being denied because they were black, because there was this big letter B on their loan application, or was it because of just proximity and failure rates of the business? Because again, the risk factor isn't necessarily being black.
Hey,
it's because of a symptom of.
Love that you asked that question, because that was one of the main pieces that we were able to negate. The default rates on the South and the West Side of Chicago were the same as the default rates on the North Side. And so they were not able to make that argument. So that's why they had to come forward and say, hey, we're going to give all this money back in the next 5 years. Thank you to J. Maul for his fight, right? Was because they could not come to me and tell me that you had a default rate that was higher in these communities. In the North Side, the default rate was the same. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that there are larger financial institutions that only people know. Chase has the biggest share of the market. Most black people in Chicago bank with Chase, and Chase wouldn't even give them a loan for many years. And they had to come to the table and say, hey, we're sorry. So what I'm trying to tell you is that think of how much generational wealth, right, is being deprived. So when you talk about home ownership, I can go to businesses, I can go to all type of different things. If we do not give economic infrastructure to these communities, crime rates will always soar. That is the truth. And when you talk about,
I'm with you.
It's just the truth. And when you talk about the young people from yesterday, a lot of people were talking about the young people going crazy. These are children. So many people say, where are their parents? Well, let me tell you, their parents are either just they're young parents, probably 35 years old, single mothers, right, who are probably working a dead-end job for low wages, or they out, a few of them twerking at the club, but majority of them are actually out.
You can't say few now. A little bit more. A little bit more than few.
But here's what I'm saying. But that goes back to the cultural foundation that I talked about, because we have to rebuild a cultural foundation in these neighborhoods, but we also must make sure that there's economic infrastructure so that whether it is a single mother or a two-parent household or one-parent household, that there's infrastructure in place for them to be able to provide for their families so that they can have flexible times to be able to also raise them kids. Because these kids are raising themselves because they're coming from broken homes with broken economic infrastructures. And now if the schools are broken, then where else they gonna go? They're gonna go to the streets. And then that's
Jamal,
Exactly.
I totally agree with you. I think that the single moms who were stuck with COVID interventions where they were trying to figure out how to just turn on the electricity, and they had a choice between going to work or staying home with their kid. They were in a predicament that was completely foreign to a lot of people on this panel. They didn't realize what single moms were dealing with. Can you give me an example of what you would do to change the infrastructure? And what would you do to make it better?
We need to make sure that just as welfare access was the access to welfare. I'm sorry if y'all hear my kids behind me. If y'all, the welfare access, it was for many years. It was easy to get a public housing vouchers, easy to get a link card and food assistance. As easy as it was to do those things, it should be as easy as it is to get a loan or a grant for a business or buy a home so that you're not spending $2,000 on rent when you could be paying $1,000 for a mortgage. When we need middle class jobs, there's a lot that must happen so that folks in these communities, the median income of the most violent neighborhoods in Chicago is below $30,000. Just think of that, $30,000. That means that majority of the people in the neighborhood are making $20,000 to $30,000 a year. Who can raise a family on that?
Hey, now I get you on that, but my issue is.
So of course these kids gonna be wilding because they working all day trying to make $20,000 a year.
I see where you're coming from, and I think I found our point of difference. Number one, we're not too dissimilar in our view. Part of the problem is though that I just don't think that it's that cut and dry that you can make getting loans in situations where you're playing with other people's money, investor money, where you can just make it as easy to get, basically housing vouchers. Because again, take from someone that's living in Section 8 housing. Hey, go ask Ukraine, bro. They got 100 plus billion. They got our reparations.
We need
but
a system though that can get people off the programs, and that's the stuff that I want.
Okay, and that's where we're missing. And that's where we're missing is that more welfare, unfortunately, only incentivizes more bad decisions because you're already rewarding being in a downtrodden situation. You know this. People that get in Section 8 housing, what they got? They got about 4 or 5 cars in the driveway, all of them about $200, $300, $400 a month car note payments, and they can't afford it, but they got it because they don't have to pay for housing. Financial literacy. Financial literacy. That's where we're missing.
We're missing that for sure, and it needs to start in the school.
But that takes culture, though, and that's the problem. That takes culture, and that takes changing the culture. You can't just put a legislation that says, okay, you must loan X amount of people this, because businesses, when they start losing money, like I heard you say that you invest in people. You like to invest in people. If you invested in, let's say, 10 people to start their own businesses, and all 10 of them missed, and you were out X amount of money, aren't you going to be a little bit gun shy? Aren't you going to start plugging the data, trying to see, okay, why did I miss here?
Just one point. Malcolm, didn't Jamal defeat that argument because he said and he demonstrated that when it came to giving loans to the north side and the south side, the default was the same, hence the risk should be the same. So I don't see where the risk argument comes in.
No, that's in that one particular condition. That's in that one particular situation. But I mean, that's the thing, though. Is that the people who start? Yeah.
But Malcolm.
Hey, Malcolm. One more thing, Jamal. Real quick, though, and this is my only issue. The people who sign off on the loans, who greenlight those loans, they all have a different rationale, and that's the thing. Risk management is still a skill. That's why you have some businesses that fail and you have some people that do good, because some people have an eye and can discern that, okay, there's an appreciable difference, but you have a lot of people who individually will still use those factors. So yeah, I get it. You won the lawsuit, you saw it, but
Malcolm,
that's just...
I got a question for you on that. Because
Mhm.
I get it about risk management, but essentially what Jamal has basically presented based on that data is that what the risk management is because the default's the same. So essentially what the difference in the risk management is, one's a minority neighborhood and one's not.
Exactly. And that is the truth.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Listen, I just, you know, I ran for mayor, and a couple of things that I was going to do is, one, I was going to use our bonding capacity and go into these neighborhoods and back home loans, right? But put an education infrastructure in place so that folks can start to have ownership, because we can have, you know, and put these vacant properties back on the tax roll, right? And then I was going to create a public bank. See, the thing is that we don't have leaders in power that is innovative enough to do some of the things that the folks in the private sector is not doing. And we also need to have some partnerships to be able to hold them accountable too. There's a lot that must be done, from the culture foundation to the economic infrastructure to the investment and to young people. There's a lot that must be done if we ever want to talk about decreasing the crime rates. It's not going to happen with more police. I can show you data to show you that it's not going to happen with mandatory sentences, because most of these young people don't give a damn if they die. A lot of them are on lean and on drugs and don't even know what they're doing. You get what I'm saying? So we have to actually start tackling the real problems so that we can have a better future and stop trying to contain our way.
Jamal, how would you tackle those problems?
Well, I just talked about it. You know what I'm saying?
I have ideas.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah,
said,
so I'm gonna go through the
Go ahead.
Because you said there was cultural issues. Okay, understandable. But how and basically cultural issues, you know, single parent families. You mentioned basically rap culture, wherever it may be, that may have had an impact. So all of these things, that's fine, accepted. But how do you now combat this issue?
Yeah, no, these are issues that's going to take a lot of leaders and a lot of work, right? Because it needs to be a playbook that's put in place somewhere that expands all across the country. The cultural piece is a huge piece. You know, we have to acknowledge, if you look at every group in America, right, they know who they are, where they come from, and have things that bind them together. We don't, right? So what happens is that the hip hop culture was created, and the hip hop culture is now our culture, right? But we were stripped from our culture, and that was that's a real blow to really. It's like Men in Black, right? You know, you have you take away all that memory and you start fresh. And so now you are putting forth all these policies, and you're now controlling these people all these years. We really have to start from step one of who we are and really rebuild our cultural foundation on how we raise families, on how we operate in our households, our communities, how we bind each other together, the type of music we listen to.
Jamal, that makes sense, but and look, you're being very balanced, because you're saying it's an internal cultural problem, but you're also saying there is some biases. But what my question to you is, while you're dealing with this internal issues that you're referring to, I mean, that's going to take time. What happens in the interim?
What happens in the interim is that we need more men like me to step up and do more, right? Whether it be not just for their families, because I know a lot of times we are independent and, oh, well, I'm just going to take care of my family. We got to change that. We got to rebuild villages. There are a lot of great men. They had a program in I believe Oregon. It was another city where a lot of they had Black male fathers who were at the schools throughout the day, building relationships with a lot of these kids who didn't have fathers, right? Making sure that they got to and from home safely, building relationships with them, being mentors. We need more Black men to step up in Black communities that have something to offer, to get into these spaces and try to grab as many of these lost young people.
So Jamal, can I ask you a question? Kamala Harris put young Black men in jail for marijuana offenses. Right. And I live with a Black woman who has a nephew who is very, very upset about her being elected into office, because they thought that was that she had really betrayed them. Because if you're a young Black man and you've gone to jail, I mean, it's very difficult to rebuild yourself in this country. So how would you answer that question? How do we address that? Because marijuana offenses are minor, but these kids were like, 3 strikes, you're out, and very, very, their lives were wrecked by this. And now they're supposed to step up to the plate and be fathers. So can you comment on that?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that America, regardless, many people on this call is not going to believe in these statements, but we have a duty to right our wrongs and repair what we've done wrong. All right. And, a lot of folks don't believe in reparations. But the reality is that some of these folks that we've actually damaged, the people that you can see that we've damaged with this system, now we're benefiting off of marijuana after we ruin these people's lives. What do we do for them now? We just all right, we'll let you out and throw them back into society and don't offer them anything. That don't make sense. So
yeah, agree with you on the marijuana thing. But
we have to be, America has to repair and support these people so that they are able to heal. A lot of this, I hear a lot of healing and mental health, being talked about. We got to heal from a lot of these traumas and these wounds that America has opened for a lot of these people.
So, real quick though, I'm cutting you off on accident, my bro. But I agree with you on the loosening restrictions for things like marijuana, little inane offenses. But where I don't agree is reparations, because again, if you give somebody who doesn't know how to use money and doesn't have anything else to spend money on except for crap, more money, what's he going to do? He's going to overindulge in crap, and that's the problem. Is that it's not necessarily a lack of wealth.
They say that about everybody else that they gave reparations to.
Hey, look.
Who else
Whatever
got
you say,
reparations exactly?
Again,
Who did you say? Someone else got reparations?
Oh boy!
If we look at
Chinese have gotten reparations.
Okay,
we look at other groups.
The Japanese from internment.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Really?
let's get trashy here. Let's get trashy.
Yeah,
You've
so
been waiting a while, man. Go ahead.
Let me talk about this. I'm not a fan of reparations. That's fine. But what I am a fan of is funding. Is that if that money is going somewhere to the right place, then I'm 100% in on that. What that means is I need to make sure that it's going into the local Black community so I can help start businesses. Jamal, I commend you for what you're doing and the work you're doing. Really appreciate it. Number one. Number two, we need to get more funding into historically Black colleges and find more ways to make the connection between school.
But HBCUs stop squandering money, though.
Well, fine. But
sorry about that.
It's still better than just cutting checks. Number three, what I think we should do is we should start talking about what we're talking about here, right? Citizens with criminal records, getting them out of jail, getting some sort of like amnesty program going, get them out of jail, get them back in the home, get those 2-family homes back. Majority
But
of
they can't get a good job once they've been to jail.
Let me
That's
finish,
part of
Tammy.
The problem.
Yeah, so let me finish, Tammy. So what we need to do is actually start pushing forward a second chance hiring and start actually incentivizing companies and corporations to hire people with criminal records where they can actually seek out income. Like, we can do all of these things. It can be done. There's other things that we can do as well. We can put money back into actually securing funding, which is what Jamal was talking about. There is the Minority Business Development Agency, right? We can make that permanent, right? There's a lot of things that we can be doing here, and I'd be willing as a taxpayer to be spending the money on doing it. I believe this is where my tax money needs to go.
Tammy, you want to come in?
That's where it goes now.
It's not going there.
It's not going there
I
at
have a lot
all.
to say about all of this.
One second. Let Jason go first because he's disagreeing with.
Well,
Tasha now. Go.
you're saying it does not go there now at all. Zero money. We have no money going into minority communities. That's the claim.
No. They're going into local governments. They're not going into the community.
Okay, so what are the local governments doing with the money? So, for example, in Chicago, which is
I don't know. We can talk about Baltimore. Or we can talk about Chicago, and it's not good.
Yeah, it kind of feels like the local leaders are the ones who the people put in positions of power
100%.
to make these decisions. And so perhaps it's not necessarily about just throwing more money in to anything. It's about getting better people into positions of power that might do what you're asking them to do. But this idea that we're not putting money into minority communities is just flatly false. You might not like how the money is being spent, but to claim that it's not going into local communities is just nonsense. It's verifiably.
It's not doing it at the levels that he's talking about.
1 second. Let Trash come in. Let Trash come in. Because
I'm being very specific with where that money's going.
that actually was, false. And what happened was a lot of these charter schools was mismanaging the money, because what happens is it's a private institution, so there's no oversight. So they can spend $250,000 to get an office space downtown. They were spending hundreds of thousands of dollars taking their teachers on trips and all type of things. So they could do what they want to do with the money. So the thing is that it does matter how these schools are funded. I understand that people believe in choice, right? I've heard models that say, well, then let people send their kid to any public school they want to. So, that'll give competition. Or, a lot of people have ideas, but we must change the public school funding model of how schools are funded. They should be based off of need. If every school should be a standard quality education. And
so in St. Louis, in St. Louis, it costs $20,000 a year per kid to go to school at a public school in St. Louis. And the vast majority of those schools were unaccredited up until very, very recently. So why should taxpayers cover the cost of a school where kids are put at risk? A single mom can't take her kid out of a school where there's gang violence against her child. Why should that mom not have a choice? Because every other person who can afford it makes that choice. So while I agree that there should be some way of funding public schools in cities, there should also be accountability.
Yes, that's a great point, because with the charter schools and these other, they don't have the testing requirements that public schools have. Right now, public schools spend so much time teaching their kids how to pass the proficiency tests that they don't even really learn what they need to learn. But the charter schools don't have those requirements. So that is where as Jamal was, speaking of, that the performance is much lower. So we need to change how schools are funded. We also need to change the quality of education that our children are, getting. I think that is so absolutely important if we really want to truly have transformation.
So Tammy, what's your plan? What's the plan? Tammy and Jamal, I'd love to hear a plan, like a structured plan, because there are too many women whose kids are put at risk of gang violence and a whole variety of things in inner city schools in our cities in the United States.
I just want to go to Austin, because you've been waiting a while.
Okay. But
yeah. Sorry, Jamal, we're answering a question.
You want me to answer the question?
Yeah, go for it, and then I'll go to Austin.
Well, listen, here's the thing. The thing is that there's been too much bureaucracy, politics, and that have played a part in education. And I think that's one of the biggest problems. So now we're at this stage, but we got to understand how we've gotten to this stage so we can get out of it. And a lot of it is political, right? And so we have to be able to put people in place that have the political will to start to push over these systems. I mean, in Illinois, it is, if you look at how schools are funded, you look at our pension crisis, we got I think we're like one of the number ones in the country, and with our pension debt. I mean, there's a lot of mismanagement that has happened because of corruption and corrupt elected officials, and they didn't give a damn about our young people. So we have to restructure how we fund schools. We have to restructure the quality and stop teaching to a test. See, Chicago Public Schools just spent $100 million, $150 million to buy a new curriculum last year. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're doing all type of ridiculous things with our public schools. So I understand that you say that we need choice, but what do you say to the poor family who have to deal with that as well, who didn't test to get into that select enrollment school and they don't have money to get into a private school? So you're not really saying choice for everybody. You're really saying choice for people who can actually afford it.
No, that's not how school choice works. School choice follows the money for the student that would otherwise go to the school that is failing, regardless of the skin color of the student or their socioeconomic position, would go to a different school. That's how it works.
I'm talking about the premise of our question, because the premise of a question, here's the reality of the situation is. The reality of the situation is that we must restructure our public education in this country from top to bottom. Number two
Did the
is
unions get in the way?
unions are definitely getting in the way, 100%. So you got to argue with me on that. Our teachers union is one of the worst. So what I'm telling you is that there is a lot of pieces that are in play, but it's going to take some real radical independent leadership to be able to bulldoze some of those things. But when you talk about elections, we need to election reform. Somebody was talking about the fact that Jim Jordan can spend $50 million on an election. No, that's not fair, because he's able to utilize his seat to be able to get that money. So somebody to run against him who does not have that power, they're not able to raise that type of money because they don't have the influence that he has over those organizations already. So we need public financing of campaigns, or we need to cap how much these unions are spending in these elections. We have to do a lot of election reform on every side so that regular independent people like me can get up and knock down one of these politicians who've been corrupt for many years and bulldoze the system and not give a damn what anybody thinks.
But Jamal, with all due respect, that's not going to happen. The Supreme Court has ruled under Citizens United that corporations are people and have the rights to give as much money as they want. This is a whole line of cases now that goes, you are not going to be able to put into place the restraints that you're talking about on electoral spending, not with the current Supreme Court or even with the past Supreme Court, to be perfectly honest. So that's number one, not going to happen. So you have to work around that. Number two, we are not probably the system of public school education. It is funded by local property taxes in general in the country. Most people, particularly people in suburbs and living in good areas, are perfectly comfortable with that. That is an extremely difficult task to take on. I don't think it's going to happen. So once again, my view of this is you have to work with what you have and think about these things. However, to Jason, in terms of charter schools, I want to say one thing. While you think they might be fair, etc., in many cases, particularly in New York, we have many instances of this. What will happen is, yes, they take everyone, but then they make it clear that the children who are difficult or whose parents cannot help or things like that, they basically will not be able to remain in these schools. There are ways to get rid of them. So what happens is the problematic kids, the kids with major issues, the kids with learning issues who don't have parents who can help, etc., they are left in the public schools, which is why it's sort of not quite the fair system you envision. And number two, whenever you remove children from the public schools, they'll lose, because we do have a system where it's per student. What will happen is certain fixed costs in the public schools never can go down. You can't, the maintenance costs, things like that, the principals, stuff like that will not go down. So really what happens is there is a squeeze and a drain on the public schools that are left. Thank you.
I do want to add something to Tira's point, to how charter schools are. I mean, let's be honest, right? Charter schools, in terms of performance, they aren't something that are going to benefit the typical kid who enters the classroom, right? And the charter school is also one where they can, at their discretion, as Tira said, can say, yep, you know what, you're not up to our standards for whatever that reason may be. It could be legitimate or complete bullshit, but you see this happen where a charter school.
But Gabe, is there an incentive for charter schools to do that though? Because right now, one of the issues that we're seeing in my hometown, Louisville, Kentucky, right, one of the worst school systems in the country. And that reason is because they decided to take all these kids and intermix them into all these different schools, but even their behavior. There's so many different things that they can't focus on the problem schools or the problem students. They can only focus on, or they have to spend all this time on the entire district, all this time, all these resources. And don't you think it would be better if, maybe they did have the ability to put them off in different schools and maybe focus on those certain places?
I don't know if the answer is to put them off in different schools, but there's different programs within schools that can be done to benefit the education. And I think the other thing too is, like, a lot of schools, like to Jamal's point earlier, is like, our education system is one that is structured only for testing, right? You fill out your Scantron, and based on how you perform is how you receive benefits from the state, how you get recognition from, on the state level, the country as well. We're not, the problem with the education system too, and I do want to take point to, like, the label of problem kids or whatever, because, like, I think there's a lot of things that happen, right? Whether it's, what your home situation might be, your upbringing, your socioeconomic background, like all these play into how you're going to be successful in your education. And so when you look at charter schools coming in to like say, oh, you know, we can provide a better education than the public school, that's not necessarily true. And then if you have students who, you know, let's say get downgraded from a charter school, they now have to re-assimilate back into the public school system, where the charter school system might have failed them in terms of the education that they're receiving. So when they come back, they might actually be falling behind from what's there. But I think the answer isn't necessarily charter schools, because charter schools, you know, is a siphon off of funds that could go to public education. I think what you can have is you can have tracks, right? And you see that in different schools where the same opportunity is given, but you have maybe, you know, different levels into which students can be taught. But also, you know, again, to Jamal's point, I think there needs to be a restructuring of how we teach children in this country. It shouldn't purely be based on testing, because, you know, if you know how to regurgitate the answer back, does it really mean you learned anything? Or does it mean that you proved that, you know, you could take a Scantron and you could fill out the bubbles and you were able to check off the box for the school to get additional funding? But I mean, like, I understand the argument of like competition, right? But I also don't think the answer is by separating kids into a completely new school entirely. Because what happens is then you also have the public school system that fails, because you then say, oh, well, there's a charter school, we made this contract with the state, we no longer need this public school. And then when the charter school fails, ultimately, like, where do those students go, right? And so I think there has to be, that would be my biggest concern there, if you're going to talk about like competitiveness or challenging.
But why should individual mothers whose children are at risk have to sacrifice their children on the altar of this greater notion that you know, you're in a failing public school? Remember, St. Louis public schools were unaccredited for, I think, almost 2 decades. Why should we pay $20,000 a year per kid for a failing system, and not allow those mothers to take their children and put them in a situation where they can succeed?
But what happens? I mean, what happens if because you keep bringing up, you know, single mothers who are having to raise children on their own, and I totally get that as a scenario. But then what happens if a kid goes to a charter school because the mother says, you know what, I want to offer my child a better opportunity? What happens if that kid, based on the charter school, they say, you know what, you're not up to our standards anymore? What happens to that kid then? And then what happens to that mother that's
How
raising
often
that
does
kid?
that happen, Gabe?
How
'Cause
often?
Yeah, because the way you're talking about this makes it seem like every kid who comes from a you know, a lower income community where school isn't necessarily doing well is automatically deemed this evil kid who can't quite work within the system, when the point is to, and I think Dick was making this point of, they're incentivized to work with a student because then they get funding. So the way you're talking about it, oh, well, what happens to this kid? Well, how about this? Let's come up with a solution for the rare instances in which that happens, that we can maybe fund and talk about, instead of basing the entire argument as to why we wouldn't go down this road, or at least a good chunk of the argument why we wouldn't go down this road, based on, well, one kid might not work in a school and we got to figure something out. Because right now there's one kid who's not.
That's what her argument is.
Right, but I never said that anyone coming from a low income. I mean, like, I'm middle class. I grew up in the Chicago area. Like, I'm not saying at all that people who come from low income areas or don't have the same means as another person in a different area of the state or city is worse off. I never said that, so I don't appreciate you putting the words in my mouth. But when it comes to this, like, what it sounds like you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to assume, but the way that you just phrased that was that, well, the failure of one or two students is totally fine, as if the grand scale of everyone else is totally fine. Are you?
Oh, wait a minute.
No, that's not at all.
We're talking about a whole educational system that is not accredited. So every child in that educational system is automatically, right out the gate, not weighed the same way that anybody else is. So it to the tune of $20,000 per child. So how do you fix that problem?
How do I fix? Sorry, say that again. How do I fix which problem?
$20,000 per year per child in a system that is not accredited. They are not being taught how to read or write or do arithmetic.
Why not?
What do you mean? What, I didn't hear what you said.
Why aren't they being taught how to?
Oh, I
write?
can't answer that question. What I can
Yeah,
tell
because
you
the reality is that we must fix the system.
Okay, so why should children be sacrificed on the altar of our ideology about how a school system should work? Nobody wants to put their individual kid at that risk, right? But they want to talk about this sort of overall ideology of, the public school system should be this way. But when people are given the opportunity to take their kids out of that school that's failing, where their gangs and their kids are put at risk, they invariably do. So
let me tell you why the public school system is failing. It's blatant racism. And I don't care what the anybody else has to say about this. It's just the reality of the situation. If there were majority white kids in public school, then the problems that you're talking about will be fixed. But there is not an urgency to fix these problems in a public school because the majority, 80% plus, are minority kids. So tell me a system, and that is the absolute truth.
Racism is the blame for everything.
Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, we got to go back to this just a little bit here. What are we talking about? Is there any basis to this? I mean, you said 80% of children in public schools are minorities, and that this is a.
I'm telling you, listen, what I'm saying to you is that when we talk about urgency and all of these things in the public school system, look at the majority of the kids that are in the public school system. And I know, the reality of the situation is this is a systemic problem that wants to make sure there's a lot of players at play in regards to the public education system. So if there was majority white kids in public school that were middle class, that were holding these politicians accountable, that they're giving their vote and their money to. Let's be serious. The schools that are doing the best are those who have middle class white families that are sending their kids to school and holding them accountable. But because that is not the case in these public school systems, then these public school systems are just supposed to just go to shit, and the kids who can make it out can make it out. Well, that's not fair. We got to.
But is there evidence behind this though? Because I like I said, I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky. Okay, Louisville, Kentucky has one of the most diverse school systems in the United States. Right? They bus children from the West End to the East End, from the North End to the South End, and vice versa. But it also has one of the worst school systems in the country. So, I mean, can you attribute that to race as well? Because at this point, everybody is failing here.
But that's anecdotal to use like one system, right? That the reality is, if you look predominantly look around the U.S. at the public school systems, there's data and articles that you can go to show the different disparities. And if more families, right, and I'm telling you as somebody who I had to spend a whole bunch of money to get into one of the nicest areas in Chicago, just so my kids can go to, because I wanted my kids to go to a public school, and they go to one of the best public schools, right? And so now, when I go into this public school, the median income of these parents are at least $110,000 or more, right? There's a different level of accountability. The principal sends his kids to this school. It's a different level of accountability. What I'm saying is that it is very different when you go into another neighborhood where you have a bunch of single mothers where the median income is 30,000 below, where they it's a different level of accountability, but it's a different level of teaching as well.
I just want to bring in Jennifer.
So I want to,
because I know she disagrees. So I think just to get a bit of balance, go for Jennifer.
Suleiman, can I at least follow up after Jenny?
Oh yeah, sorry. I mean, what's your? Are you going to disagree with Jamal? Or
Yeah, no, actually, I agree with actually.
All right, let me go for Jennifer first, then you,
Okay.
just to get balance. I thought you did. You see, that's why I wanted to go Jennifer first. Go for Jennifer.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, look, what's happening in the education system right now is to blame it on systemic racism and all of the points that Jamal is making and some of the others in here that I've been listening to. Those are all the talking points that they're flooding everything with right now. And what happened in education?
Jennifer, who do you mean by they?
So the teachers unions, the superintendent association, the school board association, the transformation actually has been going on for a very long time, but we don't have to go back that far. So under the Obama administration, they transformed the education system based on the idea of systemic racism and oppression in our country. So we shifted in the education system from a traditional method of teaching, and it had its own issues. Someone was talking about reading. Well, there's a reason that the reading is plummeting, and it's because we now use whole word method instead of phonics. But they shifted the entire focus of the education system to what is called social emotional learning. And it's all based on exactly what Jamal was saying. They said we have to teach children new values and morals and beliefs because the government set this standard under the Obama administration with what's called social emotional learning to stop treating individuals as individuals and to treat a collective need under a biased ideology that they have pushed. So what has happened in education is that they said, we have all of these students that aren't learning to read, but that's because nobody understands that they are systemically oppressed, or if you are of certain, status, white, you are privileged. We have to teach children that first. So under social emotional learning, they transformed it and they decided that it was now, instead of focusing on academics, they wanted to focus on exactly what Jamal is saying. They wanted to focus on the belief system of the children. And that is why academics have absolutely plummeted. They were not doing well before. Don't get me wrong. Let me finish. There were tons of problems with it. But social emotional learning is a mental health program that placed every child in the public education system into what is called a trauma-informed practice. They're getting mental health trauma-informed interventions, which is to rewire the way that these children think. They say that you have to teach them this way because they can never learn academics without it. And so what they've done is they have pushed this radical systemic racism and oppression ideology on these children. They do it constantly through the teaching method. They switch to what's called culturally responsive teaching, which is the other CRT. It is literally the praxis of teaching critical race theory to these children. So they are creating this divide. And I know when I first came in here, people were talking about, but we have children that have behavioral issues and emotional issues. And I agree, but we always have. And we treated them as individuals. We did not treat them as a product of systemic racism and oppression. And we treated them based on whatever those needs were, whether they were behavioral, academic, or emotional, and we did it individually. But when they transformed the education system under social emotional learning, through the Obama administration, it was this entire shift to say, well, everyone has to understand that these children are acting in this way or their emotions are this way because it's society's fault. So in order to change society, change the way it works, we have to change society. And they're doing the minds of children. Let me finish 2 more points.
Try and round it up within a minute if you can, and then we'll come back to you. There'll be a back and forth. You'll get a chance to come back again.
Yeah, I got you. So, but the mental health that is being pushed, and I sorry, I'm not sure what her name was, but she was talking about it. We need mental health for all of these children. The problem is it is being filtered through the American School Counseling Association's model, which is extremely radical and biased to teach exactly the points that Jamal was talking about, systemic racism and oppression. Not only that, the behavior plan within the education system is what's called restorative justice. Again, it is not about helping the children that need help dealing with whatever they're dealing with. It is about changing society to accept their behaviors. And so it has driven this chaos in the education system.
Okay, Jamal, go for it.
Come on.
Hey,
Let me go here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, so first and foremost, guys. So number one, by trade, I'm a researcher on organized criminal networks. That's what I do for work, everything like that. And also, I grew up working on the west side of Chicago, so Ukrainian Village, all that stuff. So it's an absolute delight to see some other fellow Midwesterners here. Always happy to talk to you guys. Look, like to blame. Okay. So I think it's a double-edged sword in a way, because number one, we're talking about individual initiatives that will provide some good here, but when we talk about short-term solutions to an issue like crime in the city of Chicago, that's the equivalent of looking at a sucking chest wound or a gunshot wound, which happens all the time in Chicago, and being like, yeah, how many Band-Aids can we throw on it? It's entirely separate from the issue and the drivers of these issues, which have been built over decades, right? And so most of my work professionally is done on cartel networks in Mexico. And I'm going to pivot to Mexico briefly here, but there's a reason for that, and I'll pivot back to Chicago. When you look at the ways that cartels recruit across the country of Mexico, whether it's Juarez, Jalisco, anything of the sort, the largest reason that people join sort of organized crime networks, and it's not just in the case of like, these are the guys doing the hits, these are the guys selling drugs, everything like that. It's most of the time, it's just people standing on a street corner watching out for cops. And the reason they do that is because there are not economic, legitimate alternatives for them to feed themselves and their families. And so they're going to take, and the largest driver of crime is economics. It's the idea that individuals will look at their surroundings and will look at the opportunities being presented for them and say, my options are, I could try and save up and maybe get into a charter school if I spend, 3 years of my time when I should be in high school anyways, saving up to, pay the tuition for a charter school. And maybe I'll get, I'll either succeed on a loan application or succeed getting into college or anything like that. Or, you know what, I can work in an illicit economy. I can work on the black market, make 5 times what I'm making legitimately as just a stand-up job as someone who doesn't even have a GED. And what we've seen, it doesn't matter if you're talking about Memphis, it doesn't matter if you're talking about LA, it doesn't matter if you're talking about fucking Tokyo. If you do not give people the opportunity for economic advancement, for socioeconomic advancement, they're going to find the next best option, and they're going to do that. And that's the reason why through the 80s and the 90s, we saw an explosion of gang involvement and gang violence. The reality of the situation in Chicago itself, and the reason why violence is so incredibly high, is that we're looking at the after effects, we're looking at the symptoms of decades of policy and lack of investment into specific neighborhoods. And you can go on the south side of Chicago, and in one neighborhood, you will see McMansions as far as the eye can see. And then you go 2 blocks over, and it's projects. And
hold on, who pays charter schools?
I don't care.
No, you should, because nobody.
No.
When you go to charter schools, that's funded through
Let me finish my point. Sorry, I let you speak. Let me speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm trying to take like a holistic approach. I don't believe that we should involve like national political narratives when it comes to like issues within our cities. I think we need to look at the issues themselves, what drive them, and how can we solve them.
But nobody has to pay for that.
My
That's
God,
state
you
funding.
Can't keep quiet. You can't keep quiet. It's actually hilarious because there is no narrative. There is no decree. The entire, if we want it briefly, the entire narrative of the Obama administration was on Common Core, and that failed. That failed in Congress. They weren't able to pass it. But what's hilarious is that So whenever someone takes a like national political narrative and tries to apply it to an individual city, you should just know that that point is bunk, because cities operate differently. There are different economies, there are different sources of wealth, there are different policies that have affected different communities. This idea that we need to like sort of loop cities in as sort of a product of national policy is ridiculous. Because if you look at individual communities on the west side, on the south side of Chicago, and compare them to the north side, and look at the amount of money that has been flowing through these communities and the businesses that have been either prospering or failing, that is a larger indicator toward what drives crime, what drives gang involvement, and what drives people dropping out of schools. At the end of the day,
so I'm going to let
it's
Austin,
partially.
Austin,
No, I'll finish up. Nick, let me finish.
Seconds, man. I'm going to let
15
Corey
seconds.
run loose after that.
I got you. So when we talk about Chicago in particular, it is a race issue, but it's all and race issue mostly previously when you look at the history of redlining. But to this day, what it exists is it's a resource issue. It's an issue of not enough, textbooks aren't being funded on the south side. Well, meanwhile, on the north side, kids are getting free laptops. And so it's as long as we continue to not offer a profitable alternative to individuals on the south side and on the west side, there's going to continue to be people who look at what's presented in front of them and say, I can make more money on the illicit economy, I can make more money committing crimes, and I'm going to do that. And until we address that issue, we're not
Austin,
going to see long-term.
Austin, I'm going to bring in Corey DeAngelis here, senior fellow, School Choice Now, American Federation for Children, a big proponent. You do a lot of research, you dedicate your life to this. So Corey, welcome to the panel. I'd love for you to jump in and respond to Austin and Jamal and really anything else.
Yeah, totally. Thank you guys so much for having me. Look, one way to give people more opportunities is Chicago public schools spend over $25,000 per student per year. Average private school tuition in Chicago is about half that amount. Why not give that funding to the student and to let their parents choose the school that works best for them? And I just want to hit Jennifer really quickly, was trying to chime in saying that charter schools do not charge tuition. She's correct on that. Charter schools can't charge tuition. They're free. They're funded by taxpayer funding. That was kind of an aside point, but look, we're talking about crime. One way to reduce crime is to give people a better education, give the funding directly to them, let their parents choose the best school that works for them. And there have been 6 studies. Look, it's not a lot of research, but there are 6 studies on the topic. They're all peer reviewed. I've done 2 of them. Of the 6, and they've all found statistically significant reductions in crime associated with either private school choice initiatives or charter schools. One being by Dobby and Fryer, Harvard and Princeton researchers in 2015, published in the Journal of Political Economy, finding that winning a lottery to attend a charter school in New York City's Harlem's Children's Zone, so it's the gold standard study, you can attribute the effects to getting to go to a charter school and not family background or difference in student demographics. It was associated with a 100% reduction in crime for male students in New York City by the end of the study period. And for female students, it was about a 59% reduction in the likelihood of reporting a teenage pregnancy. So, when we get into these academic debates about school choice or any education reform, people like to go straight to test scores, but parents are choosing schools for a lot of different reasons. One, they want their kid in a safe environment. They want their kid to have better character skills. There's a whole host of different reasons. What we've seen over the past couple of years is one of the big reasons, is something Jennifer was alluding to, is that families want a school that's aligned with their values. And I don't have a dog in the fight as to what the curriculum ought to be, but we all know after the remote learning, or what I like to call remotely learning, because the teachers unions pushed to keep the schools closed for so long. I mean, Chicago, they were striking in 2022. 2 weeks to slow the spread turned into 2 years to flatten a generation. They were having to delete tweets saying that the push to reopen schools is rooted in sexism, racism, and misogyny, while their board member was vacationing in Puerto Rico. They received over $8,000 per student in so-called COVID relief funding since March of 2022. But
if that's all right, and then you can carry on making the whatever points you want to make. So I'm not trying to stop what you're saying. So I'm from the UK, so I don't know exactly how the US system works. Yep. So just a few questions, if that's okay. So in the US, let's say you live in the south side of Chicago, are you able to send your children to, for example, a school in the north side?
No, it's totally ridiculous. And for the most part, in the U.S. education system in most states, you live in a house, you live wherever you live in your residence, and you're assigned to a particular government-run institution. And if you want to go somewhere else, it's highly costly. So they have high amounts of monopoly power. You either have to move houses to get access to another a better quote unquote public school, or you have to pay out of pocket for private school tuition and fees while still paying for the government school through the tax system. So you essentially have to pay twice. So they have strong monopoly power. But there are some states that have something called education savings accounts or other private school choice initiatives that allow the funding to follow the child to the education provider that works best for them. That could be another public school or a private school or a charter school, which is kind of like a quasi-public private entity. They are public in name by definition in all states, but they are private in the sense that they can be independently operated and they are funded by the public or the taxpayer. So they charge a tuition of zero at the point of entry. But
And so in the UK as well, schools that are in less affluent areas perform much worse. What is the data in terms of the United States?
in terms of the what?
So in the UK, schools that are in less affluent areas tend to do significantly worse compared to schools in more affluent areas. I mean, is it the same in the United States?
Suleiman, it is the
so-
same in the United States because it's tied to local tax funding. And especially you can see this like not just in the city of Chicago, you can see it in the Chicagoland area. Like there are suburbs that are far richer than other suburbs, and those schools get that funding because it's localized based upon tax income there. So as a result, you do see a discrepancy, not just in performance, but in funding. So like a great example. There's a suburb to the north of Chicago.
So
called
Austin,
Lake
sorry, I
Forest.
just want to stop you there. So are you saying that because this doesn't happen in the UK? So in the UK, everyone gets the same amount. So are you saying that, let's say hypothetically, I know this might not be the case, let's say somebody went to north side of Chicago, they would get more funding from the state or from the government or whoever it may be than somebody who went to the south side of Chicago?
It's based upon locality, and the short answer is yes. But the nuanced answer is it really depends on like what district of Chicago you're in, because that's how it's sort of based out of. In the suburban areas, it's based upon counties. And so what you're looking at is funding based upon counties, and that's where the discrepancy comes in. And Corey, feel free to chime in here.
Yeah, and schools are funded in each state by 3 different sources, from state sources, local sources, and federal sources. But look, I mean, the crux of my argument is that we should give the funding to the parents and let them decide the school that works best for them. That could be the public school. If you like your public school, you can keep your public school and like with your doctor. But if not, you should be able to pick another public school or a private school or a charter school or even a home-based education option. In short, we should fund students, not systems. We already do this with higher education in the U.S. We have something called Pell Grants, for example, scholarships that you could take to the community or state school if you want, but you could also take the funding to a private religious or non-religious university.
But Pell Grants are based on need, Corey. They're based on need, which is something that you haven't mentioned.
So would you be in favor of school choice based on need, getting to go to a private school with the taxpayer dollars?
No,
Well, then why did you bring that up?
I brought it up because you're acting as if everyone gets a Pell Grant and that's how it's funded, but it's not. And also the federal government aspect of this is it's a minor portion of school funding. It's about 8%. Most of this is state and local. And also, Suleiman, to your point, there are also school educational foundations in the wealthy areas that basically give a lot of money to schools. So it's even more than that. Like you not just get your funding and you live in a nice area and there's less crime, etc., but you're also getting the parents who have many
Your argument, is it that there is no systemic racism, or are you saying it shouldn't be taught in schools, and then just answer all the rest of them?
No, it should not be taught in schools, and it is being taught in schools through the transformation of education. And culture responsive teaching is what it's called. That's what they use now. That is literally the teaching of critical race theory to these children. But I will answer what he was saying. So yeah, we still use Common Core. I don't care what anyone says. It is still used. That is the baseline. Complete failure. But through the Every Student Succeeds Act, Obama required schools, public schools, to collect non-cognitive assessments of children. That opened the door for social emotional learning to come in and to assess their attitudes, values, beliefs, and worldview. So there is the policy that transformed it and required schools to start doing this. Every Student Succeeds required non-cognitive assessments. So therefore, they started teaching this social emotional learning. They started to collect data on the way that these children believe and think, and then they transformed it under what they would call a social justice agent of change. This is all political. They are teaching critical race theory because they are doing it through culturally responsive teaching. And let me, one more thing. So I think Jamal was saying, oh, there's no proof of what I'm saying for the last 10 years or whatever. So let's talk about Chicago. Chicago was the first place in the United States to launch social emotional learning. They started it in 2011. Okay. By 2016, over 90% of the public education system had adopted it. Today, it is 100% of the public education system, and it is also in the private schools, many of them now. So when you go back to 2011, when Chicago adopted that, that's 12 years ago. A massive decline in academics. And I put a chart up there in the nest from Courage is a Habit that shows this. They stopped teaching academics, they started teaching ideology, and it was through the policy of Every Student Succeeds Act because he required schools to collect non-cognitive assessments of children.
So what was the change in the crime rate from 2010 to 2011 when you say this started being taught?
What was the change rate? I'm sorry.
Jennifer, when was the Every Student Succeeds Act passed? It was December 2015. So your argument basically is from 2015 on, right? Not from the beginning of the Obama administration, I assume, because even you would probably say that that is not true, right?
No. So social emotional learning started and launched in 2011 in Chicago. They had a districts-wide across the nation initiative where they launched it. But in 2015, Every Student Succeeds Act through Obama required this non-cognitive assessment. And that is why I say then all of the schools started to adopt this social emotional learning. And by 2016, over 90% of the education system had it, according to their statistics. And today it is over 100. We're at 100% in the private schools. So, but it was
okay.
But
in 2011. Look at Chicago's schools. How much did it change from 2010 to 2011? Because your argument is based upon that the introduction of this sort of learning, which I think is nonsense, has changed the concept of crime within the city of Chicago. How did those statistics change from the year before it was introduced versus the year it was after it was introduced?
In 1 year, you think? I honestly, I don't know. I don't have the statistics. Maybe someone does.
Is 1 year not an extremely small window to be able to actually measure change like that, Austin?
5 years. Okay, 5 years. 5 years. Let's do 5 years then. So from 2010 before it was introduced, 5 years after you said it was introduced, what was the homicide rate per 100,000 in the city of Chicago? From 2010 to 2015.
I mean, Austin, if you can post that.
Is that even Jennifer's
if you can post that up in the
Jennifer,
nest, Austin, that would be.
So actually, the city of Chicago is really good at reporting crime statistics. It was the same.
Right. So Jennifer, I don't think that's what she was saying. You see, but just correct me if I'm wrong. Is your argument? Because I thought your argument was like CRT is wasting educational time, and I guess we don't know the full ramifications of it. Is what I assumed your argument was. But is your argument that when CRT and LGBTQ is being taught in schools, you see an immediate fall in academic standards, and you see an immediate impact on crime, and that's where we're seeing that now. Is that your argument?
That
Jennifer.
along with restorative justice behavior policies that they have implemented, which removed the consequences for students that need those consequences. Yes. So between those, the social
Okay,
emotional
so then,
restorative justice.
okay.
That needs
Also,
what?
then Austin's right. You need to provide the data then to that.
Yeah, and what consequences? What do they need? I want to hear what does restorative justice do, and what do the kids need instead?
Restorative justice blames the behaviors of children on society, and it removes the consequences based on their identities. So, and it was actually launched in Florida, Parkland, Florida, at the Stone Marjorie High School, where there was the massive shooting that took, I think, 17 lives. It was under what's called the Promise program of the Obama administration. They tried to wipe it under the rug, but they couldn't. So it was actually launched there because they removed the consequences and they tried to use restorative justice practices to help this student, and he fell through the cracks.
So do you really think that restorative justice means
Well,
that
hold
we're
on.
blaming society?
Yeah, I do.
That's what you believe? Okay.
Restorative justice was actually originally launched out of Barack Obama's organization, where he
Barack
was
Obama
a community organizer in Chicago. That's where it actually started. He took it to the White House. He launched it into the schools, and then it has spread everywhere through social emotional learning, because it is all based on what you're saying is the systemic racism and oppression. This is not things that we should be putting in the education system. These children need to learn. You want to help these children? You want to help these children have a life that's successful?
Yeah, what should we do?
We need to understand there are consequences in life, and we need to focus on academics, because the academics have absolutely plummeted.
Yeah, lock more
policies
people
were
up,
put
because
in place.
that's worked so well. That's
If we're going to talk about
Do you know-
consequences, Jennifer,
First-
can you even
Right,
acknowledge
one
the
second,
things
Tammy.
that have happened?
Right, one second.
Jamal, let me
Jamal,
say this.
Yeah, go for it, Jamal.
I need her to understand definitions, and I need her to do some more Googling on what these things mean. Restorative justice does not mean that we're going to blame society for all of our problems. No, it says that when someone is off the, who might make a mistake or commit a crime or something in school, because you were talking about schooling, that we shouldn't just continue with harsh consequences, and we should understand why they're committing these offenses or why they're acting out in school. That makes sense, right? And I think if we, I refer to, I ain't even gonna go in that direction again because we'd be arguing. Let me just say that restorative.
Go for it, Jamal. Make an argument. All arguments.
My argument is that your definition of restorative justice is incorrect. Number one, everything that you're saying, it has no data, no facts behind it. And number three is that when young people are off the wrong track or come from broken households or come from an environment that is violent, that they may have lost their brother to gun violence, and they go into a school, or they're homeless or hungry, we can't expect them to learn 2 + 2 after all the things that they're going through. So what that says is that we must support them with more resources in these schools, whether it is counseling, whether it is mentorship, whether that is a certain type of teaching and things of that sort. That is not incorrect, right? That is the right approach, not just throwing the kids out or kicking them out constantly or suspending them constantly or just throwing them away and saying, they're nothing, right? We have to have an approach for all young people, no matter where they are on the scale. And
Except it is incorrect if you do it forever, right? At some point, and I think Jennifer makes this argument, and it's a clear criticism of restorative justice as a policy, is that if you're only doing that always in place of legit consequences like a suspension if it's warranted, or even an expulsion in some cases, what you're doing here is you're taking away the class time from the actual students who are there to learn and aren't acting out. And so I think most people would say we shouldn't be rushing to suspend anyone, right? I
What
think most
example do
people
you
would
have
say,
of that, Jason, before you even start on your tangent about that? That makes absolutely no sense. You don't even know what you're speaking about.
Tammy,
We're
I don't
talking
think you
about-
actually know what you're talking about, because if you're
I do.
suggesting that there are
I
never
do.
instances in which a kid might be acting out in a classroom that distracts everybody else, then perhaps you should go back to school. What I'm suggesting is if
No,
a
that's
student
not
is
what we're
constantly, Tammy, thank you. I'm saying if a student is constantly disrupting a class, at some point, restorative justice is going to either work or it's not. I'm not saying we immediately suspend anyone or expel anyone unless they get violent. What I'm suggesting is you do at some point have to have some kind of consequence if the restorative justice that you're seeking does not work.
What are the
Misbehavior is
Let
only
me-
one aspect.
I can give you an example. So let me give you an example. So I was a teacher and I was fired for speaking out for this whole system. And I actually worked with the behavior and emotional children that needed extra supports. And when our school transformed under this new system, we could no longer have these intervention rooms because why? Because that would be systemically racist and oppressive. So we had to leave these children in the classroom. And I worked with a lot of them. And then I even worked 1 year as a one-on-one with who needed a lot of support. And so instead of treating these children and their individual needs, and you know what, Jamal, I'll agree with you. I don't think they just need to be constantly suspended, brought back, and not have any other supports. And that is my point. The education system has now abandoned the individual needs of these children, and they are treating everything as a collective need to change society. But these children need these supports. They need structure. They need to know there are consequences, and they need to know that there is a way to come back from that. But what happened under social emotional learning, like I said, we got rid of our intervention rooms. I had to stay with this child in the classroom who constantly, every day, was having these breakdowns. And you know what happens to those children that you say you're fighting for, and I'm not saying you're not, but what I'm telling you is that it's not helping them, because these children, this one in particular, but I saw it all over the board and I hear from them all the time now, these situations, is that they are left in the classroom to act this way. And then under this system, they want the entire classroom to, just collectively understand why they're acting out. Well, it downgrades the behavior of the entire classroom. And once that child calms down from that meltdown, they're humiliated and they feel even worse about themselves. And then when the teacher tries to send them to the office, you know what happens? They get some candy and they get a break and they get to come back to do it again. There's no lessons in this classroom or in this system for these children who need it the most.
So I actually agree with Jennifer.
Austin,
yeah,
Austin, I'm gonna let Corey jump in. He's been waiting a while, so I want to get his feedback, and then I'll bounce to you, Austin.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think there's a lot that I can agree on both sides here. I think the main problem, however, with all of this is that we force millions of families to send their children to a one-size-fits-all government-run school system that by definition is never going to work for the individual needs of individual students and what their parents want. I mean, look, we're bickering right now about what the discipline policy ought to look like. I don't know what the best discipline policy is for everybody else's kids, but I think that's a good argument for allowing families to choose for their own kids so that you're not forcing other parents to send their kids to a one-size-fits-all system that has a discipline policy that you deeply disagree with, or that's teaching in a way that you deeply disagree with. And in some states in the U.S. right now, some red states, they're passing top-down policies like bans on certain concepts, or it's like CRT bans, for example, in certain states. And for one, I don't take a side on what the curriculum ought to be. But I don't think those bans actually work. It's a form of whack-a-mole. They're unenforceable. And I think the better solution is from the bottom up instead of the top down, allowing the families to choose, fund the student directly, and let them pick a school that aligns with their values so that we don't have to control other people's kids. That's just, another argument for choice here. And competition could be a rising tide that lifts all boats. I posted a peer-reviewed meta-analysis from 2019 in a journal called Educational Policy by UT Austin researchers. And they found, overall, if you lump all the studies together on the topic, of private and charter school competition, the outcomes in the public schools actually get a little better. It's not monumental changes, and it is mostly based on test score studies. And I actually agree with Jamal that I do think the schools do overly focus on standardized test scores and teaching to the tests. And that's kind of why when I started researching school choice initiatives, I looked at things like crime and mental health and and safety and other outcomes that I thought were more interesting. But yeah, I mean, just this whole conversation, we're just all just arguing about what things ought to look like for other people's kids, and I think that's the heart of the issue.
Let me bring in Deshaun, just because you've just entered the panel. So, what's your thoughts on this, Deshaun? I know you wanted to say something. Looking at your feed.
Okay.
Come on.
I've heard a lot. I actually got 4 bullet points, and I'm gonna be out you all's hair. I don't need to talk long. I am a current Chicago teacher. I am a former Chicago student. My children go to Chicago public schools. I have worked at charter schools. I worked at charter schools for 7 years before transitioning to CPS. So I know a little something. So I'm just gonna go by the bullet points right now. Restorative justice. Okay. I use restorative justice in my classroom 95% of the time. You literally have to do something that's just totally outrageous and punitive, for me to even write you up. To get suspended.
Deshaun, can you?
I'm sorry.
Can you talk about what restorative justice is?
Restorative justice is literally finding ways to look at your behaviors and think about different ways that you can do it differently next time, or to respond next time. Suspending a kid, they can come back and do the same thing again because they got suspended. They may not even know why they got suspended or how to even not to make that bad decision again. That's literally what restorative justice is. It's how can I build you back up after this thing? That's literally what restorative justice is. It's not, not holding kids accountable. We still do detention and things of that nature. But how do we build you back up? You're talking to a kid that was suspended in elementary school and high school for things that I would not dare suspend any of my children for now, but that's another story. School vouchers.
I mean, tell us so we have an understanding.
It's if you ask me, I would rather my students be in school more than they're out. We're already behind, so that's that on that. School vouchers. Yeah, that sounds great in theory. Chicago has over 300 and some thousand students. Last time I checked, somebody can fact check me on that one. We don't even have enough charter or private schools to have school choice. So it brings me back to Brother Jamal's point. Why not take all of our schools and treat them like selective enrollment schools? That goes back to what Jamal talked about with racism in urban schools. This is not a new situation. This did not just start happening. This has been happening since probably before desegregating schools. And even then, we still had a huge problem in urban Black schools. You don't believe me? Please purchase Black Teachers on Teaching. That book was published in 1998. You can get it off Amazon. And what you'll find is the stories. Well, let me go here. The teachers who are writing their memoirs in that book, they go all the way back as early as the 1920s to early 2000s. When you read that book, as I did twice, you will find that not much has changed when we're talking about urban schools and our Black children. So to say that Obama did whatever in 2010, no. We've been talking about this for maybe 6 decades at this point. Yeah, that SEL, teach that every day. SEL is about 10 minutes. SEL is literally you're meditating and then learning how to treat people right, no matter their differences. Don't know what Miss Jennifer's her personal testimony is, but I'm just saying this. I've been teaching SEL since 2014. And what she said, and it's a curriculum. So I'm saying what they say in the book. It's nothing that I make up on my own. It's literally scripted. It's called Calm Classroom. You can look it up. And not only you can look it up online, you can look up our curriculums online. CPS currently use Skyline that is online for your viewing purposes. Math, Amplify, all are online for your viewing purposes. So the notion that we're in here constantly teaching CRT is the biggest myth that I
Hey, Deshaun.
Okay, all right. So this
real
is
quick,
what
real quick, Rick, real
Yeah,
quick,
go
just real quick. I'll be very, very quick. Deshaun, do you guys post your contractors and third-party educators curriculums online as well for the parents to view?
Say that one more time.
Yeah. So do you actually post the third-party contractor and third-party teaching consultants curriculum online as well for the parents to view?
I believe so, but if not, I can get that answer for you real quick. But I believe all of that is available on what is our platform on CPS. Everything is on that little search engine, so you can go click in that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll check it out. But the short answer is primarily, and I'm not going to speak 100% in absolutes because I never do, but primarily it is not posted. That's kind of the point.
So where does that connect? Where does that connect with CRT though?
But so I'll help you. Can I just quickly?
Yes, and when you make, please, when we make these comments, can we please make them in correlation with Chicago Public Schools, because that's what we have in the
I got
headline.
you.
Thank you.
I got you. All right. So yeah.
In a correlation with
Right.
fact.
With
You might
cited
have your-
sources. Thank you.
Cited sources. Got it. All right. So the you might have the contract. I doubt the full contract is on there, but it might be, or the grant that brought that into the schools. But here's what's happening, and I work with many parents, actually an entire group out of the Chicago public school system. When they file a FOIA for the information from the contracts from third-party companies, they don't get it. You cannot see all of it because it is protected by proprietary law.
Jennifer,
So,
Jennifer, can I ask you a question? I know I'm gonna let you carry on. Just a quick question.
Yeah.
What you know this thing about the contracts and Trash brought it up. Like, why is it relevant if you just explain to somebody who doesn't know, like me?
Yeah. So this whole social emotional learning system is done through the third party contracts and companies and programs that they're using. So a lot of people think that the curriculum transparency, that's all you need. The problem is the curriculum transparency is nothing compared to what they bring in with this third party programming, such as social emotional learning. That is what parents cannot see.
So your argument is, just so I understand it, that in addition to what Deshaun's saying about them 10 minutes, there's actually like a third party curriculum that is also taught, and that's not posted. And
Like, I'm trying to see what am I.
He
I'm
teaches
trying
that.
to
He
see-
teaches that in addition to the 10 minutes. Is that your argument?
Is that,
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
confused
and-
because
exactly.
it's scripted.
So yes, and
Close
the
your
10 minutes.
eyes,
So the
do
10
this,
minutes.
do this,
That's
inhale, exhale, stand up, put your arms up, put your arms
Who the
down.
heck-
No, but Deshaun,
All right,
Deshaun,
Deshaun.
so if what Jennifer's saying, so if you answer this question, Jennifer is saying, separate to them 10 minutes, what you're explaining, there's a third party curriculum that is taught in the school that you teach during the week. And that's not, for number one, it's not posted. And number two, is that right that you teach it?
That's just you're talking. First of all, we need to listen more to Black people who are dealing with these Black young people in these schools. Okay.
Yeah, we are, Jamal.
Deshaun is a Black, but let me say this:
Yeah.
Deshaun is a Black educator, and he's telling you what he's teaching every day, and yet Jennifer is telling him that he's not. He
I mean,
is.
Jamal,
he said,
Jamal,
he
Jamal,
told
Jamal,
you. No,
you need
no.
to be
I want you to understand. He told you social emotional learning. He teaches it for 10 minutes. This
So-
is what he does. That's what he said. So let's stick to the facts.
No, wait, Jamal, I think look, listen. She made a point. I clarified it, and then now I've asked Deshaun, and you jumped in before he actually explained it, because he can now answer and say no, and then that's fine, or yes. But
he
you need
just
to let him
said-
answer.
Y'all not listening to
No.
him. He just said, I make the kids do inhale, exhale.
No, I did. I heard that, Jamal.
Okay.
But now my question, in addition to that, was, Deshaun, in addition to that 10 minutes, do you teach anything else which is from the third party, which is what Trash and Jennifer saying? Now he can answer yes or no, and then we'll have a full clarity. Do you get my point?
First of all, I want her to provide like what examples are what curriculums that we're using at our quote unquote third party in CPS, please. Can you answer that?
I mean, while she does, I mean, can you just answer other than them 10 minutes?
Well, I'm asking her for a specific reason. Can she name?
No, she is gonna. I mean, I'm sure Jennifer and Trash will come back to you on that. But specifically, so I just need that answer myself. Other than them 10 minutes, because they basically this is where the contention is between you. So other than them 10 minutes a day, in addition to that, do you teach anything related to these type of issues from a third party curriculum?
No,
yes or no?
No, I do not, and I want her to name the one she claims that we're teaching in Chicago.
Thank you.
Public
Yeah,
Schools.
Jennifer. So now he said that he's denied that he does.
We all know that they're not. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out where this is coming
Yeah.
from.
So Jennifer,
It's not
true. What is this third party curriculum that you guys are saying is taught in these Chicago schools in relation to?
John, can you tell me the name of your social emotional learning program again? Or tell me the school district?
Deshaun?
Chicago
Public Schools Network 7. We teach from Calm Classroom. That is a meditation curriculum. It just literally tells you what to say for meditation. And my school, Second Steps. It literally teaches you just how to treat people right and how to manage your emotions when you get angry, sad, disappointed.
Okay, so I know all about Second Step. Got it.
Great.
All right, Second Step is a third party curriculum, and so 100% it is. And I'm Calm Classroom. I am sure it is, but I will make sure. I will make sure. Second Steps 100% is. You have a contract. Parents cannot see the entire Second Step curriculum because it's through that third party contract and it's protected by proprietary laws. Now, you are a teacher on here telling everyone that you only do social emotional learning for 10 minutes a day. So social emotional learning is a systemic change within education. The lessons that come from Second Steps Second Step is very small. It's very small, to be honest. But as a systemic change within the education system, and specifically the Chicago public school system, for it to be systemic, that means that it has transformed, again, like we were talking about, the restorative justice, the behavior policies, but it also transforms the way that you teach. You use a culturally responsive
No,
teaching.
it does not.
That's it.
It does not.
Yes,
And if
it
you were to
is.
step in my
does
first of all, if you were to step in my classroom, I don't even teach like you think that I
Well,
teach.
let me say
because
how that happens.
Hold on, I'm talking right now because
Yeah, I know you are, but let me tell you how, since you're unaware.
I teach how.
How you gonna tell him?
know-
He in the
You trying
classroom.
to tell me? I teach because I know my community. I know how my community learns. So you're trying to tell me what I do on 16 in Central Park every day. You're not there. You can't tell me what I'm doing in my classroom.
You're literally
No.
saying you're doing culturally responsive
Mine-
teaching, right?
Are
Because you're
you
saying
not- yeah.
you're specific to your community.
I said
That's not what he
my
said.
community.
Come on,
You're
man.
trying
Exactly.
to-
Are y'all
you're
not
trying to
listening?
switch my
Nah,
mind.
are y'all not listening?
Let me tell you something. I grew up black. I have black kids. I went to a black school. So I know personally how my kids learn, how they can learn. That's what I'm saying. You're
I
trying
got
to.
it. So-
you're trying
That's
to
called
take my
culturally
teaching.
responsive
No, it's
teaching.
not.
That's exactly,
No,
yes,
it's
it
not.
is.
It's
No, it is
called
not. That's saying that
identifying
he
with your
understands the
audience.
culture that he's
Yeah,
teaching.
Jamal,
That's a difference.
we got
Can I-
what he's
I'm
saying.
gonna ask
We're
the
saying what
host.
that
I'll
is
wait.
called
You
is
speak, please.
culturally
It's not-
responsive.
Jennifer, jump in.
It's not scripted. So my teaching isn't even scripted. It has nothing to do with what I do with SEL.
Okay.
Because
So
if
they
you
just
know
called on me.
anything
Let
about
me
teaching-
explain to you
teaching,
the system that
Jennifer.
you're teaching. Please, I'm going to explain to you, and I'm going to explain to you, and there's a lot of people in here that need to understand how this works, okay?
Let me
And
follow up,
Second
please.
Step is aligned with, for anybody that wants to know, please look up the Equity Project. Please look that up, because that's who it's aligned with. So you just got done telling us that for 10 minutes,
Second
that's all
step
you.
has a family activation key where we give families the
Hey, just-
access code and they can
Hold
look at
up.
the curriculum.
You can respond. Hold on. Let me explain how this works to people that are listening and trying
How
to.
are you the
please.
expert on this, Jennifer?
So
Well, you didn't know we have a activation.
I'm gonna let Jennifer finish, and then you can respond to Sean.
thank you. So you just said that we only do SEL for 10 minutes, and you literally said it's scripted. They tell you exactly what to say. Now you're telling us that that's not true. Social emotional learning is a systemic change. Okay, it's systemic, and a lot of that comes through the resources that you use, the materials that you use, and any of the third-party resources that are provided to you through your school system, including apps, online databases, online research that the students do. It is all through what's called culturally responsive teaching. And if you know your school system so well, and I have a question. Do you use culture responsive teaching? Because with SEL and second step, it is required. And culture responsive teaching was coined by Gloria Ladson Billings. It's literally the praxis of critical race theory infused systemically throughout the education system. So do you
Go
use
for it, Deshaun.
responsive teaching?
Deshaun, do you mind if I jump in here?
Well,
briefly before you go?
but before you do, we have a newsletter that I think is pinned to the top here. We're having like more and more spaces, guys, like every single day at this point, to the point where I can't keep up, and honestly, nobody can keep up, and we're probably going to end up having a drinking problem on the panel here. So, but you should go to the top and subscribe to the newsletter up there. We'll give you summaries on. We'll summarize every single space that we do. You'll get the key facts and everything. You won't get quite as much information as you get by listening in, but we'd appreciate you signing up anyway. You'll definitely learn something. So we'll continue the debate going for a while. If you have questions, put them down there in the bottom right-hand corner. Leave a comment. We're going to go through replies, and I'm going to start blasting them off of the panel here shortly. I believe we were at Austin, but I could be wrong.
Well,
Yeah.
I want to go to Deshaun first. Austin, I want to go to Deshaun first.
No.
Specifically.
No,
But you know why it's important is because you basically count.
I understand.
That he's not teaching
No.
that,
I understand
so-
why it's important. I'm asking Deshaun on a personal level. If I can go first,
Go for
because
it.
I
You
understand.
did a thumbs up. You did a thumbs
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
Go for it.
Okay. No, I think it's really important to discuss the optics here and discuss when we're talking about like individual issues across education systems across the United States or criminal issues across the United States. We need to look at this holistically. We need to look at what are the drivers. Like, look, I'm an analyst by trade. That's what I do. We don't apply political narratives towards what's driving something unless we have evidence to sort of back that up. And what I've been observing here is that we have a CPS teacher and we have a local Chicago politician, and myself, being from Chicago as well, is that there's a lot of people here who have seen this on their day to day, who have anything from commuting to their jobs to everything like that. This idea that like ideology is somehow driving the issues that face, the city of Chicago on the educational basis it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. We heard from Deshaun earlier, like when in the sector of analysis, there are primary sources, there are secondary sources, right? Primary sources are people who are actively observing things that are going on around them. And, they are deemed trustworthy based upon, long form looking at
So
what
Austin,
are they saying? Where's it coming
Austin,
from? Yeah.
Austin, if you were given empirical evidence of these claims being made, would you change your mind?
Let Austin.
So, number one, yes. The reality is there is not empirical evidence as of right now to show that the changing of curriculum is driving crime in the city of Chicago.
100%.
I mean, wait, like if you want to look at peak Chicago crime rates, it's 1994. And if you want to actually dive into what's driving the ability for people to conduct carjackings and everything like that, it's because the used cars have been valued higher than they've ever been in the last 30 years due to the chip shortage. Yeah, there's far more profit to be gained. Like look into any one of these individual issues, and there are answers to sort of be gained here. But again, I mean, I will reiterate my previous point. We're looking at the after effects and the systems of decades of poor policy, and this idea that the Obama administration screwed everything up. Like even the crime rate today in Chicago does not compare to the crime rate in 1994 and the 90s before that and the 80s before that. So it's honestly it's disingenuous to take national political issues and apply them to an individual city. It could be Chicago, it could be Cleveland, it could be LA. Like, no, I don't buy it by the slightest, but I think what's important to look at, and I'll finish on here, 15 seconds, Sulaiman, is that we have a CPS educator here. And I think we all can have an honest conversation about how CPS runs and the union and everything like that. You know, being from Chicago, that's an honest conversation to have. 10 seconds left. We need to look at sort of the application of political narratives coming from the national level and look at that as opposed to what the educators on the ground are saying. Because at the end of the day, I will believe the educators who are teaching the students, who are going to work and are dealing with these kids day in and day out, every day over people who are paid to, you know, run a political narrative.
Okay, so if you want to hear from somebody else, actually, unless I guess.
Well, we want to go to Deshaun first.
Deshaun first, and then
he needs to answer what Jennifer said.
Okay.
Go for it, Deshaun. Then we can go to Deshaun.
Thank you. Second step. I logged in just for you, Jennifer. Family access key. We give this family member access key should what does it say? Family members should receive activation key from their child's school or district. This is where they can see all of the curriculum. They see what I see. They read what I read. They hear what I hear. What Jennifer is telling you all is very dishonest and it's not true. If you want the access key, please inbox me. I will send you the link with an access key. You'll be a parent for tonight. Anything else you all want me to answer?
Yeah, another point Jennifer and Jason made was that you were doing culturally driven learning.
No, that has anybody ever read and studied culturally responsive teaching?
You're not
that's totally different from what I just said. I say I know my community. I went to an all black school. I was a black student. I have black children.
So you know the customs, characteristics, experiences, and perspectives of your community, which is the exact definition.
But first of all, let me tell you this. You can learn all of the culturally responsive whatever. So because we still have teachers that don't implement it, because as Jamal said, we still see racism in discipline, in schools on the south and west sides. Again, this didn't happen in 2010. This has been going on for the last 6 decades, and I have a book full of teachers talking about the same exact thing we're talking about right now.
So Deshaun, I'm gonna get trash in here. I'm gonna get trash in here. Go trash.
I have a respectful question. Deshaun, number one, first of all, I respect all teachers. Let me be clear about something. Just because I believe heavily in our education system, and just because I'm on one side of the fight or the other, does not mean that I do not respect educators. My grandmothers were both professors at universities. Like, I have a lot of education in my family. My sisters, my cousins, like, they're all teachers. My ex-mother-in-law, she was a teacher as well. Well, stepdad too. So, like, they're all teachers. Like, I respect educators fully. But my question is, and so, like, the question that I asked earlier was, is there third-party educational material that has transparency to currency to parents? And I think that we can all agree that it's no. Now, does that have an impact on your curriculum?
No, he just trust you. He just gave you the proof.
Wait.
Family access key. You see what I see. You read what I read. You hear what I hear. Like, hey, I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let Aaron finish. So go ahead, Aaron.
But my question is, do you create the curriculum, Deshaun, or does somebody else?
Somebody else created this, and it's scripted. You can literally do. You want the access key in the website? I can send it to your inbox right now, because what we're trying to do is play semantics right now, and this is serious. Because what we're trying to do right now is take what someone just said and put a political twist to this. Damn a political twist. We see that our black kids are constantly getting gypped by the system, and we're choosing
this is a political twist.
Spew political speaking points that has been the same for the last.
The political twist. My question was, do you set the curriculum as a honest?
Our CRT is new. We just found out.
No. Like, as an honest, good educator that I
You're
believe
talking about a CPS in control of curriculum. Is that your point here?
No, I'm asking who is creating the curriculum if you're not. And if
No,
you're
but
not,
Trash, if you
It
can
was
explain
okay.
why is that relevant? But why,
All right.
why is that relevant?
Yeah,
I don't
let's
get
go
it.
to the relevance of that.
yes, because the administrators are the ones working with the third parties that are actually framing and crafting the curriculum that's actually being passed down to the teachers to teach. So the teachers believe they're honestly teaching the curriculum that they are teaching, and they're not interjecting any of their own personal biases. And I
Okay,
believe
so what is the total difference from that and the charter school, and why you love the charter schools more?
well, no, okay. Well, if you want like school choice and charter schools, then I believe in like the free
Well, I mean,
market.
the school choice.
Charter schools
I-
use
I-
the same
Wait,
curriculum.
Yeah.
let me
Yeah,
let
I
me
mean,
ask.
Go ahead.
No, that's fine. So a lot of these public schools are actually contracting with third-party contractors at the administrative level, and they're creating the curriculum. The curriculum is based through social emotional learning, through the lens that they're actually creating, and they're saying that, like, listen, we have all this data on these students. We've data mined these students. These are the students that are susceptible. These are students that are not. And here is how we actually need to view it. So if we look at through an actual SEL lens, and we look at it and say, hey, this demographic of our student base is actually suffering from X, Y, and Z. I don't know, systemic racism, whatever you want to call it. We need to adjust how we actually interact with that student. And so we're going to create a curriculum that actually favors people that are less this or more that, and so on and so forth. But the teachers themselves, and the teachers should not be feeling attacked. The teachers are not being attacked in this conversation. It is the actual administration of the curriculum. We even saw this with Project Veritas. We saw this.
Changed.
But what's that?
What needs to be changed? What's the point here? Where you get
Great, perfect, great. We need to actually get back to academics, and we need to stop looking at everything through a social lens. Period.
So actually, no, I have a question to follow up on Jamal's question. How is curriculum driving the issues that sort of plague the city of Chicago, and why can you statistically back up that sort of notion?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, okay. If you want me to answer that question, oh God. All right, here we go. So, okay. God damn, you guys. All right. So, if we are changing the way that people approach themselves within a society and their education and what they believe, their foundational core beliefs that are being inserted at that level as non-adults, as children, and we're saying, hey, we know that you're actually at a deficit, but it's because of these other societal things that happened in your past. So even if you don't get 1 + 1 = 2, it's because you weren't given the opportunity to understand that 1 + 1 = 2. And what you've done is you've created a generation of victims. And what do victims do? Well, they either ask to make that square, which any victim should. They should make that square, or they say, I'm actually owed this. And no matter what I do, I'm doing this because I was already put in a position where I have to do this to begin with. And it actually creates a generation of victims and victim mentality that is creating the opportunity where somebody just brazenly walks into Walgreens and stuffs the bag and say, y'all are going to do anything anyway, so I'm just going to do this. Because no one cares. Because
the pure political talking points. That's what they are.
You think that
political talking points.
So actually,
political.
I mean, one
talking
second, guys.
points.
One second.
Notice where he's going
Trash.
with this.
I was gonna. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Trash. I mean, that's one argument. Or the other argument is, first of all, let's say you accept that there is a disbalance between different communities, and one community, let's say the minority community, knows that they're not going to get the same level of jobs that the other community gets. They're going to have to work harder. They're going to, as Jamal put in, he has to work harder. He has to put more effort in. He has to have certain doors open. Would you not want that person to be educated and know and be aware of that so that he knows what obstacles are going to overcome, or do you want him to fail? So that's the other argument.
Yeah, no, so Suleiman, it's a great question. Actually, great question. So I'm not suggesting that the message should never be, hey, you've been put at a deficit and you need to work harder to actually catch up. I'm okay with that message. I've had to live that message. I've had to do it. And so.
And you need that message, because I taught in a working class white school.
Can y'all not
so just as an example, I taught, sorry, Trash. I taught in a working class white school for a few years. And I told them the same thing. I said, look, you've got it hard. And then that's just one example. And I'm guessing all this scenario the West. But I was telling them, look, you're coming from the working class background. You need to work harder than these posh kids. You need to put more effort in. So that, like, to not make them aware of that.
Can't compare that to severely disinvested, trauma-inflicted young people, black minority or black or brown young people in the city of Chicago or any other.
No,
You cannot compare working class white kids saying that you got to work better than the posh kids, because there ain't no posh here in the south and west sides of Chicago.
What you're saying is equality of opportunity has to take a backbench to equity of outcome because of XYZ. So we either
it's not happening. Y'all need to be truthful with yourselves. Nobody is teaching
I'm not
black
lying.
kids on the south and west sides that they're victims and white people are evil. Nobody's teaching that.
Well, wait, Deshaun, wait, Jamal, and be honest with me, Jamal, because we were talking about this earlier. You were saying that, you know, it seems like we're almost telling black children that they do not have the opportunities that the white kids have. Is that
we don't have to? Why do we have to teach that? They can walk out and they doorstep and see that. They
There you
can
go.
walk out their doorstep and go to another neighborhood and see that. So what are you saying?
You just proved
We don't
my
have to
point.
teach that.
That
There
you
you
just proved my point, because so basically rhetoric like that, is that not, and maybe, you know, and I'm going to pass it back to Trash after this, but is that not really defeating? Because if somebody told me that from the day that I was
No one
born,
is telling them that.
If I was being told from the day that I was born, no, I'm gonna keep talking here. If I was told from the day that I was born that I was a victim and I did not have the same opportunities that my neighbor
tells them
had,
that.
no one tells them that.
I'm trying to
have
figure
been
out,
telling
where do
them
you
that the whole
guys?
time.
Why aren't you guys ever come to black communities? But y'all always got some shit to say.
I
No
would
one has
love to.
ever told anybody in the black community that you're a victim from birth. No one. It has never
Jamal,
happened.
you
It's
said
not
that
happening
multiple
in the
times
schools.
tonight.
It's not happening. Come into
You
the
made
black
that claim-
neighborhood and
you
see
made
it.
that claim multiple times tonight. When you
No,
said
he
there was
did
systemic
not.
I'm just
He did
racism.
not
saying.
say that.
Yes,
It's not
He did not
happening.
say that. You guys are basically just reframing what he said. What he said was, and what they said was, and I'm not from the US, but I understand there's a lot of political situation going on here. What he said was, it's not being taught in schools, but just from observing through eyesight and their experience, they realize it anyway. So
Okay,
because
you know what? Okay, so
argument
I'm going to go back a little bit. I'm talking about what was said in the beginning of the space here. But Jamal, I will come up to Chicago at the end of this week. I'll meet with you. We'll go tour the black neighborhoods and I'll talk to the community. How about that? How about we do that? Sound good?
Sounds good.
Perfect. Follow me.
Bring
We'll meet up.
everybody here too.
We'll meet up. So I'll trash it. I'll sorry, not trash it back. I'll pass it back to Trash, and then I'll definitely want to get Jennifer in here and shortly.
Whew. Sorry, guys. This does get a little heated because I am not a big fan of equity of outcome. I'm a 1000% proponent of equality of opportunity, which earlier in the conversation, which is why I brought up all the points that I brought up, which I felt like would actually be beneficial to the black community. And I took a lot of heat for that, even from people on the right, because I felt like those were the pain points. I felt like our judicial system, specifically our probation system, was completely out of whack and it's completely incentivized to actually violate these people and send them back. And now you have single family households. I believe that we should actually have an injection, a cash infusion, and actually give capital to the black community to be able to build small businesses, to be able to actually go to college, to be actually do something for themselves. I agree with you, Jamal, and I actually praised you for what you were doing yourself, specifically in that community, and trying to give access to capital. I applaud it. I agree with it. I'm 1000% behind it. People are like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, those are not good points, but they are. However, if we're going to teach people that, okay, you're born at a deficiency, you are born less than somebody else. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take from somebody else and we're going to make it even, and then you get started. Well, I got to be honest with you. That's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking.
Have you got evidence of this? Because they keep denying what you're saying. So have you got evidence?
It's not what's happening. This is from national political.
Yeah, I want
bullshit.
Trash to get the evidence. Because he keeps saying it's happening.
I can
and he
offer
keeps
at
saying
least
it isn't.
anecdotal.
I have the evidence.
This is what I'm saying. You have people who are currently living in these experiences every day and have lived it every day. What I'm telling you is that is not the truth. There are not schools in the city of Chicago or places in the city of Chicago or people in the city of Chicago that is telling black kids that you are a victim and this teaching this curriculum that you're taught. It's not being taught. But
you yourself.
But you can. It is not hard to walk out of your neighborhood in the city of Chicago to understand. First of all, you walking past the vast majority of every block on the south side is vacant with abandoned buildings, abandoned businesses. Your school doesn't have resources or after school programs or things that you would need. And then you go into another neighborhood and you see all of the investment opportunities and people jogging, everybody having a good life. Of course, you're going to observe it. You're going to observe it when you get older and understand that, that there is racial bias in certain systems, whether it be within jobs or economics or anything else. So I'm saying it's not taught. I'm saying that it's just observed through life. I had to experience that, but I broke down all of those
racial class. It's class, Jamal. It's not race. Like the conversation we should be having is the class warfare on the low class. We should be talking about the class warfare on the middle class and the low class. That is actually the conversation we should be having.
But race plays a part. Race plays a part.
I want to offer a different perspective if I could.
Wait. Yeah,
I have a perspective.
I'll step off my soapbox. I'll shut the hell up. I'm sorry, but my point is that I can point to several thousand of unfortunate inner city Black people that live in those situations, and it's fucking terrible. And all I want to do is infuse cash to build that up. But I can also point to the same communities in West Virginia. I can point to the same communities in the Midwest that are drug addicted, that are completely lost, that have no conversation to be had, and they're all white. So it's not a race conversation. It is a class conversation. And until we can talk about the class conversation, none of this is ever going to be solved. And it's always going to be political if we ever make it about race. That's the reality, guys.
Deshaun,
if I could say this, I want to offer a quick perspective, and I think it ties together a lot of perspectives.
One second, Samuel. I want to go to Deshaun first, and then I'll go to you just to balance it out because Trash was basically from the conservative side. Go for it, Deshaun.
First of all, this problem is 60 plus years old. Like, I'm trying to figure out where this fight was when we were talking about Black schools in the 1950s and 60s, mainly the 60s and 70s. Like, where was all of this smoke? This problem is probably older than most of us in this room right now, as far as how Black schools have been treated. And to gaslight the problem, talking about class, if you know anything about American history, and I'm sure we all do, we know how both those were intertwined. We never said during slavery, Jim Crow, or the Civil Rights Movement, there were no poor white people. Nobody ever said that, ever. What we're saying is how our Black schools have been treated for the last 6 decades. When are we going to talk? Why is my story still the same as Miss Esther's in Black teachers teaching Black teachers teaching? Why is that? Why is my story identical? Are we going to start talking about that, or are we going to gaslight our way talking about class that we already know how that has been historically?
Can I jump in now, please?
Can I get Samuel in first, and then I'll go to somebody from that, and I'll come to you, Jennifer. Samuel, sorry because I interrupted him before. Go for Samuel.
No, that's all right, and thank you. I'll try to be brief. I want to just speak real quickly to some of the threads that are in the current conversation, because I think that Trash and Deshaun and Jamal are talking about two sides of one coin, which is critical theory. And Trash has like the class version of it, and Jamal and Deshaun have the more race conscious version of it. But either way, it's hardwired into our education system here in the United States. Anybody who's taken a graduate degree in the last 4 decades ran headlong into critical theory, and you either resisted it or you didn't. But whether or not the programs that Trash discusses are coming into the schools, which they're everywhere, they're a minute problem, because that the critical thinking the critical theory has been hardwired into teacher preparation programs. So the staff, as you can see, like on Libs of TikTok, the staffs of schools think that way. So even if they buy a program, they're buying what they already believe. And that's a huge problem. I can't speak directly to Chicago, but I taught for 12 years in DC, and I'm what you call a white guy, but my kids were not. And the schools there the staffs there are fire-breathing young progressives who come from TFA and very fine institutions like Harvard and Yale and such. and they are the ones who man the schools. Also, one of the other threads, charter schools, which all my experience has been in charter schools, were designed to destroy public schools. They were designed to drain funds away from the public schools and destroy that system and privatize it. Corey, I see, is upset with that. But my experience in charter schools, and by his own ethos, which is competition is going to make better schools, competition makes more losers than winners. And anyone who's been in the charters has seen that in any city. I've seen it in New Orleans, DC, Baltimore, Philadelphia, everywhere the charters reign, they fail largely. They fail. But the largest issue I would speak to is when you talk about the school system in the United States, you're talking about an enormous system. And the problem at every level is oversight, because I've taught at schools that do well and schools that don't. And the difference is oversight. It's not funding. It's not anything. It's oversight. It's families that are interested in the school and they're interested in their children and they pay attention whether they work all day or not. And they do well. I pointed out to somebody in the messages, Ta-Nehisi Coates, who's finishing up a Ford Foundation Genius Grant, came out of Baltimore City Public Schools. And I believe he came out of a broken home. So the anecdotes go all over the place, but the larger issue, the only issue that ties all of this together, and I'll shut up now, is oversight. If people are paying attention, things don't go well. And kids that commit crime because they're not in school are not being paid attention to by anyone. So I would say that there's lots of truth in what we're talking about, but the issue is so large, it's hard to encapsulate it.
Yeah, but like Ta-Nehisi Coates also created Jordan Peterson as like a Hitler figure. Like, I mean, come on, man. Like Ta-Nehisi.
My only point is the guy is finishing up like a Ford Foundation Genius Grant. He came out of the conditions that people say are unsurmountable, and he did. He's brilliant, whether you like his politics or not. I don't. Like I read his books and I want to rip pages out of them, but the guy is brilliant. And he's been very successful. He's published in the Atlantic, for God's sakes, and he grew up around the way where The Wire was filmed.
Yeah, no,
So
great.
let me just go to. Sorry, Trash. Did you want to say something?
No, I don't. I actually,
let's go for this
I shouldn't pick apart Samuel's argument based on Ta-Nehisi Coates. I just think it's a bad example. Sorry.
Okay, Deshaun, go for it. And then I'm gonna go to Jennifer, and then Austin.
I'll yield my time to Tammy.
Who did you say to who?
Tammy.
Oh, Tammy, go for it.
Bless your heart. The one thing that I wanted to comment on that Jennifer briefly mentioned earlier is trauma brain, and that's something that is not even recognized or talked about or anything. But kids that experience food insecurity, home insecurity, financial insecurity, abuse is another huge issue that affects their brain and how they actually learn, how they retain information, the whole 9 yards. And so to truly transform our country and educate the students and having their, and Deshaun talking about he understands their life and how they learn and their situation. Therefore, he's able to, speak to them in the way that they can comprehend things. That is something that is really huge that we really should, applaud, not argue about. I mean, I just don't understand your argument with wanting kids to actually learn. I just don't really get your argument there. That's all I wanted to say.
Jennifer.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So the trauma informed that you're talking about, the problem is that trauma has been redefined and is subjective. Okay. So they now bring in under trauma being abused because you're abused because your parents don't believe in gender ideology. You are experiencing trauma because of systemic racism. So trauma-informed practice, which is what social emotional learning is and why I have a problem with it, is being defined on a collective definition and not for individual specific needs. And that's the problem. So, but I'm gonna hit a couple points that were made. Someone was, I don't know if it's Deshaun or who it was, but said that, nobody's teaching this victim mentality. Well, look, culture responsive teaching is the teaching method. And just for Deshaun, if he doesn't know, I put in the nest from his school district that that's exactly what they use systemically is culture responsive teaching, which comes from Paulo Freire from the Pedagogy of Oppressed. If you don't know who that is, he's a Marxist revolutionist that decided that you needed to teach children under the Marxist ideology of critical race theory. Therefore, you're teaching children through this teaching method privilege versus oppress, which is teaching them this mentality. You are teaching a victimhood, I'm going to finish, victimhood mentality. Okay. And to
You all
back up-
don't listen.
no,
That
let
is
me
not
finish
true.
very
That
quickly.
is not
No, one
I'm
second,
gonna
one
finish
second, one
because-
second.
That's ridiculous.
No, let me finish
Don't-
what I'm going
one-
to say.
No, you
I'm
need to let
gonna-
him finish, guys.
all
Yeah,
of
yeah.
you want to tell me that I don't have anything to back up what I'm telling you. So up in the nest, I put a chart from Chicago public school system, and it shows and it backs up the dates that I'm talking about when we transform education under this Tammy trauma-informed practice, social emotional learning, which if you look at that chart for proficiency rates in 2010, math in Chicago public schools, 79%. 2021, 17%. For reading in 2010, 70%. 2021, 21%. I also put up in the nest a crime rate chart.
Bro,
to
we had a
show
whole
the decline.
pandemic. We were teaching online. Come on.
No,
Stop.
no, no. To
Stop.
show the
Come on,
rates.
stop.
Because what did you guys say? You said bring the statistics, back it up, and I'm backing it up. So there you go.
No, you didn't back it up. You brought
But there
current
are no
statistics, and we're talking about what has been a problem for 6 decades, and you're talking about 2020. Come on, we were on remote.
I don't know
Stop
if it's you or Jamal, but one of
Stop
you just
it.
said
No,
that
no.
my argument didn't make
No.
any sense because
No,
I couldn't show it
All
in
right.
the
It
last
doesn't.
10 years,
It
and I'm
doesn't.
showing it.
We're not
So,
teaching
all right.
our black kids how to be victims in Chicago public schools. That's
All right.
not true. She does
That's
not.
what critical race theory is. You're teaching.
Right, what? Right. One second, guys.
Tra-
Let
trash.
Deshaun finish. No, let Deshaun finish because I stopped everybody else from speaking when Jennifer was speaking. Deshaun, finish your point, and then we can go to either Jennifer or Trash. Go for it, Deshaun.
We're just trying to share things, and I'm giving you real life testimonies that that's not happening. Please give me 3 schools, Jennifer, in Chicago public schools that are teaching our kids to be victims. If so,
That's
I
what
need to
culture
talk with them.
responsive teaching is, Sean.
No.
Okay,
Please
okay, let me ask
tell
you a
me
question.
which
I-
schools
I
in
have a
Chicago
question.
are teaching our black kids to be victims.
I have a question for you. Okay, teaching critical race theory, does that not teach that you are a victim or oppressed because of systemic racism and oppression? Does that not teach being a victim of a system?
Can you please name 3 schools
Don't
that are
you-
teaching our black kids to be victims, please?
No, I just asked you a question. If you're teaching critical race theory, is that not teaching?
It's a disingenuous question. It's a bullshit question.
Don't you think that exists, Jennifer, or do you not acknowledge that? That's my question to you.
No, I'm asking you.
You don't
and I'm
acknowledge
asking
it,
Deshaun.
right? That's what you're saying because you want
No,
to answer
Ca-
my question.
No, Tammy, like you're positing that that there is systemic racism and it exists everywhere. So like because it exists, can't we not teach it? That's what you're positing. And
No,
what,
that's not what I said.
No, but the
I'm
question
asking
is.
Jennifer,
No, but the question
does
first
she
is.
not acknowledge that
I mean,
systemic racism has affected children?
did I just say
At
that?
the end of the day,
no, but it's
a
an
red
important
herring.
question.
It's
Trust
It's
me.
an important question. Let Jennifer answer.
Yeah. I mean, just to add to what Tammy's saying, I do think it's an important question because, and I do realize I asked Jennifer this question before and she didn't answer it, but I just left it.
Please answer it, Jennifer.
So, because the question is this: if you believe this is systemic racism, then the next question becomes: should you teach something you believe exists? But if you don't believe it's there, then that's a totally different question. So, I mean, and for the second level of question, so do you get what I mean? So it is a question to ask.
Yeah. So I'll answer it myself. I mean, Jennifer, you can answer. That's fine. I'm not
No,
going to answer.
Can we let Jennifer answer? Let Jennifer
Yeah,
answer.
let's let Jennifer go.
Let Jennifer go.
Notice they don't want to answer my question, right?
Just answer our question, then we're gonna
No,
answer
hey
yours.
Jamal, answer my question. Teaching critical race theory, is that not teaching a victimhood mentality.
Jennifer, I'll answer your question once you answer ours. Do you believe in systemic racism, or
I
do you
do not.
believe that it exists?
No, not today.
Point me to a law. Not
And I
today.
can't answer your question because that's ridiculous.
That's the gaslighting. Point me to a law. Like all we have to do is.
Well, okay, but isn't that the entire
public
point,
schools,
Deshaun? Is that not the
we can
entire
point-
point about we're talking about systemic racism? That would mean that the system in general is racist, or there are racist aspects of it. I'm gonna mute you again because you can't stop talking. But that is the question here, and I don't know why that question cannot be answered based on Jennifer's answer.
It can easily be answered.
Okay.
Like it's like look at statistics on loans. Look at statistics for economic opportunity. When we this idea that systemic racism has to be based upon laws alone.
No, Austin.
So, okay.
Austin.
Yes.
Austin.
No. Hang on. No.
You have to let him answer. Give Austin a chance. Give
Let
Austin
me
a
finish.
chance.
Let me finish. Yeah. No, seriously. Let me finish. No. When we talk about systemic, this idea that it has to be codified is insane, because if you want codified evidence of systemic racism, look at previous laws. Look at Jim Crow. Look at
Previous. Okay, but you said previous laws. You said previous laws,
Yeah,
Austin.
but again, analysis. We have to take a holistic approach and how
No.
it's affecting
No, we
current.
don't.
Yes, no. It doesn't need to be laws today. It needs to be systems, because
What's the
systemic, right? Systems, banking systems, financial systems. That's what I.
You have to be more specific than that,
Come
because
on.
what bank is
So
not?
wait,
I
Nick,
mean,
Nick, as
What
to
bank is not what?
laws-
Go ahead and
Nick,
finish your
wait,
question.
let me just speak.
Nick, look at any major bank in the United States and how they're conducting their loan program. And I would love to hear Jamal.
Are you telling me they're not giving loans to black people at an exponentially high rate?
Yes, that is exactly correct. Hold on.
6 hours ago.
Okay, one at a time.
Hold on. As the only one,
Man, you guys are quick at the whole unmute game here.
Okay,
Okay,
I was nice.
we'll try again.
I actually fought the largest bank in the world. So let me go ahead and tell you what happened.
That's great. Good. Awesome. I'm legitimately
reality-
asking questions here. So
Okay, Nick. Everybody go to Google. Go put in J. Mall Green Chase Bank. Understand that in 2020 they were not lending to black people, but 1.9% of the time for several years at a time. Now, we shut down with 35 branches. They came to the table and said they were wrong and gave out and pledged to give out $600 million in loans plus a whole bunch of jobs and grants and everything else. So about $1 billion package for the next 5 years in the community. So I say all that to say is it is incorrect. Chase Bank is the largest bank in the world, but they do the worst when it comes to black people. But majority of black people have accounts with Chase Bank. So when you talk about redlining, it still exists today. That is facts. That's why a lot of these bigger banks are now coming with these packages. Bank of America came with a package because we were fighting Chase Bank, and I told them that they were next. So they came out with a package because they knew that they were not lending to black people. I mean, even in a middle-class black neighborhood, they weren't given $1 million in home loans for a year for those 6-year periods where they gave $1 billion to a north side neighborhood in that same time period. $1 million to a middle class.
But are there not other factors here that are in play? I mean, we're talking about
There are not other
financial
factors. I'm
institutions.
telling you the facts. I'm telling you the facts. The default rating, which I said earlier, was the same default rate from the south and west sides and the north side. So they could not prove that. That's why they came to the table and said we were wrong and we are going to put money up because we messed up. They put that in the article. Go and look at it.
Yeah,
So what I'm
I know.
trying to tell you
Nick,
is that
Nick,
there's
you
no facts to negate this red line.
Well, if you could post that, if Jamal, if you wouldn't mind posting that in the nest, I would love to look at it. Trust me, because I'm not going to argue with you without seeing any stats here. I'm not going to argue if I don't have the stats.
You had
I'm not
some
gonna argue
evidence
with
as
you.
well. When you were
Yeah,
giving
well,
stats
Nick,
about
what I
crime.
wanted to say to you, Nick, is that you seem to be positing that only laws that flat out discriminate against minorities somehow mean that there's discrimination. That is, of course, a nonsensical argument. In fact, the Supreme Court has recognized in many cases that laws can have disparate impacts on minorities, right? Moreover, the implementation of laws themselves can be biased. And for you to sort of suggest that if a law doesn't exist, that somehow there's no discrimination is sort of nonsense legally. Thank you.
No, but Tira,
you
give some data.
Please.
Tira, you gave some data earlier on as well.
I've got data.
Where you said, well, let Tiro go and then you can repeat your Tarish.
Can I please
In terms
come
of-
right
Oh wait,
behind
you're
you?
talking about the I didn't look it up, but I will now if you want the the arrest and whether blacks just get larger higher sentences, etc., things like that,
and
right?
for longer periods. And
For longer
blacks-
periods, yeah, I'll find that.
Okay, so I'm really confused, Cheryl, with the argument you're making against me. You're saying that I made a specific argument and it's contrary to the argument
No,
that
you
you just made.
said, does a law exist? And
I did.
was
I asked,
pointing
does a
out
law
to you that
exist?
the fact of the existence of a law, you were almost arguing that it had to be discriminatory in order for there to be discrimination.
Oh no,
But
I
that-
asked for an example of a law and I could not get it. The only example that I was
but
getting
what I'm
was there
saying
used to
is-
be a law or was a law. That's what I got.
but that's a nonsensical question because laws exist, but they are implemented in discriminatory ways.
But give
For
me an example of that. That's what I'm
okay,
asking
voting.
for.
Okay, voting. For example, even the Supreme Court acknowledged
Oh, jeez.
that there were laws that have a disparate impact on minorities, a negative disparate impact, but they said they
So-
were okay anyway. That was just
Kira,
recently.
your argument, and you're willing to stay on this panel. You're willing to say that black people can't get IDs more than white people. Like that's what you're
exactly what she is saying. Yes.
So that is not
That's
what I
another
said. You
talking
asked
point.
me
Can
for
we
an
move from
example of a
It's
law,
not a
and I
talking point.
pointed to you that there are laws in several states that have a disparate impact on minorities, but they are facially non-discriminatory. So, for example, in Georgia, if you limit the number of polling places and you say people can't get
But is
water,
that de facto or de jure? Because that's kind of an important distinction here. I mean, just because I make it so that you have to have an ID to vote in my
Who
state.
is talking about IDs? I'm talking about, for example, in Georgia, where they pointed out to the fact that in various locations in Atlanta, if you needed to stand online for many, many hours, right? But yet they denied people the right to be given water by people other than election officials if they chose to do so. Okay, that has.
Does anybody notice what's happening right now?
That has a
Yeah, they're shifting the
discriminatory.
conversation.
Yeah,
They're
how did
shifting
we-
the entire
how did-
conversation?
No,
Yeah,
but
that's
I'm
what they're
just
doing.
saying.
Look,
No,
I asked a question that was never answered.
No, of course not.
Is teaching this method critical race theory, and what do? They don't want to answer it, but they want to fucking
Yeah, I'll
argue
answer
for
it right
critical
now.
race theory.
I'll answer it right now. No, what's the question? Let's go back and forth. Yeah. What's
No,
the
like
question?
specifically Austin, what she's saying is
Specifically.
No, because
No.
the reason, Jennifer, it wasn't that nobody
Come on.
answered. It's just because the question went to, because you and Trash said there is no systematic racism.
There
and then
isn't.
people want,
But
and-
I asked the
well,
question.
well, there is, because if, for example, now, why is it a black person get a longer sentence than a white person?
yeah,
So what's the
they're
reason for that, Trash? Please explain. Why is the reason why a
Okay,
black
can we let
why is it that
can we
black
let
people
Jennifer finish
are
up here? Can
exonerated?
we let Jennifer finish up here, and then maybe we can get to that here in a second.
Well, we were
Oh,
talking about something
man.
different, but that's fine. Let's go to Jennifer.
But what I'm saying is, I asked a question, and then they wanted to go crazy and ask me a question. I answered it. We answered it. And then instead of saying if they're teaching critical race theory, is that teaching victim mentality? What do? They just start arguing for critical race theory. That's my point. No one ever made them.
That's so ridiculous, though.
No, it's
That's such
exactly
a-
what was
no,
happening.
No, that's such a terrible
Well,
point.
Jennifer,
because,
what do
like,
we teach? What do we teach? What do we teach some of these white children? So
Jamal.
that we can stop these mass shootings going on. What do we need to do with those children? Let's talk about that.
No, let's honestly,
God.
let's keep it on topic.
Hey,
Wait,
Like,
what?
Jennifer,
What kind of
I feel like-
questions?
yeah, no.
I mean, we want to talk about that.
I agree
We
with Jamal,
want
and
to talk
I
about
agree with
black
But, like,
youth riding, black youth
It's
this.
more
Yeah.
diverse.
But there's majority only
FBI
white people who are doing the
profile
mass
on
shootings in
shooter.
America, but we never talk
Oh,
about
come
that
on,
like
man.
that.
All right,
Let's
like
just be serious.
like come on. All right, so first of all, I want to go back to what Jennifer just said. She said specifically, I asked a question and I said, okay, if it's not being systemically taught and it's not systemic racism, then why are we teaching CRT? And then everyone used every single talking point on CRT to answer that question without actually answering the question. That's what she said. I agree with it, but I'm just saying that's what she said. And then now,
But CRT is a bullshit
No, wait.
point.
no, fine.
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Fine,
Then we'll talk.
but
Yeah.
now we're talking about white people being mass shooters. We're not talking about black people. We're talking about mass shooters. We're talking about voting rights. Pretty soon we're going to get to abortion here shortly, I'm sure. So like, my point is that we have diverted
all the way away from actually answering the question. And the question initially was, do you believe that America is systemically racist? My answer was absolutely unequivocally no. Was it? Yeah, it fucking was. Jim Crow and what happened in the 50s and prior to that, 100% was systemically racist as hell. And it was terrible. And I'm glad we moved on from it.
Moved on. How do you repair? How do you what,
somebody please
tell me what moved on looks like for you?
Sure. We got rid of Jim Crow laws. We had the Civil Rights Act. I don't agree with the Civil Rights Act. I think that's put more minorities into poverty than they ever would have been. I mean, I can cite data where 82% of all households prior to the Civil Rights Act had both parents in the household. And
You're
now
so tone deaf right now. It's embarrassing.
I don't really care, Tammy.
Trash.
So, no, stop.
No. Really quickly, my guy. Like,
No.
there's
No,
no,
not my guy.
Nope. I'm gonna let Aaron finish. Go ahead, Aaron.
No, I'm going to fucking finish. So I don't care whether you like Thomas Sowell or not. Like the dude worked in the labor department. He did labor statistics. What he was doing under labor statistics was actually looking at demographics. And one of the things that he saw specifically, which is why he ended up being a culture war philosopher on the right, whether you like Thomas Sowell or not is irrelevant to me. I don't care. If you look at the demographics prior to the Civil Rights Act in 1964, you had 80% of households having a dual parent household in the Black community. Once the Civil Rights Act passed, we are now in 2023, and we are at 77% of single-family households in the Black community. So you guys can laugh at me, you can thumbs down me all you want. I don't care. The math is there. My point is, how do we fix that? How do we get dual-parent households? How do we get nuclear families back in the Black community? I'm sorry, what?
Please tell us, Mr. Expert.
No. First of all, stop insulting me. I'm not insulting you. I'm simply
literally
I didn't insult you. You are really insulting us, and I didn't insult you. I just said tell us. Let us know.
I mean, let me jump in here, guys.
Tell Black people how we need to.
Is my data wrong?
Let us know.
One second.
Is my data wrong?
Right, listen. Well, okay, so look, the issue is this. First of all, what happened was, and you guys are saying that they didn't answer the question, but they did, because Trash said there is no systematic racism. Everyone answered, and then Trash said, "Oh, people have not answered about systematic racism," but everyone
They haven't.
They did. Jamal gave examples of how the systematic racism in banks. Kira gave examples of how the systematic racism in terms of crime, punishment, and jail. There were just a few examples they gave, and then they retorted and said, "Look, you're talking
let the record show that none of them have posted this stuff in the nest as requested. I'm still waiting on that.
I just posted mine.
Kira has sent me a message. I will post it.
Okay, well, that's not posted, so I need to see that.
Yeah, and so do you, because basically you guys have posted nothing. Like all your proofs and statements.
I haven't seen anything.
But anyway, in terms of that, and in terms of the second point, why Jamal and Deshaun said about why people shooting, because obviously some people got upset, is because this entire conversation is being about why Black kids are being taught about pain and suffering. So everyone likes talking about it one way, but then they get upset when it's talked about the other way. That's the argument that's being made. So I just want to clarify, because people are getting emotional. Now let me go to Deshaun and let him make his point.
Let me come behind Jamal, and then I'll share my proof in the screen. In 2013, I purchased my first car. I was just sort of a year right out of undergrad. 2013, bought a Chevy Malibu. In 2015, I get a letter in the mail. Well, Allied Financial Bank was charging minorities. Keep in mind, I'm just out of college, so my credit pretty good. They're charging minorities higher interest rates than white people. They lose. They settle the case, and I get like $30, $36. $36 check in the mail. Do not ask me where that stub is. It's 2023. Don't know. So the notion that systematic racism is over, that is a lie. And I do have a question for the room. Is systematic racism only rooted in laws and policy? Yes or no? Can someone answer that, please?
Yeah. Why is systemic racism need to be a nuance? What is the system?
So basically, if there's not a law, but people do racial discrimination, that's not system.
No. What is the system that is racist?
We've just given examples. So
What
they gave examples of the
Hey,
banking
many
system.
systems.
They gave examples of the legal system. They were just two examples.
What
I
example?
know a system that's
And-
not
and-
racist in America.
I'll give you some examples. So let's look at, if you want to look at the Black community, for example, if you are coming from, if you want to go all the way back to slavery,
What
they ended
system?
slavery. I'm answering your question.
You're going back pre-Civil War?
Are you going to let me answer, or are you just going to run
That's
over
not
me
a
like you
system.
always do?
I just
Why
went
don't
back to
you shut up
2015.
and listen to me? Because
I
I'm
don't need to
talking.
shut up. You're going
So
pre-Civil
if
War.
you
What
want
system?
to look at systemic
Tammy.
racism and the
Tammy.
the education and
It's
the economic
2023.
issues, I'm going to keep
Hey,
talking,
let her
so you
let her
might as
speak.
well stop. It is my turn to talk.
Yeah. But what 2023?
So
what
the
system?
end of slavery. So then that's when they started imprisoning Black people. So then that took the male out of the home. So then also when Black women, they do not get paid as much as white women. So I mean, these are systemic issues in our society from an economic standpoint, and then education. So the Black community has not been able to afford to go to college. So then their education, their job opportunities,
What?
if you want to have a good position, you need a bachelor's degree. So
No,
here
Tammy,
again is
how have you
another
gotten
way that
from
people are
slavery?
not being
Tammy,
given the same
Tammy,
opportunities.
stop.
So then they are not getting the
This is
same
so stupid.
income.
Tammy.
Why don't you let me talk? I am
Because
talking.
you're
Quit
not making any
interrupting me.
sense.
You stop
You're talking about-
interrupting me.
You're talking about slavery in college today. How do
Mario,
you
are you going to mute him, or
I
is this
no,
going
no,
to
we
be
are
how
not.
I'm
We're
treated?
gonna.
If I'm going to be
it's-
treated like this, I'm not.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Right. No, 1 second. Let Tammy finish. 'Cause
No, let Tammy. Thank you.
Yeah, let Tammy finish, because let's be clear, when Trash was speaking, everyone was not allowed to speak. So just let's get a bit of balance. So Tammy, go ahead, but keep it short because you haven't talked. Let's do 1 minute and then we'll go to Trash.
They wanted examples, and I'm giving examples that do go back to our history. And if you want to talk about the systemic, then you have to go to where it started. And so, yes, it did start with slavery. Then it went to the prison. And so then you have the the school to prison pipeline system that happens. And then you need to look at the economic opportunities or disadvantagement. Then you look at the education system, Jennifer. And so all of these things are interconnected. And so you cannot say, and then you have to look at the judicial system. Yes, Black people, and Tara, she has given us numerous examples of how Black people are targeted. So then they get arrested. They cannot afford the bail to get out. So then they end up losing their jobs. And then if they do go to jail, so then what happens? They have a felony. So then they cannot go out when they get out of prison to get a really good job. So you have to look at all of these different things. So to say that racism doesn't exist or that is not systemic is not true. So you really need to be honest if you really want to address the real issues.
Okay, Trash.
Yeah. So I appreciate it. So I can go back to slavery and agree with you that like slavery is fucking nasty. It's terrible. I hate it. I don't want any part of it. I think that's absolutely terrible. I mean, we can go back to the Dutch East Indies. We can do all that. I don't think I think it's terrible. But how did you jump from the time of slavery pre-Civil War to where we're at today in 2023? How did you get there?
I just explained it to you.
No, you didn't.
No. They
I can
ended slavery. When they ended
clearly.
slavery, they still needed people to do the work. So they imprisoned Black people to then have them basically slave them and then have them do the work. Look at the
Holy shit!
No.
That's the truth.
Go
ahead,
I'll
Austin. I'll come after you.
here. Yeah,
Go ahead,
100%. No, it's okay. So again, I'm a statistics guy. If you look at the pathway post-slavery to sharecropping in the American South, towards people who are farming the same fields and receiving essentially nothing beyond we'll pay for your living accommodations and that's about it, right? We exist within capitalism, and capitalism operates upon the generational building of wealth. That's how it goes, right? If you look at any major family in the 1%, These are fortunes that are built upon generation on top of generation, everything like that. So, you know, the promise that was put forward towards the former slave community was 40 acres and a mule, and that never came about. Nobody got their 40 acres, nobody got their mule. So I understand the apprehension towards looking at slavery because it was so far in the past. But when we talk about this, we need to look at Jim Crow laws. We need to look at the economic disenfranchisement of Black communities. Because, like, great example, 1921, the Tulsa race riots. You're looking at Black Wall Street that was economically entirely self-sustainable and doing fantastic for themselves. And as a
I don't
result,
hear
like,
him. Is
a
it my
race
phone?
riot destroyed that. It might just be your phone, Tammy. So I understand the apprehension that you have towards looking at a system that was in place, you know, 140 years ago. But let's take it a step further. Let's look at, you know, what resulted because of that and what was offered towards, you know, freed slaves. Were they getting the same sort of access to housing? Were they getting the same access towards, you know, participating in industry? And the reality is they weren't. Across the board, for the next 70 years, they were not having the same opportunity being afforded to white Americans in general. So when we talk about systemic racism, we need to acknowledge that there are after effects that have continuously plagued, you know, the Black community in particular and other minority communities in general. And let's dive into that. Let's acknowledge that problem, and let's not make it a political battle of, oh, I'm right, you're wrong. But, like, seriously, it's look at the numbers, look at the statistics, it's there.
Facts are facts, and we need to look at facts and data. The reality of the situation is that when we came post-slavery, no, everyone was not afforded the right opportunity, and the reality is that the systems put in place after that continue to oppress those people, whether it was Jim Crow, whether it was mass incarceration and jailing them from low-level crimes like marijuana that we're now benefiting from. Getting white people are making billions from marijuana today, while the people who are their lives were ruined for many years got nothing, and Black people are still not represented in the cannabis industry, and we're not given equity in that. So the reality.
Oh my God! Please, can I go?
Come on, guys.
Yeah, Jennifer. Jennifer, jump in.
I can't talk. The reality of the situation is, how you gonna tell Jennifer to jump in when I just started? The reality of the situation is we have to acknowledge the systems in place that have a racial bias, or we will never get anywhere. You guys are basically saying that you're basically saying that everything that has happened to Black people is Black people's fault, and no one has done anything to them. No one has oppressed them. No one has put them in chains. No one has done anything to them.
That is
their fault. It is their fault
that
they are the biggest racial wealth gap in America. They're the bottom. It is their fault. That's basically what you're saying.
No, I'm not. That's not basically what I'm saying, and that's a straw man argument. That's not what I'm saying at all. If I wanted to make like a microcosm argument, I could say that I'm Irish, right? And I've been oppressed, and I've been a slave, and I had to be part of the Civil War. I'm not going to fucking do that. Why? Because I had no part of it.
You can't compare your struggle, so let's not even try.
Oh,
you can't.
There it is.
There it is.
You're talking about a people that were brought against their will, dropped off over here, enslaved and oppressed for hundreds of years. You cannot compare to that. Not immigrants can compare to that. Not any other racial ethnic group can compare to that in this country. So I don't understand why you guys don't understand the trauma inflicted by your ancestors and how that still plays a part today and all of the systems that have been put in place since then.
Wow. So
I'd like to say something.
Nope, Jennifer.
Thank you. All right, so I'm literally gonna. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I know you're good.
Okay. All right. So I'm all right. So you know what? Maybe this is a breakthrough because Jamal and Deshaun and Tammy. Listen, again, I asked you if teaching in school the social emotional learning, teaching critical race theory is teaching victimhood. and you continued for the last, I don't know, 20 minutes to tell us what a victim everyone is. So maybe
And you provided zero statistics to back up that claim.
No,
You
no,
provided zero
let
statistics.
me go. So maybe we can just now agree that you are teaching it, you want it to be taught, and now we can have an honest debate.
That's bullshit. Nobody said that we're teaching it, but you
ridiculous.
need to understand the reality
Let
of the
me finish.
systemic racism in this country. That's
Let
what
me
you need to understand.
Let me finish. So literally, you just spent 20 minutes arguing and telling this entire space how systemic oppression has led to all the problems of society today. I asked if what is happening in school today with culture responsive teaching and social emotional learning is teaching victimhood, and you for 20 minutes argued victimhood. So I think we can agree now they are teaching it.
We obviously cannot because you're
there are people
deflating
who agree with it, and
that
now
is
we
not
can
what we said.
argue. Now we can have a debate because maybe
We can have a
admitting
debate
it-
because obviously you won't acknowledge systemic racism. That's the
Jamal.
only way we can have a debate.
Answer my question.
Right, Jamal.
Answer my question.
Right, Jennifer.
We answered your
Right, 1 second. Let me ask a question because Jennifer, you keep screaming the same point. Jamal, right? I understand that Jennifer doesn't believe in systematic racism. Okay, I understand that people do believe in systematic racism. If you believe in systematic racism, do you believe that systematic racism should be taught in schools? That's the first question. The second question is, if you do, is it being taught in schools right now, Jamal?
Number one is not being taught in schools. It's observed, it's recognized, it's understood. Okay, that's number one. And number two, if people have so much to say about what they think is being taught or trying to cover up history or cover up victimhood, how about you acknowledge the fact of the harm that have been done all of these years? You are spending your time trying to prevent what is being taught in schools, but you can't even acknowledge what your ancestors and people in this country have done to these people.
Jamal, just a quick question then. Do you think that CRT should be taught in schools?
That it should be? It depends on how it's being taught. For sure. I don't have a problem with any of these things being taught if it's taught in a certain way, but it's not being taught. But that's what they're trying to say, that it's being taught, but it's not.
Okay, so actually on
Jennifer,
that point, I want to go to.
Can I go to Jennifer? Because she's in the education system. And Jennifer, I
okay.
want to ask you a question then.
Can I make a quick comment, please?
No, well, I just want to go to Jennifer because this is her like expertise. So Jennifer, based on what
No,
Jamal
it's
said-
expertise. No, it's not.
I'm sure she does. No, I'm sure she does some kind of school thing. But anyway,
She's no expert. She got put
okay.
out of the classroom. She ain't in there no more.
Okay, and you know what? No. Actually, I'm going to jump in here because I want to go to Samuel. Actually, because Samuel, I was talking to him through messages earlier. He said he's taught a lot of students over the years. CRT is a bigger problem. It's hardwired into the teaching prep programs, and progressives seek teaching positions more than conservatives. So
yeah,
so that was a pretty good point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I made that point quickly earlier, and really, even everybody in this space is using the terms of critical theory, and critical race theory is just an extension of that critical theory, like the deep philosophy of the universities. We're all speaking in those terms. We're sort of like arguing about aspects of it, but you see that whether Jamal will admit, is this taught? It becomes semantic. I'm not teaching that, but what I do teach in my classroom is there's systemic racism. The soliloquy.
No one has said that.
Yeah, the soliloquy we got from Austin earlier about the history of America and how it's systemically racist. That's a very common lesson you would hear in our classrooms.
That's American history. Do you want American history being
Yeah,
taught?
see, and notice that it's
Do
understood.
you
I
want
think, is what
American
Jamal said.
history taught? You have to answer the
That's what I
question.
was
Do you
going to
want
ask.
American history taught?
Samuel, let me ask you the same question I was going to ask Jennifer before Nick went to you. So in terms of CRT, I understand you don't want to teach it, but what do you think should be taught in schools? Let me give you an example. Should the slave trade be taught in schools? Should, for example, civil rights, what happened in American civil rights be taught in schools? So where is your line, is my question to you, Samuel.
Well, notice that you went from, an acronym that represents a vast.
No, please
school
answer my
of
question.
thought.
No, because that's the
I
whole.
would
This
say,
was
yeah,
Please answer that question for all
He
of
said,
trash.
I would
and
definitely teach. I taught about the slave trade in DC public
No, but
schools,
should it be
right?
taught? Should it be taught is my question.
Certainly.
According to your position, what should be taught and what shouldn't be taught?
history. But notice what I'm saying is that if you're saying like should CRT be taught, you're engaging in a semantic argument that is why this space keeps becoming chaos because
Not being semantic.
that
I'm being very
represents
precise. I'm being very precise now. I'm saying forget the semantics. Tell me specifically what should be taught specifically and what shouldn't be taught. Like there's no semantics. I'm actually being precise. I'm not going philosophical. I'm not going ideological. I'm not saying conservative liberal. I'm asking you, according to you, what specific things should and should not be taught.
Well, I think you're speaking when you say what things should be taught. You're really saying about history, right? Because your examples were should we teach about the slave trade? Should we teach about slavery? And of course we should, right? I would say that I would never speak to kids in a public school, young people who struggle to read, right? Like how many of the kids that are being broadcast all over TV in Chicago, right, as rioters, and they're being labeled instead of saying these are kids, right? They're being called rioters. How many of them just struggle to read on an elementary level? I would wonder. Maybe many of them. And so, like, if you come,
You
up to
don't know
your class
that.
and
You
say,
do not
"Today,
know
kids,"
that.
I'm just guessing.
Y'all
You're right.
get up
So
here
let me
and
make a-
underestimate what our kids can do. And that's what y'all do day in and
Because
day
that's
out.
not my point. You're arguing with something that's not my larger point. My larger point is
You
why
wouldn't
would I
have
come
said
into a classroom of young children in a high school and teach them Derek Bell's ideas about systemic racism? Like someone keeps saying, right? You have to teach them what happened in history, and that's certainly true. Critical race theory or culturally responsive theory, these are a sort of like a vast sort of ideology that someone sort of ascribes to or doesn't. It's not what like when I would teach Slayman in a classroom is like facts of history.
Okay,
But
okay.
I'm
So
never
what
going to
you're
speak
saying
in
is
terms of critical race
Samuel.
theory.
Okay, Samuel. So what you're saying is, in your view, what should happen is children. So basically, what we were taught in school. So basically, children should be taught. But this is in the UK, by the way. But children, and which is vastly different. But children should be taught about, for example, the slave trade or the what happened in American civil rights and so on and so forth. But when it comes to specific sociological issues, I mean specific issues now in terms of systemic racism, it shouldn't be taught. But what if you're teaching as an example about the civil rights movement, and then the question becomes that actually there was systematic racism at that time, and then a child asks you, "Oh, sir, is there still systematic racism?" So how do you deal with that?
Well, Slayman, that's the larger point I'm making. My point about the kids I faced in DC public schools or here in Oklahoma City public schools or Denver, where I taught in a charter school that was in a correctional facility, is that when you're facing children, 26, 30 children in front of you, and they struggle at a fundamental level to sort of read or express themselves through writing or do simple foundational mathematics, the idea that you're going to try to get across to them like a concept as large as historical racism, right? Here, children, I'm going to explain to you in these 42 minutes we have together before passing period, like how it is that the Western civilization is set up to favor one race or another. I'm not comfortable doing that, but also imagine getting that point across to young people. Anybody who thinks that's possible has never hung out with young people in a classroom. Right. I worked at a charter school in DC that's almost organized around critical race theory. It's called Cesar Chavez Public Charter School for Public Policy. If you want to look it up, it's in the shadow of the Capitol down in Southeast DC. And it fails year after year because it does nothing but try to convince children of critical race theory and how history is hardwired
Look,
against
this is, you know, what you're saying is just your own personal position. And for example, everybody has different experiences. My own experience in the United Kingdom, I've taught for about a decade in the United Kingdom before I gave up teaching. But basically, to say that children can't do maths, but they can't understand these ideas. Look, you have different subjects. You have maths, you have science, you have history, you have a large range of subjects in schools. And there are kids who excel in certain subjects and don't excel in others. I just don't buy the argument that if a child can't read, they can't understand like issues of like contention or whatever it may be. I think they're just two different skill sets.
Well, I would suggest that
Can I
reading
add
is
one
essential to cognition. And if you're going to teach a kid, we're talking in graduate level terms here. And that's a huge problem in our educational system.
What's a graduate level
Our teachers are overeducated.
No,
and
what
we
do you
come
mean by
into the-
graduate level terms? So, for example, historical things that occurred, we teach that in the United Kingdom at age 11, age 12.
Certainly, and to understand the facts of history is one thing,
Even younger than that.
but
When it comes to
then-
history, we're teaching kids like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like, and then it just varies on the content where it basically expands. But
I mean,
you're certainly teaching them the facts of history, but you're not offering them sort of what really is essentially a Marxist lens in history, which is putting motivations behind these grand swaths of historical movements, right? Like, and the reason
I
this
don't know. Again,
happened
I don't know how it
because-
is in the United States. Maybe you guys have a system where you just learn facts, like fact. But in the UK, we try. I'm not saying we're the best, but in the UK, we discuss ideas. It's called higher order thinking skills, where you're trying to figure out, the biases behind it, why certain things occurred, how they occurred. Like that's actual higher order thinking skills. So maybe that's your problem in the United States if all you want to learn is just facts. Let me go to Deshaun. What do you think, Deshaun? You're a teacher.
Come on. what? How many people on stage have taught black kids? Please raise your hand. Like really, really taught our black kids.
So, wait.
I don't understand your. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
It's my turn. I didn't.
So 12.1%
I didn't interrupt
of our
anybody.
entire population.
I didn't interrupt anybody.
Yeah. Let Deshaun finish, and then
I
is
did
it
not
trash? Then we go to
interrupt
trash. Go ahead.
Anybody.
Go for it, Deshaun.
Chicago is in the title, so I'm gonna keep on talking about Chicago. Please tell me, back to Jennifer's point, what schools in Chicago are teaching black kids that they are less than blacks, or they're inferior, or all that other, the little sprinkles that y'all put on when you introduce CRT. Please name the schools. Please.
Yeah. Can I go now?
Yeah.
They're in the schools. Just answer the question.
Okay.
The entire
go for it.
Chicago public education system, and I put it up in the nest for everybody to see, from Deshaun's school district wide initiative. Okay. And this goes back to the original point. I know everybody wants to get us off on all of these rabbit holes and talk about, all of these things. But the point is that there is a difference. And I've never met a teacher that says we shouldn't teach the civil rights, slavery. You could even teach critical race theory in K through 12. But here's how you do that. You say there is a theory, and it is called critical race theory, and it is so on and so forth. The problem is with social emotional learning, they transform the entire education system around critical race theory as an objective truth, and that's not true.
That's not true.
Jennifer, one second.
That's
No,
not true.
Deshaun, let Jennifer finish. Jennifer, I just got a question and carry on because I know I interrupted you.
I just want to see Jennifer teach.
No, just let Jennifer finish, guys. Come on, and then I'll come to you.
trade.
I'll come to you next, Jamal. I'll come to you next, Jamal. So, Jennifer, so you're saying you're okay with CRT being taught, but you're not okay with it being taught as an absolute truth. Is that what you're saying, Jennifer?
100%.
Okay.
They can teach what the theory is, but I agree that I don't know anybody that hasn't been taught what slavery is in education. I'm so sick of this argument that you don't want to teach real history. It's bullshit. What they've done.
But what's wrong with your argument? It makes so much sense. Like, if you're going to teach CRT, surely a good teacher is going to teach both why people believe in it and why people don't.
So, yes.
Exactly.
So can I tell you, I have worked with parents across this country now for 4 years. And what do? And they would go to the school board and they would say, are you teaching critical race theory? I'm hearing this. And what would they say? No, unless you're in California. But they would say, no, we don't teach that. But what they're
so what parts of history do you not want to be taught?
I mean, Austin, she said she's okay with it. She even said it's okay to teach.
She's dancing around my question. I want to know who's teaching black kids that they are less than in these schools.
Okay,
please
Deshaun.
name me 3. I
I'm
want
not
to know
dancing.
3.
You just said that.
Answer this question, okay?
No, you have not answered my question. I'm still waiting.
I don't understand. How could we have teachers that don't
my-
believe that there's systemic racism, but they are in the classroom teaching these things? And how you teaching slave trade and teach all these different things in history, yet you don't believe in systemic?
Okay, but
That
how
don't
do we talk about? How are we talking about we're going back into is and was, right? Was there systemic racism Yes. Is
There
there now? That
is.
is the question. So
Yes,
going
I
back
literally
and
just
saying-
told you
the hell
about.
did it stop being
I
systemic
just
racism?
told you about a case I won in
I'm not
2015. 2015 was 7 years ago. Someone already beat me and put it in the Megatron. It's up there.
And I just
won
put
a
my case
settlement
just a
with
couple years
Ally Financial.
And I just
7
put
years
it
ago.
a couple years ago
I'd
with
have
Chase
to
Bank.
point out that
I mean,
if
Nick,
we want to,
Nick,
if we
can
want
I,
to
I
bring
want to
this
ask Nick a question. One
conversation
second,
up
guys.
to
One
date,
second. One second. Nick, I want to ask you a question. By the way, you know the evidence you want, they're all on the Nest. All of them in
Perfect.
terms of the data.
I'll take a look.
Yeah. So, but anyway, in terms of data, in terms of arrests, prosecution, conviction being disproportionate for the same crimes, as well as what Jamal said in terms of banks. But my question to you, Nick, is your argument that if there's not a law that is discriminatory, as a system, there can never be discrimination. So, as an example, let's say I had a country.
Well,
and
we're
I
not
said,
going to
guess
speak
what?
in absolutes here. So if
No,
that's the
it
way
is
you're going to answer,
absolute.
if that, it's not absolute. It should never be absolute. I don't understand. Go ahead.
Answer my question. Are you saying that when when you don't have it legally written down, any kind of discriminatory law, there cannot be systematic racism? Is that your argument?
No, I would never speak in an absolute like that. No.
Nick, you do understand.
You told me
you do
earlier to name the law.
understand, Nick?
You told
Nick,
you
do
just told me
understand.
earlier to name the law.
Do you believe that you said systemic racism was in the past? So tell us when
You mentioned
systemic
slavery.
racism-
You brought up slavery again.
Okay, so
That's
tell
the
me
point I'm
when
trying to hit on.
I just want to know
It's
when did
very
systemic racism end? When did it end? That's all I want to know.
If you're going to bring up slavery every single time we talk about systemic racism, then I need you to supplement that argument with something. Okay?
We just talked about
Nick, they're asking you, according to your position, when did it end?
When did it end?
Nick,
you
I would,
said
also,
it was
I
in
would
the past.
offer a small point when it ended. Notice the systems that we're discussing in this large, all of them, whether it's like Atlanta, which Tira brought up earlier, maybe Atlanta Public Schools, DC Public Schools, Chicago Public Schools. Those systems are administered by people of color. That, like, whether there's lingering systemic effects of historical racism, DC cops are largely people of color. I would guess Chicago is the same. Atlanta is the same.
Samuel, you're not answering the question. So, what the question is, Nick and Trash said that in the past, and I guess you're making the same point. In the past, there was systematic racism, but there no longer is. So the question is, when did it end?
I'm offering evidence.
No, I know. Everybody wants Nick to answer the question. So I'll answer the question after I look at your things that are up there on the top. Ask me again in 5 minutes, and I'll try to give you a better answer on that. How's that? Because look, I'm not one to give answers if I don't know the details. So you guys have made a lot of accusations.
No, but I'm asking you
and I'm
personally,
gonna-
when did you think that it ended? Before you read anything, you said that it was in the past. So when did it end for you?
When the systemic laws that were on the books, including Jim Crow, including slavery, that we fought a civil war over, that many white people died over.
And black people, 276,000 black people fought the
There you
Civil
go.
War. The North was losing. The North was losing the Civil War until black soldiers came. Please do not leave that out.
Okay, great. So
thank you.
So all these laws were repealed. Name me a law in 2023 that is systemic, meaning within the system, that actually is designed to create racism. If you can name me one
to create racism. Trash, it is illegal to have such a law now because the Civil Rights Acts were passed.
Oh,
okay?
so it's illegal to have a law.
That's right, but
Okay,
that
Nick,
doesn't
answer
mean
this
we
question.
do not
Which
have
law made
laws that
Ally
are
Financial
implemented in a
discriminate in
discriminatory
2015?
fashion.
Please answer that. I'm waiting for that law.
Hold on, Deshaun. Tara, can you say that one more time for the panel?
Yeah, go ahead.
We cannot have such laws because they were outlawed pursuant to the Civil Rights Acts. However,
Seems like a systemic problem.
No. Listen to me, Trash. Listen. However, that doesn't mean that laws are not implemented in a discriminatory fashion. You are
Name one.
mistaking. I did. I said the Georgia election law. With the
How
court
so? We
acknowledged.
gave so many Trash. We gave the Georgia election war. They gave the
Go ahead.
There's
how
the
so?
North Carolina election.
Disparity in
We
terms
have,
of
Okay, wait a second. We have
How so?
gerrymandering going on all over, which is apparently legal, which is
You think
discriminatory. in impact,
gerrymandering
as
is
you
only
know.
white people?
No.
You think-
What I'm saying is we have a lot of gerrymandering going on. Look at the one. Was it in Georgia? I
On
forget.
both sides.
Yes, we have it on both sides, but you're asking which ones, and I'm telling you that lots of
That's
laws
not
are
systemic.
implemented in a discriminatory fashion.
Guys,
I'm not
that's not
answering the systemic issue. You
If
asked me
Tara's
a
talking, I
question.
can't hear.
I
I might have
answered
to
the
come back
question.
up.
I
Yeah,
answered the
Deshaun, I'll
question.
drop you and bring you back.
But that's the question. Name me systemic racism. And you said, well, it applies to both sides. However, it can affect one side or the
No,
other.
no, here's what you're not understanding. I think Deshaun made these points. And look, when you look back, what you will see is years and years of people being put into jail unnecessarily or for crimes that other people received lesser sentences. That
Why is
had
it
a,
funny? I don't get it.
listen,
Like, there's a lot of data in the United
That-
Kingdom and
there-
the United States
Now,
showing that
what
for the
does-
exact same crimes,
Yes.
black people are spending much more longer time in
much
prison.
longer time.
For
Now,
the
what does
exact
that
same
do?
crime, they basically arrested for them more
But
than
what
white
does
people.
that do, Trash?
And also, Tira, there's data also showing that black people are then are falsely convicted, and then they let off for much more crimes because they're falsely convicted a lot more. That's both in the United States and the United Kingdom. So that would be an example of how a system is impacting one community more than another community.
Now,
Another
let me
example which Jamal gave Trash earlier on was in terms of mortgages. He gave it where he gave you the case, he gave you everything and said, look, the entire banking system is not giving black people loans and is giving white people loans, even though the default rate is the same. So there's two systems, not legally, but two systems where they've demonstrated where there is systematic racism. Continue, sorry, go ahead.
Trash, let me just speak to this. Even recently, we had one or two articles in the paper about black families that removed everything that was black from their houses, basically in order to get a better appraisal. And they did. And they did. Okay, that's what's so horrifying about it. They literally got two different appraisals based upon their skin color. Now, you might ask, okay,
But is that not anecdotal? Look, I'm trying to play
Nick,
devil's advocate
Nick,
here,
can
Tara.
I-
Okay,
can I-
because nope. I work in the real estate industry, so I am going to chime in on this. You can have two separate appraisers go into the same property and get totally different results that are based on things that aren't based on whether or not you have pictures of a black family in your house. So
Come
I feel
on,
like
Nick,
you
gotta acknowledge.
you gotta
the
give
data
more
on
than
this.
that.
I'm a real estate broker as well. Acknowledge the data on this. That's bullshit. The reality of the situation is that data has been proven all over the country to show that black appraised houses are different than the white appraised houses. And I have literally had friends in the real estate industry who would have to remove anything that looks black in their house from their family privileges on down, and then got two different appraisals in the same period of time. That is the truth, and that's data to prove it all over the country.
Okay, but Trash, can I just finish, Nick? Can I finish? So, Trash, what does that mean when people are put into jail more frequently for longer periods of time? And basically then their children are, etc. What that means is a couple of things. They cannot develop wealth, right? Which basically is an economic driver of this country. So if something happens to them, for example, they don't have the resources that other families might have. They cannot get jobs, of course, because when you leave the prison system, it's extremely difficult to get a job, much less a good paying, terrific job. They cannot get housing in many cases because it's difficult to get housing as a criminal. It goes on and on. So it has impacts over generations. Now, I'm not saying that black families that we hold people totally not responsible for certain things, but what I'm saying is there are disparate impacts that literally last generations, and I think that's what you're not understanding. Thank you.
Why I have to ask Tira this.
Wait,
let's
Trash come back.
what do you say to the fact that the systems you're talking about?
Right, I want Trash to come back because people have said a lot of things and he needs an opportunity to respond. Go for it, Trash.
Yeah, thank you. Because, first of all, I made these arguments. I've made these arguments all night. I said, number one, we need to have actual second chance opportunities for people coming out of jail to actually be able to integrate into the workforce. I've also said that our probation system is absolutely fucked and it's keeping people in these systems, and it's not okay, and it's creating disparities within that community. I've also said that there actually should be access to capital, which is why I gave Jamal so much praise and high five of what he was doing and actually doing and not just talking about it. He was being about it. I gave all of these praises because the actual disparity is in between the proclivity of a community to actually be involved in crime and then not having an opportunity coming out of it because there's no path to redemption for the folks that got wrapped up in which I would agree in bullshit circumstances. So again, but I'm not. But I agree with all of those things. I actually gave policy prescriptions to fix all of those things early in this call. But what I don't agree with is that a person goes in front of the judge or our judicial system or our constitution or anything that we have as an actual system in this country, and that because they are Black, they don't favor that same opportunity. And you can cite crime data, you can cite longer sentences, whatever. But if you actually broke those down into subcategories, they are reoffenders. Are they reoffenders? Should they be reoffenders? No, I don't think they should be. I think they're being reoffended on bullshit charges because our probation system sucks. But I've made this argument. But to say specifically our framework, our system of justice is systemically racist is lazy and not accurate.
Trash and Nick, can you please tell me what law is on the books that causes our justice system to lock up more than 50% of Black men, and they are not not guilty of the crime. In fact, they are false police reports and they are false convictions. And so what law makes our judicial system do that? Can you please explain that to the room, please?
You've now moved the argument.
I'm not moving the argument. This is what affects Black men. Can you please tell us what law? Please, we'll be waiting.
It's not the same argument, Suleiman.
It is, because what a part of your whole argument was the judicial system is so fair, they treat Black people and white people the same. This is another example which I found on data that something like 57% of Black men are falsely accused of a crime that they did not commit. So again, it's color. So now what's your excuse for that one?
Wait, what?
What is that based on? Can you
find the law? Can you
wait?
Find the law?
Jumbotron.
Please find the law and
post that in the. We're literally saying, because both of your argument is systematic racism can only occur if there's a law, and we're saying, guess what? Systematic racism can occur and there doesn't have to be a law, and then. I can give many. It's just so logical. Like, I'm surprised that's even a debate. But anyway.
Okay. Well, no. So wait a minute. Okay, I'll ask you this. If you want to go down that, let me ask you that. You were asking me a question earlier. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think that Chase Bank goes out and deliberately gives up money that they could be making simply because they don't want to give money to a Black guy? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Did you see the data?
Do you believe that?
Did you see the data?
I believe that. I do believe that.
Did you see the data?
Believe that Chase Bank,
did you see that
the largest bank in the world, a publicly traded company, is not giving loans based on somebody's skin color that is sitting in front of them right now?
And they clearly did, because that's why they paid Jamal out. What are you on about? The guy they paid him millions of dollars.
Do you not know what ESG is?
Yeah, Mr. J.P. Morgan did that during Jim Crow. Yes, I do believe that. What the hell is different?
During Jim Crow.
Jim Crow again.
Come on, man.
Listen, you have to understand the data. If you look at the data, Chase Bank came to the table. Go and look at what Chase Bank did. Chase Bank came to the table and said, "Yeah, we messed up." Okay.
No,
so
they came to the table and said, "We don't want to fuck with this. Here's your money."
No, that's not what they said. They said that they wanted to repair what they did. And so they're going to put up this amount of money because they think that this is at least a good enough amount. I don't think.
Did you not think it was a good investment for them not to have the woke mob go after them?
Here's what I'm saying. Mob, come on, let's be serious here. The reality of the situation is that you guys have to understand. Do you not understand how Chase Bank was even created? Chase Bank was created utilizing Black slaves as collateral. Now, this is the reality of the situation.
We're back in the 1800s again.
It ain't about back to the 1800s. It's about the fact that today that they're worth trillions of dollars, and we are the reason why they even have a bank, and we can't even get loans. So for you to say that there's
explain that.
Oh, I'll explain it. They used Black slaves as collateral to get the bank. J.P. Morgan did. Google it. So what I'm saying is they came and said, yes, we use slaves. We'll give a $5 million scholarship to the Black community because we use Black slaves. That's what they did.
Because Jamal, at that time, slaves had a value as a property.
Right. I understand that. So what are you saying?
Yeah,
here?
but
What I'm telling you is the fact that they can use black slaves as collateral to build trillions of dollars.
I agree.
And they still won't give loans to black community. And you want to sit here and
Again,
try to say that they're not doing it intentionally? Come on, let's be serious.
So everyone owes you.
America owes.
I mean, they don't own it, but they should give him.
Wow, there it is. Okay, so now we're on reparations.
There is no, there it is.
No, it's not.
There
it's
is
not
no,
about
there it
owing.
is.
It's about,
You know
it's
what
about
you
fairness.
did. You know the history. You know what happened. We're not about to go back over history.
Wait. You said
okay. You don't want us.
So this is a very important point here. You just said you know what you did. Okay, referring to me. What did I do?
You didn't do anything. We're not asking you for anything, and I think that's a big misconception. We're not asking you for anything. America know what America did. Point blank.
Matter of fact, and what you did is you're not acknowledging the bullshit that was done before you. You can at least acknowledge all of the pain.
What do you want me to acknowledge?
That
Nick, I want you to acknowledge that your family benefited.
Slavery was fucked up.
Acknowledge that your
My
family
family didn't.
benefited in Kentucky.
My family didn't.
Yes, your family
I'm
did.
a second
Your
generation
family
German. What are
benefited.
you talking
Your
about?
family benefited from Jim Crow and redlining.
Nope.
Yes, they did.
Mine didn't.
No,
Yes,
I
they did. I
certainly
guarantee
did
you.
not.
No,
Certainly
mine
did
died.
not.
No.
Your
Mine
family
died in the
benefited
Civil War in the North.
from the Great Depression when that bill, the New Deal was signed and black folk were left out. Look it up. You want me to keep going? I can keep
mine
going.
died. They gave them
Your
several
family
before
benefited
the
from the
big.
GI Bill. You know, when our black soldiers were coming back.
Nope.
Yeah. Want me to keep going?
It's not true.
Right, but you're talking
your
about
family
something that happened
benefited off of all the loans and riches that they used for their businesses that were used when the banks that were created were used with black slaves, but they gave money to white people and not black people. So you can go on and on throughout history. We can give you every system in place
Jamal,
and show you how
my family,
you guys
my
have benefited.
family, listen, my family are third generation immigrant Irish immigrants. My great whatever fought for the North in the Civil War and died. I benefited nothing from that.
Our siblings died.
No one in my
our
family
family members died as well. So stop leaving us out
No.
we didn't fight the Civil War as well.
No one in my family benefited from that. So y'all does not apply.
Disingenuous.
Yeah, but you're
Black
benefiting
folk
from it
get
right
loans
now.
every day in the United States. We cannot
Wait,
allow
what?
this conversation. Black folk get loans every day in the United States
At a very
I lived in
disproportionate
most
rate.
Thriving
You
black
literally,
communities
first of all, we
in
never
DC for
said we
over a
don't get
decade.
loans. You heard me say
You just
that
said
they
you don't get loans.
No, I
because
said in
J.P. Morgan was built on
2015 I
slavery,
won.
and you still can't
No,
get a loan.
that's not what
Are you
we
really
said in
suggesting
We
that
are
you
talking
cannot
about
get a loan?
disproportionate
and
rates
higher
of lending.
interest rates than white folk with the same
predatory
credentials.
lending. Let's go back in time. Let's go back into, before the 2000s happened, the 80s and 90s, when the banks wouldn't even lend to black communities. And you know what they made them do? They signed these predatory land
Absolutely.
contracts.
Yes, they did.
Y'all need to do some history. And
Black
for
skin
y'all,
people
for
have
y'all
been
don't
getting loans in this country
but
for
y'all don't
over
like
100
history. Y'all need
years.
to be taught it.
200 years probably.
No, that
And
was
in
not
fact,
200
it's
years
really a
ago.
shame that
The
this
predatory
conversation
loans
has become so
Jamal is talking
racialized.
about.
That wasn't 20 years ago.
That was not
This is
200 years
40
ago.
years ago.
That was not.
This is a few
This
decades
was in the
ago.
60s
This ain't
and the
200 years
70s.
ago.
Specifically in Chicago, you can fact check me on this. You can look up everything I'm saying. Specifically
Look it
in
up.
Chicago, they were giving black folks predatory loans. That's when that was the last wave of the Great Migration to
Welcome
the north.
to
They
history.
were giving
That's
black
what I have
folks
to say.
predatory
Welcome to
loans to
history.
own houses
People
in
sign on
Chicago.
predatory loans.
In
Everybody
Chicago.
gets
How is
signed
that
on to predatory loans
systemically?
because they
How
don't
is any of
understand
this?
them.
How is any of this systemically racist in 2023?
First of
Oh,
all,
so,
let me
okay,
trash.
so I have
Let me say this.
excellent-
Somebody
excellent-
just told you how somebody went through mass incarceration.
I just told you how I was.
No.
My entire ancestry was conscripted to a war that didn't start.
Can you
What are you talking about?
Can you hear what I just said? Someone just talked about mass incarceration and how that affects the family,
Jamal,
from their family structure, from generational wealth, from housing, from all of those things. And you mean to tell me that that's not systemic racism?
I just proposed to you a plan that would actually fucking bridge the gap.
We're not talking about a plan.
I'm not hearing about the
plan,
plan.
but then
I asked
you're
you, is
denying
there
that
systemic
that's
racism?
the difference.
What?
Are you denying?
You proposed. No, he denied it. Yeah, he doesn't believe in it. So what trash? Your disagreement isn't about that. So yes, you proposed a plan for sure, and it was actually an amazing thing what you said. But where you're disagreeing with Jamal is you're denying that the systematic racism. Jamal and Tira has provided significant examples of that, and your retort of that as well. There could be other reasons. That's literally what.
There's not been any evidence of that.
Yeah, saying there's significant evidence is very subjective. So,
bro, so obviously, then based on that, there is no, philosophical certainty. But what they provided was Tara provided significant information when it comes to black people going to jail for the exact same crime for longer. Black people getting stops and searches significantly more. Black people getting falsely accused significantly more. Jamal gave examples in the banking system where black people were being.
So all of that is anecdotal. That's not evidence, Suleiman. That's
No. If you
how
look
is
up
it
in the
anecdotal
net-
if it's the entirety of the United States? What are you on about? How is that anecdotal? Your example is anecdotal. You're like, oh, it could be because of this, it could be because of that. But they've actually given data. You need to provide data to disprove their point.
What data do I need to?
All of this
Trash,
political
look at the
rhetoric. On the
nest.
net, they
There
put it
is
in like
a
hours
US
ago.
Trash, look in the nest. There's a U.S. sentencing article about 2017 that shows that blacks receive disproportionately longer sentences than whites for similarly situated crimes. There's also something showing
With the backstory.
in nature showing that blacks are stopped more often than whites for similar traffic type violations.
With
And there is also
mitigating,
Freddie
with
Mac.
no other mitigating circumstances. So, like,
You need
to prove if there are mitigating
You better go and look at them before you can.
same
Right. My
crime.
number
That's what you need to
3,
prove.
I just posted, or Suleiman posted for me because I can't figure out the nest. A study from Freddie Mac showing that appraisals of minority houses were less than white appraisals. That's from
I believe that.
2021.
I believe
So
that.
that I'm just saying, you go look at what I
Wait,
posted.
who said
That's not systemic racism?
That's
Trash, you believe that?
You said you believe it.
Yep.
That's beautiful.
So that's an example. That's a system.
That's a
ensuring that
system.
people-
Notice they can't
No, no, no.
share anything that proves it wrong. They will
Let me be
not.
clear. Let me
No,
be
we
clear.
just
Own
got
values
somewhere.
are based
Deshaun,
on
we just got
comparative
somewhere.
value.
I'll explain it.
Go ahead, Trash. Please explain it.
All right. So, like, what you're talking about is blockbusting. And, like, what blockbusting was what they would do, essentially, is they would have all the neighborhoods in the house, right? They would have all these houses in the neighborhood. And then what these people that wanted to do, that actually buy at the neighborhood, they would actually rent out to a black family. And then what they would do is they would stoke fear in all the other white neighbors and say, holy shit, there's a black family moving into this. You need to get out. You need to get out now. You need to sell because you're going to lose your money. It's called blockbusting.
Okay, but first of all, you're talking to a real estate broker. That is not what we're referring to right now. We are referring to the fact that a black, like right now, I live in a high middle class area. But if I have my family pictures up here, get my house appraised, it is going to be different than it is some white family pictures up here when it's appraised. That is what we're talking about, and data has shown. Data has shown that a black owner gets a lower appraised value than a white owner. That is data.
100%. 100%.
But that's not blockbuster. I'm just
Okay,
talking
but
about the individual home.
Okay. But sentiment does not explain systemic. So market sentiment does not explain systemic. Let me be clear about something. Like Dave Chappelle did a stand-up and he talked about sprinkle some crack and we'll get out of here. I love that bit. I thought it was a great bit. I was fucking hilarious. And I thought it was a takedown of the average white police. And I don't know, sprinkle some crack, we'll get out of here. And then like the crime scene solved. It was a very poignant stand-up routine that Dave Chappelle did. It was actually way more important than just being funny. It was actually an illustration of how the average person would. But just because you have an average person think, and then they're probably wrong on their racist sentiment towards whatever that may be, that does not give a definition on systemic. So sentiment is different from systemic. Can we not agree on that? And can we not agree that stereotypes actually define what the nuance of a sentiment is of people? That's the same thing. Systemic and
You're comparing a comedy show.
All right,
to
let
statistics. That's
wait.
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
It's not
Go
ridiculous.
ahead, Austin.
Go on,
Austin.
let Jamal come back on you then.
No, I'm gonna let Austin
Jamal
take this. I'm gonna let
Go on,
Austin take this.
Go
Go
on,
ahead.
Austin.
Man.
Yeah, no, like seriously, like holy fucking shit, you guys. Like we're going through like 90 different topics in the space of like 3 minutes. The reality of the situation is that we're talking about national level politics and national level sort of like, what does morality mean? What does
No,
curriculum
dude,
mean?
we're talking
When
about
the
sentiment
rea-
versus systemic. We're talking about
Yeah,
sentiment,
sentiment versus systemic. Yeah,
not
so,
national
okay,
politics. You've said it a million
that's
times,
great.
Austin.
No, no, no,
We
no.
fucking
Yeah,
get
let's
it.
talk literal. Let's talk about the 30 kids that die every fucking week in Chicago.
Oh, for fuck's
Like, let's
sake,
talk
come
about
on,
that.
man.
What drives that? Because this is about Chicago. This is about, this is about my homeland. This is about the city I
Fine.
grew up in.
You know what?
And
It's a great gun-free zone, yet everybody has guns, Austin. What are we talking about?
Oh, what an excellent fucking argument. Where do all the guns come from? They come from Indiana and Wisconsin,
Bro,
where there aren't
what
gun
are we
laws.
doing?
Yeah,
You know what,
no,
guys?
Yeah,
This is
gun-free
intellectually
zones
dishonest.
don't work if there are areas next. Yeah, if I run a fucking coffee shop and say it's a gun-free zone, but next door you're running a gun shop that says,
Bro, come
open
on,
and free.
dude.
Run
Hold
it
on,
down. Run it down.
Jamal,
Hold
can I
on.
get back?
People are
Jamal,
gonna
can I
buy
get
guns and shoot up the place.
Jamal?
Dude, that's
Can I get
such a
back to you,
fucking
Jamal?
bullshit argument.
Shut up.
Like it's
Jamal,
it's
can I get
no, no.
back to you
What do
for a
mean,
minute?
Shut up. Let me speak.
Yeah, because you're not
Um,
talking about anything we're talking about. So, Jamal, what I'm talking
no,
about
I'm
is
talking about
buy your
everything
sentiment.
that you're talking about.
Fucking hell,
Because
dude, shut
it's
up.
it's
So what
no,
I'm
no,
talking
there are serious issues that are plaguing the city of
Ugh.
Chicago, and you would know that if you've ever been
Yeah,
there.
I know.
And
I know.
so when we
Jamal,
talk about
can
the
we talk about
ideas of
sentiment
economic
versus
prosperity, when we talk about the ideas of like equal education, the idea that
Okay,
our
okay,
children should have a prosperous future.
Austin.
What?
We've I believe we've talked about that and covered it, but
Okay, listen.
specifically Trash's question, I do think that Jamal should come back on it. Go on,
All right.
Jamal.
I mean, sure, yeah, Jamal, go ahead if you want me to jump in. I'm happy to do so.
About this
Here's the
specific-
reality. The reality of the situation is this is a system that was put in place that is implemented. And this is what our co-host was saying earlier, right? Is that yes, it is illegal to for appraisals to basically discriminate with appraisals. Yes, all the stuff we're talking about is technically illegal by law. But that does not mean that these systems and the people who are driving these systems are not implementing, or are not discriminating with their behaviors. And that's what's happening in all of these systems, whether it be, appraisals, whether it be the prison system, the banking system on down, is the people that are in place that are finding loopholes, are finding ways to discriminate against people of color. And that's just the truth of what's happening still to this day. So you don't want to define it as systemic racism because it's not law, but that does not mean that it's not happening through loopholes. Just like banks, you have laws that says you cannot not give millions of dollars to these communities, and you have to give a certain amount. We're going to grade you and show, but they still find a loophole to not do it.
And speaking of loopholes, let's talk about gun
Also,
control.
guys, 1 second. Right, guys, just to let everybody know, we will hopefully, I'll get Mari to do this debate again. We are about to wrap up. We have got a few minutes to go. So I do want to give Trash an opportunity to respond. Maybe give either Jamal or Deshaun one last opportunity to respond. And then we'll be ending the space soon. Although now I've got him. Anyway, Trash, go ahead. Maybe that might not be the case. But anyway, go ahead, Trash.
No, I'm sorry. First of all, Jamal, let me just say this. I'll back up because I got a little heated. Number one, I loved a lot of what you were saying earlier in the space. Like, I actually, in our group text, I was like, dude, I like what he's fucking saying. He's actually addressing the real problems. Whether we agree or disagree to how to fix these problems, like, he's actually addressing the real problems. Love it. I'm in. I'm 100% in. I would love to sit down and talk with you about it. Number two, I love the debate that we had today on the space. Like, yes, like, this is the conversation. Number three, yes, I'm super passionate about education. And yes, like, I actually understand what's happening in our education systems. But here is my, sorry, Austin. Austin, you and I agree to disagree, but I'm sorry. But here is my crux of the argument, right?
Much love, my guy.
Number one, what I don't like is the talk of conversation of equity of outcome versus equality of opportunity. I believe that we as a people, and we're strong enough as a country in the United States, that we can actually provide funding to create an equality of opportunity. Because what do I know? What do I know specifically? I know that there's a lot of kids that are born into a circumstance that they have no fucking chance. They have no fucking chance. And like any chance that they would have is well mitigated by other cultural factors. That
why do you think that they're in them circumstances in the first place, and why is it disproportionately black people are in them circumstances?
It's not just black people, but it is a class.
No. I didn't say not black people. I said disproportionately.
It is. It's fucking sad because like our inner city.
No. Sorry, Trash. I know, because I know you've been genuine. So that's not my. I'm saying, why do you think that black people are disproportionately in the position that you're referring to?
Man, that's actually a tough conversation.
He doesn't know. Let one of us answer it. He does not know. It's like me trying to tell a rape victim how she feels. I cannot tell a rape victim how she feels and the after effects because that is not me. He does not know. That's why he paused.
Right,
me or Jamal can answer that question. Me or Jamal can answer that question.
Far too large a question.
I actually paused because it's a very large question to answer. Like,
you
come
don't
on.
know. Just say that
That's
and
not
let one of
true.
us answer. Let one of us.
Can I get Alfred in on this one? Because, you know, I received a message earlier from Alfred and I brought him up on stage. He said, when defining systemic racism, they're describing class and using same. Alfred, do you want to jump in on this one?
Yeah, I'll be quick. I think we're having an issue of talking past each other. So, like, what are we defining as systemic racism? So, are we saying one individual who is racist in a certain system, whether it be through marketing, through housing, through police, through government, if that person is racist and they do a discriminatory practice, is that systemic racism? And I think what Trash is trying to say is just because there's a person who's pulling that certain lever who is racist, that does not infer systemic racism because there are no laws on the books that support that system. Deshaun, you talked about how you did a lawsuit for the banks for lending purposes. In the 1960s, 50s, 40s, and prior to that, you could not do that as a black man. There was no system in place for you to go before a judge and challenge a bank and say, hey, you need to provide more funding for the black community or for this specific community. And then the last point I'll get to is, you know, you talked about your own personal experience. Well, my own personal experience, I've never been stopped to as far as pursuing my own goals in my life.
Neither have I. So please don't go that route. Neither have I. So do not go that road because neither have I.
Examples have been brought up in your own in
it has
your
not.
life or
I have,
others or
it has
Jamal's
not.
life. Okay, but people are using anecdotal evidence in their own lives. So, you know, if you're going to use your own personal, like, hey, this is what happened to me when I tried to go for a house. I own my own house too. And I didn't have a problem going to the bank to get a loan to buy my house. So I think it's not unfair to say, hey, there might be other mitigating circumstances. We could say possibly racism. That person who's pulling that lever to make that decision might be discriminatory, or it could be other factors. So I think it's kind of lazy to just say a blanket statement. It's all discrimination, it's all racism, and that's the end of the conversation.
Alfred, answer these questions. Did we have successful black people and billionaires in the 1800s through Jim Crow?
Yes, in the 1800s.
Yeah. Did we have racism during that time?
Individuals, I'm trying to expand on that. Those individuals who were successful during that time faced barriers that they could not get through, even though they had the money to get through it. Muhammad Ali still had barriers in front of him, even though he was this amazing star. Can you point to a single successful or rich superstar? I don't know, LeBron James. Let's just say LeBron James. Are you honestly going to sit there and tell me that LeBron James has the same sort of systemic racism fear that he and his children have to deal with that any inner city kid in Chicago, or for me, it would be Baltimore.
Hold on.
Are you honestly going to tell me that he faces the same thing?
Come on, first of all, that's a disingenuous question.
It's not.
Also,
It's asking me about
also
successful
LeBron
people in the
James,
1800s. That's
rich
not a disingenuous
billionaire LeBron James acknowledged racism. So there's that.
Just because he says it doesn't make it true.
That just because the thing is, just because I got a couple of degrees, I'm doing something for myself. I step out the house every day with my shoes on, and I get in my car, and I drive 7 minutes to work, and I got a good bank account. That does not mean that some of these systems, or whatever the hell y'all want to call it, that does not mean that it's not happening. For decades, for centuries, Black people have been breaking barriers. That is a fact. That does not negate what the hell was going on with certain systems. You can almost point to a successful Black person at any point in American history.
Nobody's arguing that.
And I want. Let me say this because I know we have to wrap. Let me say this because I know we got to wrap.
We're not actually wrapping.
We're actually
Not
wrapping.
wrapping.
1 second. 1 second. God damn it. So, like, I was working in the finance industry in 2008 and 2009. Like, I was on top of the world. I was making 6 figures. I was married. Life was good. And then the entire world caught on fire. And then she divorced me because I was not going to have kids. I was not going to have to bring kids while I was working in the finance industry while the entire world caught on fire in 2008, 2009. What did she do? She divorced me. Well, I lived in Texas, and that was an alimony state. So I had 2 options. I would either pay 60% of what my income was at that time, which was $144,000, or based on my income that I was making now, I would transfer all assets and recur all debt. So I said, okay, I'll walk away from this. You have all the assets. I'll take all the debt. I'll file bankruptcy. I'll walk away. And I walked to the bus stop for 2-3 weeks. And I went to a job that made a fraction of what I was making. But I did it with a fucking smile on my face. And I walked into that space every day. And I fucking made those stupid calls, and I had to listen to stupid, incompetent.
Wait,
Yeah,
quick.
That's
quick
moving.
sidebar,
What's the point?
Trav.
What are you
Like,
equating
I
that
would
to?
honestly love to have a full-time space of like your experience working in the financial industry in 2008, 2009, because like that's a story in and of itself.
It is.
Like I would
But
love to hear your experience there.
My point is that I had to walk to a bus stop for 2 or 3 weeks after making 6 figures the year prior, having my entire life stripped away from me. What did I say? I didn't say, well, the finance industry is completely a negating force on the backbone of me, and I can't.
Please don't tell me you try to compare this to
He did. He did.
Please.
Yes, he did.
That's not a fair comparison.
Why is it not a fair comparison? I literally
First
had
of
to
all,
start.
first of all, number one, it is a very small percentage of Black people in America that are making $100,000 a year or more. Very small. Let's just make it not
Sure.
and not even in the 10th percentile. So number one, you are talking from a level of privilege.
No,
and when you look at you are, because there were things that you were afforded to even get you to live that middle class life. That you
But
you
all
are
of that
living
was taken away.
No, but it ain't about taking away, because guess what? Let's talk about taking away.
That's not fair.
Do you know that the poorest? Do you know that the poor? I want you to understand the poorest white family has more privilege than the richest Black family in America. Do you understand that?
Come on,
That is the truth.
man.
Do you know that the poorest white community is still safer than the rich? I want you to understand. That this is the reality of America. You guys gonna have to look at some more data and viewpoints. Maybe you need to walk into a Black community so that you can understand that. Because everybody do a lot of talking, but they don't do enough of coming in.
So if you're saying, most of our Black communities are administered by Black people.
Yeah, they're. So what are
powers
you
that
doing
you're
to
talking about are
contribute?
not? It's not like we have.
No,
Black
you're changing the
communities that are
argument. You just
administered
made
by white people.
You're changing the argument. You just made a position to explain systemic racism about it being unsafe in certain neighborhoods. So I'm asking the question: why is it unsafe? Is it white supremacy that's making these neighborhoods unsafe?
But listen, if you just getting here, but
we don't have
to. I don't know if you just getting here, but we ain't got time to go through this whole space again. Let me say this. Once again, this is clear. Data will show you this. Is that the poorest white family still has more privilege than the richest Black family. I want you to understand this. It's not about, because a lot of people like to use class.
How the fuck can you prove that?
I can
That
prove
is
it
just
based on
silliness.
all of the
That-
different
that-
systems in place. Do you know how many? Listen, let me tell you something. The superintendent of police here, the last superintendent,
No,
was a good
first
friend
of
of
all,
mine.
no,
No,
first
I
of
want you to understand this. Listen to me, Trash.
No.
He is a good friend of mine. And do you think that when they pull him over and he don't have his uniform on, that he was treated with decency? I want you to understand that no matter your status of power as a black man or a black woman, you are still black. And if you engage with police, if you engage with a financial institution, if you put black on a job application, you're going to get it over me. We can go on and on and on to show you the systemic racism that no matter how black you are, no matter how rich you are, if you're black, you still have more privilege than me.
That's all of us. And you just said that the poorest of white families in this country had more safety than the richest of the black families in this country.
I specifically, that's the truth too. But I specifically said,
come on.
This is where because we're back to where, because you were talking
Obama
about you.
was the president of the United States. He has Secret Service. He has a house.
What's your
house
point?
on Martha's Vineyard.
Obama, the Secret Service. This your argument? Listen, the reality of the situation is that's just the truth. Is that no matter how rich a black person gets, go look at every rich black person. They've all had stories on how they were still experiencing racism still to this day in all of their industries, whether it's entertainment, entertainment industry, media industry,
being an asshole to you just because of your skin color is not indicative of being more privileged than somebody else. Do
you know what privilege
insane.
means? Because I think you need a class.
What does privilege mean then? Tell us what privilege means.
First of all, privilege is the fact that if I walk into this job interview and Trash walks into the job interview after me, that there is a level of privilege that he is going to get that job over me because of his skin color. That is the truth. That when I walk in there and I put black on my application for a loan, that when Trash come in and put an application, I may get denied. I may have the same credit score, the same income, but I'm going to get denied. But Trash is going to get accepted.
Okay, so
what I'm trying to understand that this is actually happening.
That's not quantifiable.
That is quantifiable. That is data.
Is data statements and just say, oh, if you go into this
hey, Alfred, how about you go and read, articles so that you can get education.
Alfred, the weakness in your argument is you keep using the word anecdotal. Anecdotal isn't what you think it means, because what Jamal has done is he's provided wide-ranging data for the entirety of the United States. That's not anecdotal. If Jamal said, guess what, guys, I went to a bank, like Trash's example of his story, that's anecdotal, where he's given his own experience.
Very much so.
But what Jamal has done is given data. Tira has given data in terms of,
right. So I'll give data then. All right, I'll give data then. If you want to fucking push back on me that way, then Solomon, I'll fucking give data. So 12.1% of our entire population is African American Black community. 12.1%. So if you extrapolate that data of people that are actually applying and then receiving jobs, 12.1% of all of those people in that fucking hiring pool would actually be accepted. And then what you're saying is because only 12.1%
that doesn't even make sense, Travis. It doesn't make sense. The unemployment rate is the highest in Black communities all across this country. How are you talking about just because it's 12.1%? Like, what are you saying?
Employment?
No, because you're trying to use the fact that
I don't know what the data is on this. So let's see. So for unemployment, what percentage of Black people are unemployed?
For unemployment, I know that specifically in Chicago, we have some of the high, well, if not the top 1 or 2, 3, the highest in the country of Black people, Black neighborhoods being vastly unemployed.
No,
what I'm saying, and I'm going to pull some data and put some more in the letterhead. In the chat.
Okay. All right. So numbers came out last week. The numbers came out last week. We still have the highest, but I think it dropped to like 5.1 or something like that. You can fact check me on that. In fact, you can fact check me on anything that I've said on tonight. And so Jamal is correct on that.
So sorry, one second, Jamal. So you're saying 5.1% of black people are unemployed
in America.
In America, and how many? What percentage of white people are unemployed in America as a percentage?
Well, it's lower than that. Let me go look it up. Hold on.
Okay, thank you. So then that would, yeah. So now again, that's not anecdotal. That's an example of the entirety of the United States. Just because I think anecdotal has been used incorrectly. Let's go for Ila, the producer. You have joined the stage, so so I don't know what your position is on anything, but yeah, just give us your thoughts.
Yeah, man, I'm in bed with the family, and I had to jump on and just say something because I hear this conversation, and it's wild, like to hear the two different perspectives. And you know, I could understand Jamal is speaking from experience, and Trash, you're speaking from like books, like reading books or arguments between you and your buddies or whatever it is. These are two different things. Like if you just think about the human experience. Why is my human experience or our human experience different than yours? And you can't even argue about that. You can use your eyes. You could get up out of the book for a second and use your eyes. Drive, go to Compton, go to Brownsville, Brooklyn, go to Chicago, then go to Manhattan, go to Kentucky, go to any prominent white neighborhood, and tell me with your own eyes that you don't see the inequality. Like, besides all the numbers, it's just from being humans, man. My experience should not be different than yours. And there's people that's still sitting in positions of power that was for segregation and all the things, all the laws and everything that was stacked against us. There are people back in those times that are still sitting in positions of power on Capitol Hill. So that's the things that people is trying to tell you. And then if you look at, just use your eyes, homie. If you just see on the news how many of us got gunned down to where black, white, every shade of color was marching because of the police gunning down black folks. It's fuck all the numbers for a second. Just look at human experience. You know what I'm saying? And then we could use people as smart as you as allies instead of you saying, oh, it's reparations and it's this and that. It's like, damn, it's right or wrong. You just want to be on the right side of things when it comes down to it. That's how I feel, man.
All right, so I'll use some numbers. Like, I appreciate what you're saying, and like I tried to give some lived experience, and then everybody told me it was anecdotal. So fine, I'll leave my lived experience out of it. So we have 65.7% are white in this country, right? But predominantly white. Where you have 12.1% are black, and the black unemployment rate is 5.8%. So 5.8% of 12.1%.
It's 6.1 this year.
Oh, 6.1. Thank you. And then you had 3.7% roughly for white unemployment. So you're talking about 3.7% of 65% of the total population versus 6.1% of 12% of the population. And you want to tell me that those numbers are disparaging?
Why should it be different at all?
I think you don't understand.
Why should it be different at all?
I think what Trash has done is he's done it as a percentage, but it doesn't work like that, Trash.
Trash, can I say one first?
So, because basically what Trash, Trash.
I know what you did, but your math it shouldn't be different. In other words, it should be the same regardless of the percentage of population.
So basically what you're proving is that basically a black man is twice as likely to be unemployed compared to a white man. Is what that stats show.
100%. And which is why I would agree that black men are incarcerated far more than white people, which is why I made the argument that I made earlier, where they should actually have a path of redemption and actually be able to get out of the incarceration system and actually be able to get a fucking job. So like that was actually the argument that I made. So like the gap between 3.7, 3.8, and 6.1 would be closed if there was actually a path of redemption or a second chance clause or something that you could actually enter the workforce to be in there for.
That gap is huge, bro. Like I didn't realize, like almost like
that's not
true. So basically what you're saying is basically a black man is twice as likely to be unemployed compared to a white person.
100%.
Yeah. So
no,
Kira, what were you gonna say?
Absolutely.
No, not quite.
No, just a
that's
context. A context.
Anybody gonna negate the facts? Bring your data. We showing you data,
and that's not anecdotal, guys. So let's go for Jennifer.
Hey, thank you. No, I'm just listening, and I just want to make a point though. Trash is getting attacked for using his lived experience, right? He's not allowed to do that. That's oppression, Just so you know.
I mean, he wasn't being attacked. It's just I was
hold
explaining
on.
to Alfred. I was explaining to Alfred
I'm
the
just
different
saying,
anecdote.
like,
Now, he wasn't
Really,
being attacked, though.
you're gonna use the word oppression on this conversation? That's fucking
That's
hilarious.
hilarious, right? I'm just saying he's not allowed to do that. He can't argue that. But anyways, so you know what? This is really honestly, this whole conversation is pretty sad because you want to take it back to the first post in the Nest about what's happening in Chicago, and it's no wonder that the children and the youth are at odds, right? The only thing that helps in this entire situation is to teach these children, teach them academics. Stop focusing on ideology. I couldn't even ask a question without Jamal and Deshaun, going off onto these, all of these things.
Because you're not telling the truth. You're not in
No,
our
I
schools. You don't know. You're not telling the truth. You are telling 3,000 plus people a lie. And since I'm not teaching academics, can you please tell me how 84% of my students met their goals in the middle of the year assessment? If I'm not teaching academics, a statewide testing system, can you please tell me how 84% of my students met their goal? Please answer.
Hey, Deshaun. Hey, why don't you and
More time for that. I have to teach my children. One second, guys. Well, no. Right, I'm just gonna mute. Look, listen, guys. You need to let Jennifer finish her point because we need to get a bit of balance in. So Jennifer, go ahead. And then we'll go to Deshaun. Go for it, Jennifer.
Yeah, thank you. I'm making a point here. This right here is not going to help any children, any of them. They need to learn academics. When you are an adult and you're pushing your personal belief system and ideology and division on them, this is what we get. Again, back to the first post in the Nest of Chicago. But Deshaun, seriously, we can get a moderator, and I'm happy to do a one-on-one debate on the system and education with you.
No, you lost already, Jennifer. Listen, here's the reality of the situation, guys. The reality is that is exactly what my guy who is just up here, I don't know where he went. He did something with the Grammys. He's a Grammy Award winner. Listen, what he said was, you guys are debating politics and all this and this and that. We're debating. We are using our real life experiences. Let me tell you something, you guys, that you didn't know about me, because a lot of this stuff, I've just been talking about. Number one, I was kicked out of 9 schools. It's one of the worst kids in Chicago public schools. I want you to understand that about me. I was kicked out of 9 schools, and I was able to still achieve success. So I want you guys to understand that everything that we have talked about, we are talking from experience. I've got every loan you can think of. I own multiple businesses. I'm a real estate broker. I own property. I go on down the line. So when I'm talking about these things, I'm not just talking about it from a political standpoint. I'm talking about it as somebody who came from nothing, who went through all of these experiences that you're currently talking about within our education system, and who also was able to still do a lot of great things and make a lot of money. And
You
now
just told
raising
me.
my
No,
kids.
no,
in
wait.
public schools. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, you just told me that the story that I just told was anecdotal and nonsense.
It is
doesn't-
anecdotal. I'm not using my story as anecdotal, because if I was, I would be saying that everybody.
Bro,
can do
that's what
I
you're
did.
doing.
No, if I was using my story, I would be saying that everybody like me can do what I did. That's not what I'm saying.
You just said it.
What I'm saying to you, is that you can't use your $144,000 salary and say, I went through a divorce and I had to rebuild, when not even a few percent of Black people make over $100,000 a year. And they're experiencing systemic racism. They are experiencing systemic racism.
What I said
experiencing
was
all these different things in their neighborhoods. They don't have the same opportunities as you.
No.
did.
Why is everybody
I
a
earned
victim of their circumstances instead of their actions?
Nobody
I
said
earned
that
that.
anybody was a
I
victim
earned
of the
that.
circumstance. I'm saying that you cannot compare you
Absolutely not.
losing your $144,000 job to a damn divorce, when there are people who literally lose their whole family because their
dad was caught with a nickel bag of marijuana, and now he got to
Same
sit in
thing.
jail for
I
years.
lost everything. I lost everything.
You went through a divorce. We're talking about
No,
systemic policies
you're
that
not
affect
listening.
people.
You're not listening. You're not listening. Then I went from 6 figures, $144,000 a year, to $40,000 a year.
Why?
And why?
Yes.
Because the entire financial system caught on fire and I had no control over it.
Okay, understand.
Hold on, Jamal.
So
Hold on,
now-
Jamal. Hold on. You talking about 2008?
Yes.
Do you know how many black folks lost their houses in 2008 when the market crashed?
I'm
And
a
who's
white guy. I
trying
lost
to
my
get back
house
on
to
their
it.
feet today.
Give me the percentage of black people making $40,000 a year.
You guys.
So
Right, guys, one at a time. Let me go for 1 second, guys. Everyone stop.
Does not matter because he's white.
That's
no,
what you're saying.
No. He's using the economic collapse to try to prove.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you
giving
are.
you an example.
So are you saying,
2008
Trash? Are you
in
saying that
2008
you are equal to let's just say to a family in Inglewood?
I was at
your
equal starting
experiences
point of
are
everybody
equal.
else. I was at
Say
an
that
equal.
again.
I was at an equal starting point of everybody else. I was.
And who is
walking-
everybody? You are saying that you are at an equal standard.
Anyone, black,
Then a
white,
work-
brown, yellow,
Okay,
purple,
all right.
doesn't matter.
I disagree.
We have a
talking
country
about
of
a
different
national
classes. Why does everybody expect to have an
A
equal start?
national crash.
Why is there?
That's
why
like
is
trying
why
to
is there-
compare himself
why
in
is
the
there
Great
this
Depression.
Expectation of utopia.
That's like
we
trying
have
to compare
different
that
classes.
to the
We have
Great
different
Depression.
classes of people in this country. There's
No.
never going to be a fair start. That's not going to happen.
We know why. We know
Jamal,
why.
The
you're
fairest start,
We
the
know
fairest start you can have is to be of a white descendant and
You're right,
to
that's
actually come from riches, probably come from a trust fund, probably come from connections to
None of
elite
it.
industries.
None of
All
it.
of that stuff.
None of it.
Your skin color is enough, though. Your skin
You
color.
guys, let me be clear.
Right, guys. Okay.
No, let me be clear.
So let me go. No, 1 second,
Come
guys.
on,
Everybody's
man.
talking. Right, guys. I'm gonna go to Alpha first. Let him make his point, and then Jamal can come back. Alpha, when you make your point, also if you can answer this question, that what is the reason why black people have a much worse starting point than white people predominantly?
Well, first, I don't believe that stat. But this is what I'll say: the fairest start you can have in the United States. I'm not going to speak for any other country. The fairest start you can have in the United States is be born with 2 eyes, a mouth, 2 working arms, 2 working legs, and make the decision that, hey, I didn't start where other people got to start, but I'm going to work my ass off to get to where I want to get. I grew up in a ghetto-ass neighborhood, didn't have my first bed till I was a junior in high school. I'm not going to fucking whine about it. I'm going to say these are my circumstances. I was fortunate enough to have good parents that pushed school, and I went through it. And I know black people that have done that. I know white people that have done that. I know that Asian people that have done that. The fact that we want to say 60, 70 years later that the money that I've worked my ass off to give to my kids was somehow magically going to be beneficial to me because of I'm Mexican and I'm not black is ridiculous. It's because everybody else. This is about your community. Then fucking leave the country. You are, what color you are.
You leave the country and our shit. You leave. We built this. You leave.
People want to say that they built something that they weren't there for. People want to all of us movies pull out a commercial, pull up for themselves. That's on them. But what I will say is, I fought for this country in foreign wars. I fought for this country domestically, and the reason you have these communities that continue to suffer is because the community refuses to turn on the thugs that are in that community. For 2 reasons. A, they don't want to be advantage, and B, the fear of retaliation. What the criminal element that lives there. I know because I was a part of it. I did it for 14 years, and we took.
Well, show me one. Show me.
Community saw that. The community worked with the law enforcement. We got rid of the vast majority, because you'll never get rid of all of them. And it turned to a community where they've now built a park. They now have barbecues, and even though crime isn't completely gone, it's been. You want it? Strap on the boots. Go get a blue collar.
You said 15 seconds, Nick.
Hey, you've been talking for 20
Come
minutes.
on, come on, come on. Okay. Cartel analyst.
Right, let's get Jamal in. Let's get Jamal in now.
No. Jamal, by all means.
Go ahead, Austin.
Come on, let me speak. Let me run this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that shit's nonsense. Like, it's okay. So I understand the work ethic. I understand, drive people to be the best that they can be. That's a good way to conduct an individual, but we need to understand like what drives systems. And when it comes to like organized crime, when it comes to cartels,
What
like,
drives systems is
example-
division.
What the fuck are you talking
Division is what drives
What
systems.
do you mean, what the fuck
Right,
am I
guys,
talking-
you're interrupting.
I'm
Let
talking
him
about-
finish.
I'm talking
Let him
about
finish his point, and I'll let you
organized
come
crime
back.
that we see in major cities across the United States. That's what I'm talking about. Like the entire major reason that this space started was about organized crime in the U.S. and violence within major U.S. cities. That's what I'm talking about. So, yeah, that's hilarious. No, so when it comes to the specific town that Alpha was talking about in regards to their response to organized crime, cartel violence in particular, they did meet large-scale success there. That's I'm not going to disagree with them there. However, like what I've said from the get-go is that the reasons that organized crime syndicates recruit people is because there's economic incentive to do so. And until you solve those internal issues, there will always be people who are willing to like jump in. It's not a question of going to work. It's not a question of like, I want to, it is, entirely a question of, I want to provide for my family. And the reality of the situation is in most cities or pueblos in Mexico is the cartel offers far more than, legitimized industry. And so this idea that we can solve fucking gang violence by, pick up your bootstraps, everything like that, that's nonsense.
I said you solve gang crime by bridging the relationship between the community and the law enforcement. Work ethic is just one variable.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
And
You cannot bridge.
That's just not true. People, it doesn't work. The problem is people like you try to convince people it doesn't work. It does work.
Alpha. I'm happy to
No, it
talk
does
to you about this, but like, let's talk about this because,
Bro,
when
you're
we
not
talk
talking
about
about
the
anything.
relationship between the state and individuals who are being like over policed through ad nauseum. Like, what do you mean, like building a relationship? There?
So,
we're talking about
police
forces.
You have a city within a county that equates for 45% of the crime. You don't think the law enforcement should reflect that in that area? You think that it should be?
Let me say this.
Even law enforcement throughout the country?
Let me take over,
Hang on,
Austin.
Let me
take
I'm
over.
gonna throw it to Jamal here because I know Jamal has a lot to talk about.
And your microphone
policing
sucks.
here. And
Listen.
no, the reality of the situation.
Jamal,
let me take over. Listen, if you look at the most the neighborhoods with the least amount of crime and violence, it is not because they have a great relationship with police. Let's just be honest here. It's not. Now, I'm telling you, somebody who's just running for mayor. I'm very in tune with every neighborhood in the city. The neighborhoods with the least amount of violence in our city and around the country are those who have people that have good economic infrastructure. Most of those people have middle class jobs. Most of those neighborhoods have a middle class median income. They have a vast majority of those people own their homes or their condos, at least 70%, right? The businesses are thriving. There's not a vacancy in business. The quality of school is top tier. All of the different things that really go into a neighborhood is there. And most of those neighborhoods do not have a lot of police because they don't need it, because it is a low amount of crime, because most people are actually have great paying jobs. Their kids got the programs, community centers, they got gyms, they got everything that they need. And so to this notion of that we need to build a relationship with police to have less crime, that's just incorrect. We need economic infrastructure in these neighborhoods so that more people have alternatives to being on the street, whether that be good paying jobs and provide for their families, whether it be young people being in programs, all these different things, home ownership, increased home ownership. Like, we have to do the things that work.
And you're not going to get businesses that come in to invest in the economic infrastructure unless it's an area where they're going to.
We don't need nobody to come into these neighborhoods. We need the people in these neighborhoods. We need the people in these neighborhoods to be empowered. No.
Are successful because they have that commercial element that brings in the tax.
Because most of those people are in those neighborhoods. They need to be empowered. They need to be empowered. There are people in these neighborhoods who have the power to open up a business.
You have to make those poor areas get rid of the criminal element and start bringing in the infrastructure.
That's
of
bullshit.
That's
That's
not
bullshit. It is bullshit.
You're going to tell me that
you're
saying it's impossible to rebuild the neighborhood, or are you saying that you can rebuild the neighborhood whether there's crime there or not? Because that's impossible.
I'm telling you, let me tell you something. If you go into neighborhoods, even that are violent, I guarantee you there are always blocks that have the least amount of violence on them, right? Why are there neighborhoods that are violent, but you can go on one block that has the least amount of violence? I'll tell you why. The majority of that block are homeowners who give a damn about what goes on that block.
100%.
A lot of people watching. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if you invest, no, they do. They don't have to. No. They don't have to. People know a criminal is not going to go to a criminal is not going to go to a block where he knows that there are a bunch of different homeowners who give a damn about their block. They know that they have a higher chance of getting caught. So what I'm trying to tell you is that when you invest in economic infrastructure,
they're going to get caught. That's my question to you.
Because they have more people on that block that give a damn about what's going on. So that's because they have ownership. They have ownership.
So just giving a damn prevents it, or do what you really mean by giving a damn means that if they see crime afoot, they're going to call the police. They're going to cooperate with the police.
No,
and they're going to
that's just not true.
So you're saying that merely somebody caring prevents crime from coming into the neighborhood? Because if that's what you're saying,
I'm telling you that when you invest in communities, when you invest in home ownership, when you invest in business development, when you invest in safe spaces for young people, when you invest in improving quality education, all of those things create safer communities.
I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding you. You said very specifically, criminals don't go into those nicer blocks because they know the people there care about it and that they're going to get caught. So what you're saying is, since it has nothing to do with law enforcement, the mere act of those people caring about their neighborhood prevents a criminal with a disregard for
what I'm telling you is that people police their own communities, and they don't need police to do so and have a relationship with them. Police are merely a support system. You call 911 for them to come.
Beverly Hills, an example. You're telling me that the people of Beverly Hills see criminal gang members come into their neighborhood, they're going to handle that their own, and they're never going to call the cops.
You're not listening.
No, you're not.
You're just trying to. You're not listening. I am explaining. You're not listening. I need you to use your ears.
You can't sit here and tell an audience of
what I'm telling you, I can't explain something to somebody that don't want nothing to be explained to them.
You're going off.
I'm telling you, you're listening. You're listening to speak instead of listening to listen. You're listening to speak instead of listening to listen.
Exactly what you're accusing of is what you've been doing for the last hour. You specifically said,
Alpha. Let him finish his point, and then you can go for it, Al-Jamal.
He's just listening to speak.
No.
Once again,
finish your point, and then he's
once again. If you go into communities that have the least amount of violence, they don't have the most police. Any data will show you that. Anybody of any major city or any city in the country will tell you that. The only ones that have the majority of police are the ones that have the most amount of crime. So what I'm trying to tell you is that building a relationship with the police is not going to solve your crisis, because if that was the case, the ones who have the most, the neighborhoods who are most violent already have the most police. That would be the case. No, the case is the fact that they don't have the economic infrastructure of the communities that don't have the police, a big major police presence. And if you gave that economic infrastructure to these communities and had more homeowners who were the onlookers who really cared about their block, who would ask that person on the corner or that kid on their block, what are they doing, or if they need something, building relationships and building a village in that community. If you have more schools that had improved education, more mentors and after school programs, you have all these things that these communities who are doing well had, you will have the least amount of violence, and you will start decreasing the amount of police that's needed in these communities. So building a relationship with police does not get you less crime. Economic infrastructure gets you less crime. You can't you can't police your way out of it.
Okay, let's let Alfred come back on here.
The reason communities that have more police don't see a reduction in crime is not because there's more police, so it doesn't solve it. The problem is these communities are so ridden with crime. It's what I said. The community and the residents there do not feel safe pointing the finger, quote unquote, snitching on the criminals. You don't get the follow through on those investigations that you're going to get in other communities. We would arrest countless people in different communities, but when you don't have somebody there willing to cooperate, you're not going to get the convictions. And as long as you don't get the convictions, the gangs realize that we can do whatever we want and there's a free-for-all. That's why the relationship between your law enforcement and your community is so damn important, because despite what Jamal is saying, just because somebody cares about their neighborhood, that doesn't create this invisible barrier where a criminal is going to be like, oh, people care, let's move on to the next one. What that really translates to is because those people care, they will call 911, they will provide their surveillance video to the detectives, they will go to court and show up. And you don't get that in these other communities until you fulfill the slow process of establishing trust, which means transparency in the police department and the cooperation of the community. It really is that simple. And when people come in here and tell you that no, building trust and having a relationship with the local law enforcement is not going to work, that is exactly what a tyrannical government wants. Division. Division is what keeps crime afoot. Division is what I didn't interrupt. It works. Our community was a part of it. Southern California, where here's the thing. My community, for those that don't know, I'm going to explain it to you. Nobody's heard of Cathedral City. No, it's not anecdotal when you're talking about 14 years and thousands of cases, where I've also been used as a court expert on national cases. It's not anecdotal, it's stats. Now
we're talking about Chicago.
So I can address Chicago. What I'm trying to say.
Hey, Jamal, just let Alpha finish his point.
You have heard of the city of Palm Springs, and you have probably heard of the city of Rancho Mirage in Indian Wells. Why? Because those surround my city. The city I worked in was surrounded by communities with multi-million-dollar homes, multi-million-dollar incomes. And guess what? Those cities are not absent of crime. They're usually absent of violent crime, because those cities still have crimes. That's usually where you have your burglaries, your theft, your identity thefts, and all your frauds. All I'm trying to get people to understand is, and I'm not saying it's a solve all, but it is one variable that needs to be addressed in bringing all this crime down. And it's accountability.
You have police officers shooting and killing.
Jamal, I'm going to come to you.
And if you want to go into shooting stats, I was involved in 4 officer-involved shootings where I was actually being shot about. So we can talk about that too if you want, Jamal. We can talk about.
I'm telling you that there's no pathway. There's no pathway, and with technology.
This is March 18th, 2011.
Just 15 seconds.
March 18th. 2011, Officer Jermaine Gibson, we're in a pursuit chasing a black suspect from the Gateway Posse Crips out of Palm Springs that led to my partner's death, where he burned alive. A lot goes down in that case.
I'm just going to move to... Okay, so I'm going to go to Jamal, but just before I do, Alpha, there's a couple of points. Because the point I made when you came on earlier was that, look, what is the reason why a large majority of black people are basically in the poverty line or working class? You said, I don't accept those stats, even though they're well-known stats. But anyway, just here, because you wanted the stats, 20% of black people are at the poverty rate, whereas compared to white people, it's 8%. So almost 3 2.5 times more. So the stats are there. The question should be, why is it such a big disproportion of where Black people and other minorities, actually every minority except for white people, Asians, Hispanics, they're all in this stats, are significantly in the poverty rate situation compared to
Solomon,
another point.
our
Alpha,
social
I want to go
service
to
system
Alpha.
is designed
And
to
Alpha,
enslave people.
Alpha, I'm just going to come to you because I've got another point, and what I'm going to say, I think you have a right to answer back. One thing you said earlier, which I had a bit of issue with, is that you said, maybe an argument, but you said, if you don't like it, leave the country. I have significant issues because generally speaking, that happens when people of white color say it to minorities because they see them as second-class citizens. They believe that they have a divine right over that country compared to anybody else. It happens a lot in the UK. I assumed it didn't in the US because no one's homogenous. No one's really homogenous to the US except for
It's
Native
not
Americans.
attached to race.
But anyway, Alpha, please, if you want to explain, I have made two contentions against you.
And I appreciate that. And first of all, if that's how people address white people that make that statement, that's fine. I'm not white. I'm half Mexican and I'm half Spaniard, and I'm a veteran. So when I tell people if they don't like this country, they can leave. I don't care what color. That applies to white people that don't love this country. That applies to Antifa. If you don't love the country that me and my brothers and sisters have fought for, and you're going to just disgrace it and shame it instead of trying to rebuild it for everybody and not just one segment of the population, yeah, I mean it, leave. The other thing, Solomon, is there is a slavery that exists in the United States today, but it's not racism. It's an economic slavery. I work for social services in the Medi-Cal division here in California. And the one thing that I learned when I was very young is that the system is designed to enslave people economically. Came in there, and as they started to build themselves and get a second job, that second job would disqualify them from qualifying the system. So for those that don't know, slavery exists. It's just an economic slavery, and people don't realize it.
So Alpha. So the question to you is,
Solomon,
in terms of economic,
let me respond.
no, I will. I just want to ask Alpha one more question, and then I will definitely come to you. So Alpha, why is it that when it comes to Black people and Hispanic people, 40% of them are part of this economic slavery, which you're currently calling, whereas white people
Workers. My parents didn't get to go to college, so they wanted to make sure that they pushed college on us. So I went to a junior college in the military. So guess what I just pushed to my kids? I don't want you to go to a junior college. I want you to go to a 4-year university. Every generation got to catch up what the priority is, but there's a problem that a lot of the segments of our population dismiss education, they dismiss secondary education, and they just start pushing school or working from the very beginning. And you're never going to leave that lifestyle if you're not getting into trades or secondary education. That becomes the priorities within the core nuclear families, and that exists in every
you make a good point, but just another question then. So because what I understand, again, this is the United States Kingdom, but from what I've read, and I've read a lot of books on this, it's even worse in the United States. Essentially, education is a way out, but the educational system in Black working class communities, but again, we've just established the vast majority of that is the Black or Hispanic communities. So the education system is much worse. The schooling is much worse, and so yeah, it's basically a systemic problem where and it's just not just education. There's actually a number of factors, but I'm just going with education because that's one of the factors you said. There's actually a wide range of factors which are scholars and academics state that they are. And so it's basically you've got a large proportion of these people, and the large proportion of them are Black or Hispanic. And so essentially, it's very hard to get out. Now, some of us do, of course, like I come from a very poor background, but because it's so large numbers, it's very hard for it as a collective to get out. Alpha.
No, there's an absolute problem within the schools. And the problem is, and that's why you need community involvement. That's why I said it's not just law enforcement. This is all kinds of flanks that the community needs to get involved in. But you need moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas going to the school districts and not fighting for LGBT teaching and not fighting for CRT, but fighting for the basics of basic schooling so that these kids can actually pass the SATs. They can actually get a diploma and make it into the secondary school where if they want to learn CRT or they want to learn all these other things or religion, fine, have at it. But we're literally fighting to teach our kids cultural things and they're failing in academia. And if you fail in academia, chances are going to be very hard for you to be successful as you grow up.
So
You don't
I mean,
see-
Jamal did kind of that was Jamal. I don't know if you were here at the beginning,
Let
but that
me
was
in,
Jamal's
let me
point
in.
about community involvement and Jamal did make those points, except for CRT and LGBTQ. He did make all them points that those are some of the ways that he countered the issue. Anyway, Austin, I did say that I'm going to come to you, so go for it, bro.
No, I
Austin?
appreciate it. No, yeah, by all means, happy to contribute here. Alpha, just like a quick question for you, like just like yes or no. Just trying to contextualize here. Were you in OIF?
Yes, I was in Operation Iraqi Freedom from Kuwait in February of 2003, crossed the LOD in March of 2003, and was there till September.
Okay, cool. No, not going to like denigrate you for any of that or like talk about like the politics surrounding OIF. Just wanted to contextualize like where you were coming from there.
Well, here,
so
let me help
honesty.
you out real quick. I joined the Marine Corps after 9/11 because I saw what happened to my country, and what I realized now in hindsight is I was a pawn that got used for the central banking system and all these other things that our governments continue to do with these wars that they put.
Okay, so no. I understand why you joined up. I disagree with the idea of the central banking system, but that's a conversation for another day. Look, I'm not going to fault you for anything like that. But the reality of the situation.
Well, you
is
can't fault
when,
me because I
again,
did it for the right reasons.
You absolutely.
Yeah, but Austin, you need to get to the point of why is this all relevant?
No. My point is looking at what does CPI look like year after year, and what does cost of living look like in the United States, and how does that compare to wage growth in the U.S. Compared to look, if I'm making 50 grand a year doing a normal fucking blue collar job, and look, I was a carpenter for 9 years, and I made $10 an hour, and that was enough to pay my rent. That was enough to, service my family. The reality of the situation that we're looking at in the United States right now, with inflation as high as it is that wages are not catching up to cost of living. And so I understand a lot of these sort of arguments that, I'm being left behind, because a ton of people in the U.S., irregardless of race, gender, fucking political opinions, shit like that, folks are being left behind just by the economy itself. However, this idea that we need to blame this on inner city violence and just, ignore the entire systems that have brought inner cities like Chicago to where we are today is nonsense. The idea that you can place like national politics and throw that onto Chicago or Baltimore or San Francisco or anything like that, it's ridiculous. Like we have people in this space who are interlinked with the Chicago education system or interlinked with the Chicago law enforcement system, and obviously there needs to be systems to enforce the law, but as long as we're debating these ideas of like critical race theory and like just nonsense and bullshit like that, we're not going to find solutions in the long term, because the reality of the situation is that on one side, it's being entirely blamed upon ideological reasons, and on the other side, there's an insane amount of corruption and funding not going to where it needs to be. And so, like, I feel like we had pretty legitimate and good conversations in this space, but if we want a more prosperous future going forward, we need to look at the individual aspects of what these problems are, and we need to talk about solutions to solve that. And in the case of Chicago in particular, as a Chicagoan myself, there are no short-term solves here, right? Like, as I said 3 hours ago, trying to find a short-term solution in Chicago is the equivalence of putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. And
so, Austin, if you just want to summarize in 15 seconds, that'd be brilliant, bro.
Yeah, 15 seconds. Easy, done, dusted. Okay, 15 seconds. Yeah, Band-Aid on a gunshot wound The reality is when we look at inner city crime, it could be New York, it could be Portland, it could be Chicago. We're looking at the after effects or the symptoms of decades of policies that have impoverished certain groups of people. It could be Black Americans, it could be Asian Americans, it could be, anything under the sun. Regardless, those groups of people will seek out what they can do to better themselves, whether it's legitimate or illegitimate, just based upon the localities of the situations they find themselves in. And so five more seconds.
Bro, that was like 1 minute, but yeah, go for it.
We need to approach this holistically, and we need to talk about city by city, how can we solve this? And the reality of the situation is we need to build systems and institutions that provide a better alternative to, the young and growing of any of these cities to address sort of the core issue here. And most of these conversations about, like, I believe these politics, I believe those politics, are not addressing that whatsoever. Where we're debating over band-aids when there are bigger issues to address.
So we are about to wrap up soon, but Cheryl, you've I don't want to. You've been on. I mean, you just come on, so I don't want to. So if you could do it as short as possible, go for Cheryl.
Thanks, Suleiman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. It's just we're gonna wrap up, but I know you've been on for a while, so I didn't want to let you down. Go for it.
I know. Yeah, Austin spoke way too long, but it's okay. It was good. I just wanted to say that the one thing that I have failed to hear here were any solutions whatsoever. So it's sad to see people still playing the victim, perpetuating the victim mentality. That needs to stop. That's a solution right there. How about we stop all that right now? Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. No, don't cut me off. No, I've been on here for 3 hours, so zip it. It's my turn.
I'm gonna. Yeah,
Enough.
Cheryl, go ahead.
Enough. I mean, and you're the teacher that's supposed to be all zen, and you've been nothing but very aggressive. So let me finish my point.
Because you're lying.
So I'm not lying. I'm actually recounting.
Jamal,
you know what?
Sean. Even if she is incorrect, just let her finish.
This is my opinion, Deshaun. So I really wish that we would all come together and find a solution and deal with something that we can do and implement right now. Put the past in the past. Stop talking about 200 years ago. Stop talking about the race division. Everybody just needs to stop, and we need to figure out what to do right now so we can stop the crime wave that is happening, affecting everyone
What's your
involved.
solution?
My solution would be to get tougher on crime. Look at the cities that this is happening in.
Doesn't work. Next, we already tried it.
Oh, really? And reimagining safety.
We tried that in the 80s and the 90s. Next.
No, you know what? You're full of shit.
Next.
I'm sorry, but it's sad. It's sad that people like you are actually
improve your
talking.
argument, Cheryl. Stop being
No, don't tell me to improve my argument. I've listened to you guys gaslight for 3
Wait,
hours.
you haven't heard me speak yet. Respectfully.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see who you were. Oh, well, you know what? That's fine. Listen, I'm only saying we need to be tougher on crime right now and start giving the police. So first of all, the police aren't being defunded in most of these areas, but they are having their budgets severely.
Not in Chicago.
What? I didn't say that. I didn't.
Not in Chicago.
She didn't even finish her point. How about you guys let her finish what she's saying first, and then you can respond.
She's lying. Stop letting her lie.
Okay. Well, you didn't even let her.
Sean, even if you think she's lying, you are gonna get a chance to respond. So, please just let her finish her point, and then we'll get there. Go for Cheryl. It's bottom left, Cheryl.
My point is, I agree that the police aren't being defunded everywhere, but certainly in my area, I'm right in the near the District of Columbia. The police, their budget has been monitored to the point their hands are tied. They're hindered. Our police force is decimated. You know what's happened? Our crime rate has gone up. Every day there's somebody being carjacked. There are violent crimes, and it's the council members that are protecting criminals over innocent citizens. That needs to stop. I don't care how these people became criminals. I don't care why they're doing it. We need to stop it now. And people need to stop apologizing for it and stop playing the blame game for something that, you know, happened decades and decades ago. And frankly, when you want to go, if you want to take it there, look at the cities that have the most crime and look at who has been running those cities for decades and how nothing has changed.
Republican
And
talking point next.
oh, look,
Next.
you're showing your racism right there,
Next.
and that's the problem with
people can't be
America. That's the
Next.
problem with America.
Is it
Thank
my
you very
turn?
much,
Okay, guys,
Suleiman.
listen, I'm gonna give Jamal a chance to come back on this, but before he does, what I'm gonna say is, I mean, I disagree with Cheryl. There's been a number of people who give solutions. Trash gave some solutions. Jamal gave some solutions. He was very balanced about even the issues that were caused in the community. He said there were certain things within the community that caused it, but there's also systemic things. So I disagree that there's not been any solutions. Obviously, it may not be solutions that you wanted to hear. He did debunk the idea about police, so maybe that's
No, let me clarify. I meant
Yeah.
solutions like right now. I
he
liked
did.
I
He did.
liked all the solutions, you know, as far as, you know, education, and I totally agree with all that. I'm talking about like right now. So we
No,
don't
he
have
did.
another.
He gave actually, because we asked him a number of questions. He gave short-term solutions in 2023. He gave medium-level solutions after that. He gave long-term solutions. He did give it. We've been on this space for nearly about 10 hours, I think, or 7-8 hours. I have to be fair. He has given, and Trash gave some good solutions as well. So people have been doing that. But in addition to that, we've had obviously debates about various issues. He did disagree with your police one for sure. He did say that the police, you know, having more police hasn't solved the situation in the past. So that was his argument. So maybe if you mean that one, but yeah, go ahead, Jamal. I'll let you make your summary of points, and then we'll probably be ending it soon. Go ahead, bud.
Well, let me say this. I think that, you know, we need, as an independent, right? We need people on every side to really be committed to these issues and committed to solutions. And those who are committed to solutions, what does that look like? That looks like people who are actually actively going into these neighborhoods, actively going to, whether it's a program or build a center or build a business or mentor a young person, contribute to what's going on, not sitting in your, you know, your home or your cozy neighborhood and just saying this is what they need to do from a Twitter space. We all have a role to play, you know, and that's number one. Number two is we've talked about multiple solutions, short-term and long-term. And we have to acknowledge the systems that are in play in neighborhoods all across this country and talk about what that pathway forward looks like. All right. So, you know, we have done a lot on this space to really talk about what needs to happen. And I think my closing statement is that we all need to come together to do those things and stop the political rhetoric and stop looking at the national rhetoric and plan it into smaller cities. I'm glad that you acknowledge that these cities aren't defunding the police, because I was just, you know, 8 years ago, our police budget was 1.2 billion. Now it's 2 billion. So we've increased it by 800 millions of dollars. But what we have not increased our budget in is youth investment or mental health or safe spaces for young people or money for businesses in these communities or grants. We have not increased funding in all of those areas to the tune of 800 million in 8 years. And so what I'm saying is that we have to have a balanced approach so that everybody in this country can be able to be productive and get a middle-class job so that they can provide for their families or own a business. Like, you know, we all should have that opportunity no matter who we are, our background, our skin color. And that is what we're saying today, is that there are systems in place that is preventing that. And we need to remove or step up and fight those systems and restructure those systems and make it to where everyone can live in a fair society. And that is the fight and the pathway forward. Society. And that is the fight and the pathway forward.
I love that. Jamal, I love what you just said. I actually am very active in my community. I actually ran for office to help make changes. I love everything you just said. So I think for me, when I just talking more about what can we do so nothing happens next week, that's where I was coming from. But I love everything you just said. Like that is what I want to hear. That's what we need to do. So
but Cheryl,
thank you.
yeah, but Cheryl, let me also say in response to that comment is that we cannot expect for years of all the things that have happened and plagued communities in America to change what can happen tomorrow. And so it is a false notion that we can somehow prevent something from happening tomorrow. We can prevent a riot, or we can prevent kids from looting, or prevent kids from going downtown, because there's a lot of stuff that's prevent the next murder. It is just false to think that we can do that, because there are a lot of things that are in play, and we have to have leaders and a comprehensive plan put in place so that we can start attacking what's really going on. But don't expect us to be able to change what's going to happen tomorrow. We can't stop the next mass shooting from happening. We're not on the pathway to doing any of those things. So we know that these things are occurring, but we know that we have to get to work so that we can start to prevent it for the future. But it is a false notion that we can change what's going to happen tomorrow. So with that,
sorry. Yeah, guys. So thanks for coming to the space. I do believe we're going to wrap up unless Mario sends me another message saying we're going to go on for an hour. For me, it's been an awesome debate. My issue is this. I always feel like, when it comes to the United States, you kind of know everybody's view all the time. You get a Democrat and you know his views about everything. You get a Republican and you know his views about everything. I like it when people have a bit of nuance on their positions. I guess maybe because I don't fall into anything. I'm basically socially conservative and liberally, economically liberal a bit more. But then at the same time, I don't think CRT should be taught in schools. But then I do believe there's systematic racism. So again, I do think that I hope that people can have a bit more nuance and it isn't just all Republican talking points, all Democrat talking points. But anyway, Mario, are you back or are we wrapping up?
If I may take 30 seconds. Can I take 30 seconds? Just wanted to correct something that was said earlier. White people are not the principal source of mass shootings in the U.S. That's an anti-white meme that's gotten from CNN or some other media.
But Jean-François, did someone mention this at all?
Yes, absolutely. Someone stated a false claim that white people
we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
shooters.
You're breaking up, John. What's the
percentages? It'd be good. It's always good to back it up with numbers. Like I was in and out of this space. Whenever someone makes a claim, it's good to back it up with numbers. So whoever made that claim should back it up with numbers. Like what percentage of the population are white? What percentage of shootings are white? But I just feel like it's a bit of a stretch trying to link the two.
It's actually not a stretch, and I actually have the numbers in front of me. The majority of mass shootings between 1982 and April 2023 were by white people.
Do you have Jamal, do you have an exact percentage?
So I have the exact percentage. 17% of the mass shootings are caused by black people, which means that it's a
no. We're not talking about black people. We're talking about whites. So what percentage is white people?
Whites represent 52%. Therefore, they are underrepresented with respect to their proportion of the population.
Yeah, fair point.
The majority.
According to the data,
I don't have. I don't have Chat GPT, Slimane. So if you could get it.
Yeah, I'm not using Chat GPT. It's a website called Statistica. But that says 74% are white. So
one of the things that you guys
74% of your.
It's not 74%.
Yeah. Sorry, 74 incidents, not percentage.
You guys got to be careful with, and if you go to the FBI, they'll break it down more. Is when you look at the category of white, it's not just white people. Like I'm Mexican, and they don't even have a category that's like Mexican or Hispanic. So I would fall under white.
They've got Latino. You saying you wouldn't fall into that category?
We got Latino. It is a.
So let me just get the number. Sorry, Simon. So what's the percentage of? Hold on, bro. Jamal, hold on, bro. So what's the percentage? Majority is pretty vague. What's the percentage you got, Slimane, from Statistica in terms of whites?
Yeah, it was the percentage they said because it's 74 out of 100.
No, that's
what's the? For God's sake, Jean-François, Slimane, what's the number?
So it's 74 out of 120, 137.
So what percentage, bro?
I don't know, bro. I just added it up.
So just multiply 74 by 100, divide by 150, whatever. So hold on. Let me just do it now. So 74%. You said 72 out of how many?
74 out of 142.
All right. So that is 50. That's 52. Okay. So that's why I told you to ease up, Jean-François. So
4.8%.
Yeah, it's 52 I got. So anyway, so yes, 52, 54. And what's the population in the US that's whites, considered whites?
75%.
Okay, yeah. So that kind of makes your point. But then it is a multifaceted discussion, because like then someone could make the argument like, okay, but then why are more shootings, let's say blacks, I'm just making an example, blacks or Latinos or whatever, represent a bigger proportion of shootings? It'd be like, all right, because they are oppressed or lack of education. So then kind of links back to the whole argument. But it's one of multiple metrics to look at. When I jumped in, I want to applaud Slayman, because when I jumped in, Slayman, you were, no matter what your position is, you were constantly asking for numbers, even if it disproved your point. And I think this is really important, because a lot of us can give anecdotal experiences, and I've heard them here and there throughout the space. The thing is, while anecdotal experiences, they tend to rally up the audience. They love to hear it. They love to hear the suffering, or whether you're white or black, your suffering or your experience or your friend's experience, it just relates to them. But it could be 1 in a million. So it just doesn't really apply to the arguments. And looking at numbers, while it's not as sexy, it's a better way to make points. And I kind of urge the audience to try to do this throughout the space, whatever the discussion is. Me, Slayman, Nick, and Aaron and other co-hosts, Trash, we try to always look for numbers. Even though it's not sexy, it actually kind of backs up a point rather than trying to make a point that relates to the audience. But as a marathon space, I think is good. So, man, any final points? I think you said your final points, so I can wrap it up.
I said them already. It was bad.
Cool. I can wrap it up. We'll do another space tomorrow. What should we actually, before we wrap it up? What should we do tomorrow, guys? What do you think we should cover tomorrow? Great ideas. Thanks, guys. Love the ideas. Love the ideas. Ease up with the ideas.
Mario, tomorrow we should talk about the OMB, the reclassification of Black in America and other ethnic identities, and then also reparations. Why don't we talk about that tomorrow?
Anything but race, Mario. You should talk about anything but race.
Yeah, we gotta take a day off.
Nuance, and any racial conversation disallows nuance.
Yeah, cool. All right, guys. I'll try to figure out what to talk about tomorrow. Enjoy your day.
Mario,
enjoy your night. Thank you so much, everyone.
Conversation with the power of the nuclear family one day would be really awesome.
Yeah, I heard. I heard nothing. Bye, guys.